Hello, hello, everybody. How are you all today? Good afternoon to you, Comrade Lennon. Welcome back to Twitch. And I don't know what I would be stopping you from, Sentient Juice Slave, but I will not be stopping you from doing anything. It happened, guys. It actually happened. Oops, this is backwards. Now, we're going to look at why it happened today. I think I can understand now why exactly the results were the way that they were. How, I'm not quite there on. There's logistical stuff that still hasn't made quite sense to me. Now, I don't think that there's any fraud. I don't think, they stole the election or anything. I think they won. But before we get into the election coverage and understanding all of that, I just want to touch on something really quickly because we've kind of ignored it for a little while. And I mean, while the election was happening, stuff got really bad, and now it's going to get much, much worse. So, over the weekend, or sorry, throughout the week, there's been pretty large protests in Israel. Netanyahu dismissed the defense secretary, and at some points it kind of looked like there was going to be a military coup happening, which didn't end up occurring. And now it seems like the push for genocide has grown significantly, at least. Well, let's have a look at what's happening. I mean, we kind of know, but it's important and we can't ignore it. So this was in Gaza today, or yesterday rather. We actually might. It's not looking great over there. I mean, it's looking like a mess at least. Now, obviously, they're all quite happy that Donald Trump is the president, and I mean, like Hamas wants peace deal, like now, because Donald Trump said, "Do whatever you need to do and win your war" to Netanyahu, and Hamas, not being idiots, realize that this means everyone dies. Now, likely everyone dies anyway, so. And obviously, Trump gets credit. Our new anti-war president successfully ended the genocide. Now, how he successfully ended the genocide. Come on. In or out, cat, go. How he successfully ended the genocide, it's a bit different. Well, I mean, actually, I don't think they're going to wait, Comrade Lenin. It doesn't seem like they are. They've been ramping up attacks pretty significantly just for a little while now. The Knesset yesterday passed a law that would allow the arrest of Palestinian minors under the age of 14. They passed a law allowing the interior minister to expel family members of Palestinians with Israeli citizenship who committed terrorist acts, which they don't define. Hey, MKTAR. Beyond this, also, they've announced that, obviously, like we knew this already, but that the Palestinians would not be allowed back into their homes in northern Gaza. So, pedal to the metal is not waiting. Well, yeah. Pretty much, Comrade Lennon. Hey, GNN Alex. Now, this is what we got today out of the State Department on the subject, and we'll stop here. I mean, there's not really much to say after this. It's just things are going to be bad for a lot of people. They won't. They won't. They're just gonna pretend. They're just gonna keep pretending that we still have law the way that we did 3 days ago, up until they can't anymore. It's muted? It shouldn't be muted. Hold on. Let me fix that. Sorry. I mean, again, not that it really matters. We're listening to grifters talk, but no, there we go. I fixed it. I guess we'll just keep going.
Obligation to follow the law and to look into.
Yeah. This is what I said, not going to happen
investigations. But I can say that the obligation to follow the law is not an obligation that stops when there is a change in government, a change in power. Every administration has the obligation to follow the law and to look into potential misuse.
There is no law anymore,
weapons
man.
That have been provided by the United States or potential violations of international humanitarian law. That's
again, it doesn't matter. I mean, look, they're all Hitler. The Kamal Adwan Hospital in northern Gaza, besieged war zone, neonatal intensive care unit, the last remaining in the north, damaged by heavy attacks. Access to the hospital incredibly difficult, but reports indicate that children who were treated there have been killed, injured in these attacks, and oxygen and water supply is critical. So, no, as we know, what's going to happen. Israeli soldiers are leaving Google reviews for Lebanese places they destroyed. Like, literally, it's just, they're all Hitler. No mosque, only rubble, and a block tunnel entrance. I went for nothing. Like, Hitler. And, just saw this one right now. Yeah, they're really going to do denaturalization. So, sorry if you are an immigrant and a U.S. citizen. You might not be much longer. Oh, and by the way, your kids are not going to be U.S. citizens because birthright citizenship is gone. Now, before we get into what actually, before we get into what's actually going to happen next, I want to talk about what happened. So, give me a second. Let's have a look at what caused the what. First of all, I think maybe we should pull back a little bit and see the results. So this is what it's looking like so far. Now, obviously, sorry. Now, obviously, Donald Trump is the president. By far, this was, I mean, I was wrong. I put a bit too much stock in that Iowa poll. I guess we were sitting here. I mean, my whole community, all of you, we knew that this was likely for a while now. We talked about how this was probably going to happen, and we had a little bit of hope in the last couple days, just because what else were we supposed to do? And I guess I got a bit caught up in the hope that that poll was real, that women were gonna, white women were gonna come out and vote blue, but that did not happen. And we'll discuss why in a second, but we've lost the Senate. We've lost the House as well. So they have all three houses of government. They also have the judicial branch. Essentially, I mean, Trump put it as they have a mandate to rule. They'll do whatever they want now, and they will. And they will. But why? What actually happened? So actually, hold on, sorry. Now, let's look at the actual vote count. So we lost the popular vote, which has not happened in a long time. Republicans have not won the popular vote since... I believe this is pre-Clinton 1. Hold on. when was the last time a Republican won the popular vote? Trump would be the first in 20 years. Yeah. So we're pretty screwed. Kamala Harris got 68 million votes. Donald Trump got 72 million. Interestingly, if you compare this to, let's say, the election results for 2020 or 2016, yeah, they have 100% control, which, we again expected. But now I just want you to understand how much worse this is than we expected. Again, 68 million votes for Kamala Harris. Joe Biden got 81. 81. Hillary Clinton got 65. So I don't think they did, Comrade Lennon. Kamala Harris got 3 million more votes than Hillary Clinton. That's depressing. Donald Trump went from, 63 million to 74 in 2020, and is actually down 2 million, or rather more, just like 1.5 million votes this time around. Now, he got less votes than he did last time, and yet he won by a landslide, a thing that I thought impossible. How did this happen? How did Kamala Harris lose more than 10 million votes compared to 2020? Well, it seems to me that, 2020 was a fluke. It seems like, actually, hold on, I don't want this one. I want the CNN one. Where are you? Where are you? Hey, Kid Vicarious. I had to help my aunt today. She asked me who I voted for, and I told her Trump. Thank God I was fixing her car, and she couldn't give me a good scolding. I hope you're prepared to live with the consequences that are going to happen because of your actions. That's all I can say right now, honestly. It's just I hope that you are able to live with it when it happens. Now, why did this happen? Let's focus a little bit. Well, first of all, Donald Trump gained support in essentially every category. 15 for even just women overall, not even white women, lost several points from Biden and from Clinton the year before. Donald Trump gained very little support among men because he already had most of it. The largest shift in demographics were Latino men and black men and white women, really. But so black men voted overwhelmingly, barely moved over to the right. Black women came out and represented. I'm proud of them. Latino men, significant shift to the right, as well as with Latino women. Again, that's 20-point drop, and white women did not show up to vote for Harris. Kid Vicarious, I really want you to stick around for this whole stream because I have a couple things that I honestly want to ask you how you feel about these, just that I've seen, but let's understand what's actually happened first. So, white voters with college degrees moved further to the left and voted for Harris. White women with college degrees as well. Trump dominated the no college degree category in general, as well as, white men as usual. I'll ask when we get there. Now, young voters. We expected young voters to come out for Harris, and they came out for Trump. Again, more than 10-point drop for 18 to 29, whereas all of those went to Donald Trump. Essentially, Gen Z has become Hitler's youth, but it's not just Gen Z, because Gen X, 30 to 30 to 44 millennials didn't really show up as much as compared to last election, but this age demographic very much did not vote blue anyway. 45 to 64, significant increase. And this is what I meant by Gen X, the increase of right-wing radicalization. And Trump actually lost support with 65 and older. And this ties into why, but we need a clear picture. And again, urban America did quite good, rural America did not. Now, why? Well, the number one thing that people cared about during the election was the economy. It seems to me that as we get these results, that almost nothing mattered this election. It feels like all that was really required for Donald Trump to win was just to call Kamala Harris a communist, and that was it. It was it. Nothing made a difference. No belief people had could be changed. As we can see from this, where are you? Actually, hold on. So economics was the most important. And we know what the economy actually is like, but the average American does not. Now, give me the map. Damn it. Bloody Google. If you look at the map of which states flipped and which states Donald Trump won, and you compare them to 2020's Democratic primary, states that Bernie Sanders did quite well in, which was most of this country, minus around Maryland. Pete Buttigieg obviously was getting donations here, Klobuchar and O'Rourke, but look at this map, and then look at this map. I'm gonna put them side by side. Can you see a pattern in which of these states that normally would have voted blue shifted to the right compared to people who wanted something like Bernie Sanders back in 2020? The outcome of this election was decided not based on policy, not based on really actually belief in anything. It was based on economic populism. It was rhetoric that is a lie from the right, but was populist. And as we continue down this demographic chart, we can see that the more people who believed that their family's financial situation was worse today than 4 years ago overwhelmingly voted Trump. Obviously, people who cared about the abortion issue overwhelmingly voted Harris, but Trump got the moderates, the people that the center that Kamala Harris was aiming for went to Donald Trump. And Donald Trump also engaged new voters. Now, the why and the how are two different things. Why this happened is that liberalism is dead. Liberalism sucks. Everyone knows it. We've been complaining about this shit for years. The left was correct in all of our assessments regarding not only Kamala Harris's campaigning to the center and it being a failure, but also with everything we've been saying for years now, since even before 2016. The issue here is capitalism. The issue here is wages. Wage stagnation. The issue here is people cannot afford groceries. And we'll get into that later. I don't want to spoil the surprises for you. But take a look at this map. America, everywhere, almost every state, every state, but almost every county shifted massively to the right. if we look at the results for something like New York, in which, oh, come on, give me this page. If we look at the results for New York, Kamala Harris won New York by 10 points, by almost 11. In 2016, Hillary Clinton won New York by 25 points. New York is a safe blue state. It is one of the safest. And it went from a 25-point lead to just about 11. And that goes to New Jersey shocked me. New Jersey, my home state that I grew up in, I know the demographics of the areas much better than I, would know most other places. Overwhelmingly red. Now, South Jersey has always been red, and Bergen County up here and parts of Passaic and Sussex have always been red. These are wealthy people who work in New York and who live in New Jersey with their large mansions. And growing up, my county, Bergen County, was very red. And it seems like, like New Jersey is a small state, but has a very large population. Obviously, 11 million people. 6 million of them did not vote. And even in places where we won, it wasn't a very big victory in a safe blue state. All of this is a personification of class conflict and well, exactly. That is exactly it. It is nothing but that caused this. This is not that Americans, there's also misogyny, which we cannot ignore. It is a factor. It is 100% a contributing factor to this. But I'm not sure that if Kamala Harris was a man that she would have won. I don't think she would have. The bourgeoisie won. They won bigly, in fact. To take the manner of speaking of our new Lord and Savior. But yeah, Trump's victory added $64 billion to the richest 10 people in the world. The 3 richest Americans already owned more wealth than half of America. Now, this shift to the right is not just economic populism, however. It is the way that the message of economic populism has been spread. The reason that young people, and also Gen X, moved so far to the right is directly because of social media influencers like Aiden Ross, Joe Rogan, like Tucker Carlson and Matt Walsh and Nick Fuentes and Andrew Tate and Elon Musk and all of the social media architecture that was built specifically to funnel this kind of messaging to the most susceptible population, which is men. Now, women did swing Harris overwhelmingly. And I have good news for you if you're a man. If you voted for Kamala Harris, congratulations. Your dating pool just got significantly bigger. And Cheeseburger Merv, I know that they act like they're 12, but a lot of these people are 18, 19, 20. They can vote. And they did. Many of the people that voted for Donald Trump, knowing what he, there was a significant amount of people who knowingly and willingly voted for Donald Trump, knowing everything that we know, not everything, obviously, but that it would get very bad under Donald Trump. And I've seen a lot of people express the sentiment of it needs to get, the system is messed up. I'm sick and tired of voting for the lesser of two evils. We need to break the system because we can't fix it. The accelerationists won. The idea of there is no hope to do this through the democratic process is the majority of the country. even the ones that voted for him that don't like him. And this is going to, just based off of the demographics of the election alone, not getting into anything else yet, this is going to increase the issue of male loneliness and incels and domestic terrorism caused by incels significantly, because the overall message that I've seen from women is just fuck men, or rather don't. The 4B stuff that I've been, that someone was making a joke about, that's like eyes closed, this is standard practice shit. Women are pissed. And yeah, kinda. Now, that doesn't mean you are forever alone. Don't become an incel. Don't take the red pill. But we're scared. Women are scared, guys. And rightfully so, because this is what happened immediately after Donald Trump was cleared to win. This is the kind of stuff that was being spread everywhere. Now, I want to warn you, this is a Nazi and a genuine piece of shit, and I need you to not Fed post. The environment that we live in has gotten much more dangerous. Don't Fed post. Now I say this to you, but also myself, because it's going to be difficult for me to not Fed post listening to this. This is the norm now.
The feel when you're totally not pressed. The feel when we control your bodies. Hey, bitch, we control your bodies. Guess what? Guys win again, okay?
Fed posting is saying something that is advocating for violence that could draw law enforcement to you, me, people in your vicinity, and also get me kicked off of Twitch because it's against TOS. So no advocating for violence.
Men win again.
As much as I like to.
Control your bodies. Hi, I'm your Republican congressman. Hi, I'm your Republican congressman. It's your body, my choice. And
we're not going to watch the whole video, obviously. This is pure evil. Yeah. And that's not all. Women are threatening sex strikes, LMFAO, as if you have a say. This guy is a troll. I'm well aware who Nick Fuentes is, but I've seen significant messaging like this all over. I've been getting it on every platform, as well as essentially every woman that I follow has been posting about messages like this, messages of death threats, rape threats, just the worst shit that you can think of. And it doesn't matter if this one is a troll. It doesn't matter if that's not the overall goal of the Republican Party. This is now normalized rhetoric. Stuff like this immediately began to happen. Black students across the country receiving messages like, "Greetings, you have been selected to be a house slave at Abington Plantation. Come to this address at 5 o'clock tomorrow sharp with all your belongings. This is mandatory. Our executive space will come get you in a turquoise van. Be prepared to be searched down once you enter this plantation grounds. You will be stationed at Plantation Point L." Obviously, another troll. This is like, we haven't brought slavery back yet, but the racists and the misogynists and the Nazis and the domestic terrorists won. This is whether or not this is what you believe in, whether or not this is what you intended, whether or not you even think that this relates to Donald Trump. If you voted for Donald Trump, you're responsible for this. I, at the very least, hold you responsible for this in part. Now, that doesn't mean much, but yeah, this is happening everywhere. This is happening to all sorts of groups. Twitter is scary to be on right now. The kinds of threats of harm to everybody is just getting worse and worse and worse. Now, also, there were these fuckers. Steve Bannon, immediately after Trump won, put that everywhere. Steve Bannon admits Project 2025 is the agenda. We have Matt Walsh. Now that the election is over, I think we can finally say that, yeah, Project 2025 is the agenda. Just, we lied to you, you stupid fucks. That's what they're saying. What is the next step forward? Is there a step? There is a step forward, and we'll discuss what the next step forward is. I want everyone to understand where we're at now before we start thinking about the future. And yeah, Mopar, I literally was bringing it up as you typed that out. So, first off, recommendations. Read Project 2025. But they might not even be doing this in the way that it was laid out in Project 2025, because now I've been hearing credible reports from credible people that the plan, the secret that Donald Trump and Mike Johnson had in the House was that they're just not going to pass the omnibus bill. They're not going to fund the government. And that essentially accomplishes most of Project 2025's goals. So be prepared for that. That might not happen. They might choose to do it this way. It's difficult to guess what they plan to do because they're at the same time as celebrating and putting out official documents and plans for the future. They're also trolling in putting out conflicting messaging to confuse us, to break any kind of resistance that could be forming. But yeah, I mean, read Project 2025. Now, Kid Vicarious, I'm curious. I know that you didn't believe that this was the platform. Is that correct? Am I thinking of the right person who didn't believe that this was the platform?
Matt Walsh, welcome back. Matt Walsh, I think.
How would you feel? Because again, they haven't done it. This is just them saying that they're going to do it, and it could be a lie. So just keeping that in mind for a second. Not that I think that it is a lie, but okay. How would you feel if it did happen? Is my question. Is how would you feel if they did this? Lovely, thanks, Mopar. Yeah, we're gonna go through the new officials and all of this, but let's hear Steve Bannon for a second.
Matt Walsh, welcome back. Matt Walsh, I think, is a very smart and a funny guy. Just put up on Twitter. Now that the election is over, I think we can finally say that, yeah, actually, Project 2025 is the agenda. That's from Matt Walsh.
Well, good, Kid Vicarious. I'm glad to hear that. And I hope to see you in the streets with us. Now, yes, as Moper said, this is the possible Trump AG. Here's my current mood. I want to drag their dead political bodies through the streets, burn them, and throw them off the wall. Legally, politically, and financially, of course. The Democratic Party might not survive this, and I'm not particularly upset about that, but things are going to get bad. So, obviously, special counsel evaluating how to wind down the 2 federal cases. Trump's not getting prosecuted. Jack Smith is gone. Pussy didn't even leak the documents, which really, like, you don't get to prosecute him, but at the very least you could leak the documents and maybe save democracy a little bit. But no, people in power don't care about you. They don't care about me. They don't care about the law. If the law can be used to go after powerful people, then the law is wrong. Then the law is wrong. Now, Bernie Sanders made a statement regarding the election, and he is exactly correct. He is 100% correct here, and yeah, look, guys, we're going to discuss how to protect yourself and what you can do very soon, I promise. But yes, buy a gun, learn how to use it, and not in game. Buy a gun, go learn how to use it, defend yourself. You live in America, you are allowed to use violence to defend yourself. You're not in Australia. Someone breaks into my house here, I'm not allowed to use physical force against them. You in America are. If you're a woman, absolutely buy a gun. But, so, you guys should have burned the DNC when the Clintons screwed Bernie. Agreed. Now, just to show you guys that economic populism really did do this. This is why, because, again, the three demographics that voted Trump heavily, the three largest shifted demographics were Latino men, black men, and Latino men, white men, and young voters. Three categories that Bernie Sanders did the best in. These were his highest polling demographics. So it should come as no surprise that a Democratic Party, which has abandoned working class people, would find that the working class has abandoned them. First, it was the white working class. Now it is the Latino and black workers as well. While the Democratic leadership defends the status quo, the American people are angry and they want change. And they're right. Today, while the very rich are doing phenomenally well, 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck and have more income and wealth inequality than ever before. Unbelievably, real inflation accounted for weekly wages for the average American worker are now actually lower than they were 50 years ago. Today, despite an explosion in technology and worker productivity, many young people will have a worse standard of living than their parents, and many of them worry that artificial intelligence and robotics will make the situation even worse. Today, despite spending far more per capita than other countries, we remain the only wealthy nation not to guarantee health care to all as a human right, and we by far pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. Be ready, guys, for no health care at all. Now we have none. Sorry. We alone, among major countries, cannot even guarantee paid family and medical leave. Today, despite strong opposition from a majority of Americans, we continue to spend billions funding the extremist Netanyahu government's genocide against the Palestinian people, as well as now the Lebanese, which has led to the horrific humanitarian disaster of mass malnutrition and starvation of thousands of people, the ethnic cleansing. Will the big money interests and the well-paid consultants who control the Democratic Party learn any real lessons from this disastrous campaign? Will they understand the pain and the political alienation that tens of millions of Americans are experiencing? Do they have any idea as to how we can take on the increasingly powerful oligarchy, which has so much economic and political power? Probably not. In the coming weeks and months, those of us concerned about grassroots democracy and economic justice need to have some very serious political discussions. Nothing he said here is incorrect. This is entirely the fault of liberalism. I don't want to hear a single person complaining about Jill Stein voters, because they did nothing, made no difference at all. RFK, no difference at all. Nothing made a difference. Kamala Harris ran a good campaign for what her belief system entails. She could not have done, minus obviously the obvious downside of the messaging around the Middle East, which did not seem to have an impact, at least with Muslim voters voting for Jill Stein, but did absolutely have an impact in young people not turning out to vote, or at least young people on the left not turning out to vote. She could not have done better given her circumstances. I don't believe. I mean, again, she was popular. Voter enthusiasm was through the roof. It was just for the right. I'm not sure that this could have been prevented with anything but Bernie Sanders. And I'm not even sure Bernie Sanders could have won this time in 2024. He might not have. I'm not sure anything could have stopped this anymore, because the other main reason that this happened, on top of, yes, I mean, Bernie Sanders was correct, on top of liberalism being the issue and populism taking over the country, what people believed did have a huge impact. People who believed that violent crimes are at near all-time highs voted Republican significantly. People who believe that inflation is higher than it's been in history in the last 10 years voted Republican. People who believe that the stock market is high voted Democrat. And people who believe that we have a border crisis voted Republican. All of these are incorrect. All of these are lies. And it made a difference. The pinnacle of liberalism right here: don't do anything to fight for the working class, then cede ground. Well, you're exactly correct, because did they learn anything from this? Do you think that the Democratic Party learned their lesson? Because they didn't. Because immediately it was headlines like, if Democrats want to start winning again, they need to drop progressive messaging. Shift to the right. That's the lesson they learned, which is not a lesson at all. Now, some of them, sure, they learned a lesson. Will they stick to it? No. And does it even matter? No. Because mainstream news, CNN, NBC, Fox, did very little in this election. Fox did the most, but still, even that did almost nothing. The messaging, campaigning, has all been from social media influencers. Musk's PAC did nothing. The door knocking, the phone banking did much less than it should have. It is remarkable. This is an election result that doesn't really even make sense, unless you can understand that the issue here is liberalism. They added a bunch of jobs, canceled student debt. Actually, yeah, exactly. And you know what's worse, Smoper, is that Donald Trump is going to take credit for this. They're going to take credit for the reduction in medication costs that comes in 2026 that Biden passed. They're going to take credit for the infrastructure spending. They're going to take credit for the economy recovering and the economy that we have now. It's over. The idea of the Democrats having a chance is now over. And that's okay. We don't need them. Given the circumstances, we are in for a rough couple years, and we need to work on direct action. We, as the left, need to change our messaging and how we go about it. I've honestly changed my position now. I think that maybe we need to start using some of their tactics. I've changed my position on, I think it should, well, I haven't changed my position on it. I still think that lying deliberately, overtly, when you're in the news media, when you are an elected official, should still be illegal. But the chances of this happening now are zero. And so I think we need to adopt this tactic and obviously use it more ethically than they do. And from a defensive posture, mostly, but we can use these tactics. An example of using the idea of lying defensively could be, for example, claiming that things that people are harassing you for what you've said, or just harassing you in general. Make shit up. Call it fake news. Say that it's the deep state. Call them a communist. Our messaging has to appear that it's not politically partisan. Because if it feels like it's coming from the left, they won't pay attention to it. They won't listen to it. Lying to I don't mean to good people. I mean, like, don't lie to people who actually have a chance of moving over to your side. Engage with people in good faith. And in person, interpersonally, do not use these tactics. Interpersonally, my advice to you is to appease. We're in for a dangerous time. Day one, mass deportations are beginning. That has been reported. They are talking about, hold on, it's going to get bad for a lot of people. Again, denaturalization. Not good people lying is good, yes. Hey there, just dropping by to send my sincere, heartfelt commiseration on the election not going your way. My genuine thoughts are with you and hope you have a great weekend. Thank you, Batgaz. Look, all we can do now is work on what's next and understand why this happened. Why this happened is because people are angry at the economic situation, rightfully so. They're angry that they've been ignored, that their needs aren't met, that the Democrats will not deliver for them, that everything is the same as it's always been. Again, we had the 2008 economic crisis, the financial crash. We had the fallout from that. Then we forgot about it, continued the way that we did. We got a couple decent years. And then Trump came in, COVID happened, the economy crashed, and nothing changed. Everything is exactly the same. It's none of the things that caused the economic crisis in 2008 were fixed. None of the systems that broke under COVID were fixed. Essentially, America said, I'm poor and I need help. And they voted for a coalition of billionaires to help them. They voted for Donald Trump. They voted for Elon Musk, for Peter Thiel, for the bourgeoisie to save them. And a lot of people voted just to break the system. A lot of people who voted for Donald Trump did it knowing that it wasn't going to help anyone, that it would break the system quicker and that a new, better system could come out of it, which is not impossible, but
2016 kind of mess.
This is why this happened.
All of these issues that the Democratic Party laid out very clearly in 2016 after Hillary Clinton's loss, and that rather than address those issues, they moved and they migrated. What happened is that the pandemic, right? The pandemic came upon us, and Joe Biden happened to be the person.
One of the few and only times you're ever going to see mainstream media saying the truth.
For the pandemic. And I think they mistook that moment for a referendum on what the Democrats had to offer rather than being introspective.
The unadulterated
I'll tell you one other
truth.
person who I think is going to be incredibly important.
Don't do the leftist stereotype and use USEC nerdy left. Yeah, no, do not. From now on, don't act like a leftist online. If you are engaging in political messaging online, you have to word your messaging in a way that sounds neutral enough that the first thought someone has isn't, this is like the woke leftist. No, exactly. You're right, Batgaz. People are fed up being poor. And everything else really didn't matter. None of the rest of that shit affected anybody except white male voters. But this was economics. That's why people voted for Donald Trump, and all of you are going to have to live with these consequences.
And actually, two other people. The first person is
We're not going to argue whether these consequences are happening today. I'm just going to tell you what the news is saying, and when things happen, you can come and we can talk about it. If you don't believe the things that I've shown you, like Kid Vicarious is has said that he still doesn't believe that Project 2025 is the agenda, that he's skeptical, even though Matt Walsh and Steve Bannon have said, no, yeah, we lied to you. It's the agenda. Whether or not this is true, we'll find out soon enough. I'm just trying to find the news on this. Give me. Well, look, I can't find the clip right now. It doesn't matter. We know what the secret likely is. We don't know whether they're going to go through with it or not, but what it is that they're just not going to pass the bill funding the government. They're not going to raise the debt ceiling. They're going to default on the US debt. And through this, the government shutdown will affect essentially everything Project 2025 is aiming at. So what happens during a government shutdown? Not to say that this is not guaranteed, but it's important to understand what this could look like, and this could happen quite soon. When a government shutdown occurs, there are certain parts of the government that continue receiving funding. Hold on. These are parts of the Pentagon, Congress, essential bureaucracy stuff to keep the government running. However, hold on, what is affected? Just because I don't want to forget any specific thing, I want the list open of everything that is affected. Here we go. .gov, load for me. We didn't get rid of the Nazis by asking them pretty please. Yeah, we didn't get rid of them, period. So, A, active duty and reserve U.S. military personnel and many law enforcement remain on the job. Air traffic controllers and TSA would be forced to work without pay for however long that means. FEMA, gone. You will not be able to renew your passport. Do that now, today. If you don't have a passport, get one now. If yours is going to expire within the next 5 years, get one now. Whether you end up needing it or not, having a federal ID, like a passport, is incredibly useful. And the messaging that I want to push for the rest of this week is damage reduction. Is regroup, protect as many of the most in danger groups as possible. If you want a divorce, get it now. Exactly. I've seen a lot of people breaking up with their partners, their boyfriends, because of this. And honestly, I can't blame them. Don't move to Australia is not what I heard for trans people, Cheeseburger Murph. Like, I know we're not looking good and it's going to get bad here soon too, probably. But Australia seems to be the, like, I was looking for resources. Once we get to the topic, I'm going to give some advice for essentially all of you and what you can do. And moving to Australia seemed to be, at least what I'm seeing from trusted, credible sources, is the safest bet for trans people who want to move overseas. But we'll get to that when we get to that. So what else happens under a shutdown? The FDA, off. EPA, off. Anything that's, making sure that your water's safe, gone. OSHA, Occupational Safety and Health Administration, gone. Department of Education, gone. National Parks and Monuments, gone. Infrastructure projects, I'm sure they'll still continue to fund because they want their new kingdom to look nice. And you're still going to pay taxes, by the way, because if they do this, they default on the debt. America has now died at that point. We're now a different country. We're a new country. Our system is entirely different in this case. If if the federal budget is defaulted on and they never pass a bill in Congress that funds certain government programs, funds things like the fire department, like subsidizing healthcare, public hospitals, public schools, none of these things will ever open again. And this would be feudalism. This would be you pay taxes, like sales tax, like income tax, like property taxes, but you get no government services out of this. You would get no Medicare, no Medicaid. You won't have a bureaucracy, like go fill out paperwork like this. You won't have much of anything available to you. And I need you guys, even if you don't believe that this is going to be the case, a lot of you do, a lot of you don't. I need you to, at the very least, prepare yourself for the possibility that this is going to happen. And they are not competent. We can be somewhat comfortable in that they're likely to fuck up a lot of what they want to do. But potentially, whether they fuck it up or not, it's still going to be horrible. Whether they fuck it up doesn't even mean they make it less bad. So Trump will begin operations to deport millions of undocumented immigrants when he starts his term on day one, largest mass deportation, the largest ethnic cleansing in human history. And again, we just covered Stephen Miller talking about how they will take away the citizenship of U.S. citizens. Further into that topic, I've seen if you are born in the United States, but your parents were an undocumented immigrant, they'll take your citizenship away too. If you've been in the United States for 20, 30 years, but you came in undocumented, they want to take your citizenship away too. What if the system is down for a bit, but comes back cleaner and more efficient? Well, we'll be living in a different reality then. I don't believe that this is going to happen. Cleaner and more efficient for the bourgeoisie, maybe, not for us. You're not going to get your social services that they cut back. You're not going to get Social Security. You're not going to get your pension. You're not going to get Medicare back once it's gone. Once it's gone, it's gone. Like you have to understand this, right? That no matter what, no matter who's in charge, no, that's not how it works and doesn't have any sign of happening. Yeah. Not that we know of.
Let's bring in moderator of Meet the Press, Kristen.
Have signs of happening is this.
White House. CNN has new reporting that allies of the president-elect and some in the private sector are quietly preparing for a large-scale detainment and deportation
it's not
of migrants
very quiet
in the
anymore.
United States, which is right in line with what was really the singular, most repeated agenda item from Donald Trump on the campaign trail, which is the mass deportation of undocumented immigrants. He reiterated his promise minutes into his victory speech early Wednesday morning.
We have a country that...
By the way, guys, sorry on election night that I did not stay and cover the victory speech. I turned off stream when I said, like, I told you all that I was not gonna, sugarcoat it. I said we were done when there was mathematically no chance of success. It was, I don't know if I was looking at Wisconsin or Pennsylvania. There was no mathematical chance of success after losing any of the three states. Oh, did I? Of course. Well, I'm not surprised about that. It didn't matter, and honestly, I figured a lot of you could use the help to your mental health by not having to watch that immediately after. We probably should watch it today, see what the speech entailed, if you guys, all haven't seen it already. I haven't watched it all the way through, but we need to get used to listening to the president speak again. I ended up going to the source after you went offline. Yeah, fair enough. I figured a lot of you would still go watch it, but I figured at least I didn't want the mental psychic damage of having to watch them gloat after annihilating us. They eviscerated us. I didn't hear it. Don't care about Elon Musk. But, you know, again, we probably should. They're in charge now. They own the government now.
Needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally.
He probably is doing some speeches today. We'll look at what he's doing today in a second. Right now, it's mostly picking out different parts of the administration. It's a lot of like the mainstream media is talking like, oh, is it going to be this guy? Oh, is it going to be this person? Which Hitler are they going to pick for this department? There might not be a fucking department in 2 weeks. So who knows at this point? Right now, we are in limbo. That's all I can really give you as a solid, concrete what's going on currently is we're in limbo. They're deciding the new, I guess, elites, the new feudal society that we're going to live in. I hope that you are correct, Kid Vicarious. I know that you are not, but I hope that you are.
Joining us right now is the former acting director of ICE, John Sandwag. It's
not enough to get more than 10 million votes.
Beyond the
not enough to make any difference if they just don't pass the omnibus to fund the government. If they default on the debt, it is over at that point. America has died if they default on the debt. We are now a new country. The entire government system changes if we don't pay the government workers. And remember, prior to the election, we watched what was his name? One of the main leaders of Project 2025 saying, we want to make the bureaucrats miserable and kick them out of their jobs. Biden could, yeah, like it could be amazing, but libs, they won't do it. If I was Joe Biden right now, erase all student debt, erase all the records of it, burn all of it, free healthcare for everybody, erase all of the records that existed before, direct the Department of Immigration, the Border Patrol, to erase any documents that they have. Just gone. We're not in debt, though. We wouldn't default. We are in significant debt, but no one's going to come collect because a lot of the debt that we're in is to ourselves anyway. It's to corporations. It's to foreign countries that essentially bought us. Hey, certified garbage. Again, let's just...
deportation, really what that could look like now. You and I have talked for years about the border and real solutions and what that could really look like. What do you think a policy of mass deportation does look like? And
remember, now that they're in power again, everything that you see on these media, you have to think about what they're saying in more detail than you're normally used to. Even like they're always biased on CNN and they're always lying, but now we're going to have Trump administration people again. So remember what it used to be like. Every word is a lie, but there is truth stuck in there somewhere and you have to puzzle it out.
Impact it'll have.
Well, Kate, as you know, there's been very little details offered throughout the campaign, right? A lot of talk of mass deportation, a lot of talk of transnational gang members.
It's all red, certified garbage. They won everything. They won in a landslide. I covered why earlier in the stream, if you'd like to go back and look at it, but essentially economic populism. Liberalism is dead. Americans are poor and angry, and they voted to either break the system or voted because they perceived that Donald Trump would help them financially the most. It's not even like, yes, there's a lot of fascism coming out of this. The worst aspects of the right have been very much emboldened, but the average voter was not motivated by essentially anything other than money. Banana, Kid Vicarious, is my favorite. I personally actually don't like bananas, but I like banana flavored things because I don't like the Cavendish. No, I don't. cheeseburger, Merv. I don't think that we will. I don't think that we can. I think that we just have to accept that we're going to live in fascism for, at minimum, 4 years.
Crimes in the United States, but very little in the way of how they're going to actually accomplish this. So
this is what they're going to do on day one.
It's going to be a full assault on the current immigration enforcement system. Under the current legal framework, with the current resources that are allocated to ICE, he can get nowhere near the kind of numbers he's been talking about, 1 million deportations in a year. I think just to put this in perspective, during the biggest years of the Trump administration, ICE deported 267,000.
I know, certified garbage. We all are.
Quadruple that. So how do you...
Good news for the left is that socialism tends to thrive under fascism in the underground, but the movement grows. I do think that us as the left need to reevaluate our goals. I really do want to cover the news before we get into what's next. I want everyone to understand what's happening now and what is being foretold to happen in the coming week or two, and then we can talk about what do we do next. It's important to have that full understanding first.
How do you do that? Well, one is you need more ICE officers. You need to increase the number of arrests. Two is with this administration, they're going to want to build mass detention camps to house those individuals before they're deported. But most importantly is the immigration courts. And you and I have talked about this for a long time.
Lennon,
huge backlogs have formed.
Bring it down.
Migrants before the deported.
Right now it's survival
process. So how do you get them through
We're not trying to advocate for change for the next year. Right now it's survival and protect the most people that we can to help and advocate for and protect the most at risk. We can organize once the new world that we're going to live in has settled in. I think the Dems are dead. I really do. I think they're dead. Thanks for the sub back, guys. I think that maybe they'll run some candidates in 2026 if we end up having an election or a real one for the midterms. But I think that they'll lose horribly then if they don't learn, and it doesn't seem like they will. I mean, we read Bernie Sanders' letter. We saw some of CNN agreeing with the messaging, but I've seen significant more blaming of progressives than anything else. They're just going to continue doing what they're doing. And again, progressives did not swing this election to the right. Us saying, us being mad about the genocide did not really make all that much of a difference. The amount of young people that would have voted, that could have voted, would have been much higher, yes, if we stopped the genocide, but the people who would have voted are probably about the same. Young people don't vote anyway. Anyway, buy some huge water bottles, food, ammo, etc. Yeah, we're going to get into safety and all of that in a second. Again, we just need to immigration first.
What the administration's thinking is, how do we bypass those courts, right? Not supplemental.
Where's Hitler? There was Hitler before. Yeah, here we go. Here's a Hitler. Just understand.
There are limits on how much you can kind of change the law through executive orders. So I think we're going to see, and I think one thing we all need to kind of keep an eye out for here is what happens with the House of Representatives, and do they go to Congress looking for, I think, two things. One,
they have no idea what's coming for them. None of these people have any idea. They all look terrified,
kind of bypass those immigration courts.
I don't think any of them can comprehend.
The Biden administration.
I don't think any of them can comprehend. Let's hope for the best, I agree, but be realistic. Kid Vicarious, I'm glad that you, as someone who voted for Trump, is here, is in my community, is listening to this. And I respect that you don't necessarily believe that I'm right about how bad it's going to get. I want you to stick around and find out. I want everyone to prepare anyway. Yes, it's part of Project 2025. And also, if they don't pass the government spending, like the funding bill, then that just does it anyway. They don't even need to dismantle the Department of Education because no one works there anymore. They don't get paid.
put forward a very aggressive immigration enforcement bill, primarily dealing with the border. But now that if you have the president, you have the Senate, and if you get the House, it'll be very interesting to see whether we see the first major immigration legislation in 30 years, but being an entirely pro-enforcement one.
In absence of having details,
you don't need to watch Doomsday Preppers. There is a significant easier way to prep. Certified garbage. What happened? Well, what happened was they admitted that Project 2025 is real, and also the secret plan that Donald Trump had with Mike Johnson is now rumored by credible sources to be that they're just not going to pass the bill to fund the government, which means, no money for public schools anyway. Nothing.
By President
All of it's
Trump
gone.
or his campaign and his advisors.
Everything's gone if they do that.
One of his top allies, Republican Senator Marco Rubio,
I'm not sure they will do that.
He thinks a mass deportation policy means.
But they will do this.
Well, first of all, the first mass deportation, and the one that's most important, is criminals. Yes, if you're a convicted murderer or a killer or some very dangerous individual that has a criminal record in another country or have committed crimes here, you need to be removed from the country. I don't care where you came from. You're here illegally. On top of the fact that you're here to commit crimes, you must be eliminated and removed immediately from the United States.
Remember, if there's riots, Donald Trump has said that he would use the National Guard and the military to quell them.
States of America. That's without a doubt. Now, beyond that, I do think we have to have
there will be
riots.
riots.
They have to be enforced.
And then we'll see how bad those get.
Does that put any meat on the bones for you?
And I agree, Beckaz. I think now, at this point, there is no blue states or red states. We're just America, and America made this choice, and we all have to learn to live with it.
No, Kid, listen, this is based on a really, I think...
Also agreed, Kid Vicarious, except Biden wasn't the president on Jan 6th. Donald Trump was. Joe Biden did not have the ability to send in the National Guard because he wasn't a sitting president. He didn't get inaugurated until the 21st. The reason that there was no assistance provided to the Capitol on January 6th is because y'all were in charge. Or they were in charge.
Plan. There's this kind of sense out there that
can't. She asked for it. There's video and audio record of Nancy Pelosi asking for the National Guard, and there's text records of multiple different state departments, agencies saying, "Hey, look, there's risk. Hey, we should send it." The Secret Service. They were all aware and asking for help, and were said, "Yeah, sure, we'll get back to you," and then ignored by all of that. Here, I covered this last time, but we didn't get through the whole link. I'll post it for you. It's the timeline of everything that happened that day.
And with Senator Rubio's comments there, that we're somehow not enforcing the law against criminal aliens, individuals who have entered this country and are committing crimes. The truth is, actually, ICE is incredibly good at that. We monitor every state.
Remember, guys, last time, ICE, remember the door-to-door raids, remember the children in cages. Don't forget about this.
In the United States, ICE monitors every federal prison. If somebody's booked in there who's undocumented or is currently on a visa but is now deportable because of their crime, they're going to be arrested, they're going to be put into removal proceedings, and they're a top priority. There is no shortage or no failing.
He said stop several hours too late. And ICE is immigration police, basically. What does the technique stand for? Immigration and Customs Enforcement. That's what it is. Dems were doing what as well? The children in cages? No, we weren't. We were doing all the other stuff, but not the children in cages. That was all that. I mean, please give me evidence of that. I know after Donald Trump that the Democrats did not change the policy much, but that's just liberalism. Liberalism is keep the status quo, don't rock the boat, don't make big changes. And yeah, Lennon, it's the camps. I mean, again, he told us that they would do the camps. The Alien Enemies Act of 1798. They said it.
To get criminal aliens. The problem here is this. When you talk about mass deportation in a million, there are just not a million criminals who are ready to be deported in a given year. You might have a number of people arrested, but they go to prison and you can't get them until they finish their prison sentence. So what does that mean? Well, what it means, Kate, is not all immigrants in this country are equal. We have 12 million, 11 to 12 million immigrants in this country. The vast majority
All
of them
immigrants are not equal. And again, they've already talked about denaturalizing someone, taking away their citizenship. So who is the equal immigrant? Who are the good immigrants? Are they the ones that have just committed no crimes? Is that where the line ends? Or is there more? Well,
who have never committed a crime. According to all the available data, 4.6 million of these people are in mixed status families, meaning a mother, a father, an undocumented mother, a father with U.S. citizen children, or a U.S. citizen spouse. So when you talk about 1 million people, you can't get there without getting into that population. And now you're talking about ripping families apart. And so I think we all agree, look, we have to use ICE as a public safety tool and focus on those individuals who are committing crimes in the country. But when you kind of turn it into a numerical...
It's going to be bad, because then we got this just a little while ago from Donald Trump. There will be no price tag for his deportation plan. They will spend as much money as they deem necessary.
Welker, Kristen, we know you just spoke exclusively with the president-elect on the phone, and you asked him about his calls with President Biden, Vice President Harris. How did those conversations go? What should we know?
Well, Zinkley and Kate, first of all, former President Trump, President-elect Trump, saying he believes he has a mandate in the wake of his decisive victory. Here's what he said. He said, quote, "It's a mandate to bring common sense back to the country." As you just said, I did ask him about his phone calls with President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. He described them as very nice calls, very respectful both ways. He said that when he spoke with the vice president,
Fuck, this is really the next, minimum 4 years, is listening to this again.
Talked about a transition. She'd like to see it
minimum
be smooth as can be. And I agree with that, he said, 100%.
By the way, I wouldn't be surprised if Donald Trump dies quite early in the presidency. I'm not talking like day one, not talking month one, possibly though in the first year. Donald Trump was primarily backed by the bourgeoisie. There are several incredibly wealthy billionaires that are now the shadow government. And Donald Trump is not a good puppet. He is not easy to control. He says whatever he wants to say. He rocks the boat far too much and reveals the plans and shows their hand far too much. And J.D. Vance is not capable of Dick Cheneying this administration. Elon Musk, J.D. Vance, Peter Thiel, their plans will be ruined by Donald Trump. Generally will have issues, and I think that in this case they might do what they feel that they need to do. Well, Obama was a piece of shit anyway, but okay, fair enough. We're still going to see that again, regardless of whether Obama did it first. We're going to see a lot more of that. That was bad then. Obama was a shit president. It was just another lib. No, we're going to see that again. We're going to. That you can guarantee.
Very
they did it last time, and they want to go further this time. So of course they're going to do that again.
That call with the vice president, and he said that the two are planning to have lunch in the near future. So just some notable.
Okay, I don't give a fuck about Biden. Talk to me about the
among the first orders of business that he would tackle. And I asked him, well, what is the price tag to this mass deportation plan that you have talked about? What specifically would it look like? How would it work? And he said, there is no price tag. You have no choice. So that was another really notable part of our conversation. This was a brief conversation, lasted about 15 minutes.
Notice how the rhetoric has gotten significantly more commanding just in the last day. It's not, we propose this, it's, this is what's going to happen. You have no choice. When's the last time you heard a president tell the press you have no choice?
He said he's spoken to about 70 world leaders. I said 70? He said, yeah, about 70, including President Zelensky. He said he hasn't yet spoken with President Putin, but anticipates that he will do so. Of course, he's talked about wanting to end that war within 24 hours.
God, I hope this isn't real. Alex Jones, I formally accept the offer to serve as President Trump's new press secretary. I really hope that's not real.
A lot of people hear that and say, well, that would mean that Zelensky, Ukraine would have to give up some territory.
It's Alex Jones, so you should not believe anything that comes out of his mouth anyway, but who the fuck knows?
though he believes he can get that done. So we'll continue to track that. But a really notable conversation with the new president-elect.
And Kristen, you've spoken with the president-elect many times.
It's people like Alex Jones that are causing the people like Nick Fuentes to say what they do. Nick Fuentes is friends with Alex Jones. They went on his show with Kanye, and we're talking about Hitler. So when Alex Jones is funny, as you say,
the Australian exposure to the US directly is very small.
This is what results from that. Women threatening sex strikes, LMFAO, as if you have a choice. This is what these people like, the same thing. At the very least, they bounce off of each other regularly. So on this timeline, yeah, it does make sense. I hate Nick Fuentes so much because of this video. I hate him so much for this video. I hate him the most for saying the, hey, I'm your Republican congressman bit, because now that means he watched that ad and is like the ad that I've shown all of you of the girl dying, hunched over in pain, screaming. Just your body, our choice. Yeah, new popular chant. I'm getting it all the time. It's in my DMs. It's in my replies. It's not just me. Women everywhere. Again, I'm sorry, guys, but your chances of sleeping with women ever again have gone down dramatically. If you voted for Harris, you have a better chance. But women are pissed, as we should be. We should all be
over the
pissed.
years, on camera, off camera. How did he sound to you today compared to previous interviews? Can you give us a vibe check?
It's a great question, Kate. He sounded quite bullish in the wake of his decisive victory.
I don't give a fuck what the UK thinks about anybody. You're all cooked over there. Well, not you, but they're all cooked over there anyway. The Labour Party and the Liberal Party there have like no distinction between them. Keir Starmer isn't, I don't even think he's bad. I just think that he's just another lib.
He talked about the fact
We're
that
done with
there
libs
has
now.
been what some are calling
This
a
is what the
realignment.
libs gave
the
you.
fact that you did see an increase in support for him amongst various groups from strong things to say about her. He said she would certainly be a contender. She's great. I said, Senator Tom Cotton, we are hearing, is not going to enter the administration. It's our understanding that he's looking at a potential leadership post in the Senate. And he had some very positive things to say about Senator Cotton as well. No surprise, Senator Cotton's been one of his top allies. He says, I think he's fantastic. Somebody that
This is what the liberals brought you. As a leftist, I will still obviously respect a liberal. I will still work with a liberal for the common good, but don't rely on them. Don't trust them. The Democrats will never win an election again. They're not going to save you. You should, while we still have the ability, try to make positive change. In fact, I want you all to internalize this idea. Things look like they're going to get very bad. But until they do, we need to operate as if nothing's going to change. We can't doom ourselves into inaction. We know that a lot of bad things are going to happen. We know that our votes may never matter again. Still, go try and build a community. Go try and work with your local Democratic Party, because it might end up existing. We might get really, like, all of America might suddenly rise up and get hella mad the first action that they do. Who knows? We don't know the future. So we have to act as if the world will keep spinning and the reality that we live in will continue to exist. We have to prepare for the likely eventuality of the negative consequences of this. We have to be rational and aware of what's going on in our surroundings. But we need to still continue in fighting for the common good, however we can. We need to change how we do this. We need to change how we message. We need to adopt more of the right-wing strategies. But again, all of that is with online discourse, not interpersonally. When you're talking to other people, be kind, be compassionate, if they're harassing you, try and minimize it, appease them, leave. Safety first. Don't get into public disputes in person because you don't know. Again, like some of you don't believe that these people are going to go full Fourth Reich, and that's okay. Neither did a lot of the Weimar Germans. But if they do, they'll have all of the power. Remember what happened in any fascist regime in the past. They will use records that exist, medical records. They will look at your education records. They will try and find out who you are, what you do, and they will succeed in this. And if you have records of being a dissident, historically in fascist countries, this does not end well for you. Make alt accounts if you want to engage in like political discourse on Twitter, which by the way, you can all go back on Twitter now because every social media site is going to look exactly like it. There is no distinction anymore because they control the FEC, and the only reason they wanted, the FTC, the only reason they wanted the FTC was to control other social media sites. Otherwise, it would have just been gone. Well, that's kind of what I'm saying, Moper. Gaslight these people. Call their claims fake news. Call it deep state AI. Call Donald Trump a communist. Call the Republican measures that they're trying to do communism. Do whatever you do. Not be impolite to people in person, but online, bully the fuck out of these people. Obviously the ones that deserve it. I'm not saying go after just any old random person. We still have ethics and morals. We're still good people. But this is the way that we deal with the trolls. This is the way that we spread the political message that we want to. Misinformation clearly is an incredibly powerful tool. There is still people here that don't believe that Project 2025 is real, even though they've admitted it. Lie to them about their policies, just for good. Use it for good intentions. If they want to do some Hitler shit, call it communism. Call it Stalin. Trump's a communist, but but you don't have to talk about us doing communism. Just call him a communist and talk about what we actually want to do. Talk about what the better options are in a way that doesn't sound like it's coming from the left. Use their words, their dog whistles. What's communism? Well, you know, like the deep state and all of the like wealthy elites, they have all the power and they have all the money, and none of us get shit. None of us get my wages haven't gone up. My groceries are expensive. Like, these are just fucking communists sitting there taking all our money and not do it. Like, that kind of rhetoric. It's the deep state, it's communism, it's fake news. Adopt that. Adopt these dog whistles, because this is what you need to do to protect yourself if you want to engage politically online. If you're like me and you will show your face, if they know who you are, then there are other measures that you can take. They don't like what if they are commies who don't know about it? Doesn't matter. Reality didn't matter during the election. Reality doesn't matter to them now. The idea is protect what we can protect the people that we can protect. And if we need to use their tactics to do this, then we should. If you really want to go like make an alt account and start trolling the Nazis, go at it, have fun, go nuts. But when we're messaging to the common American person, the person who's not super left, super right, the average American, the people that swung for Trump, the young Gen Z, the Gen X people, we need to talk to them in a way that fits in, hides in their existing bubble. We need to blend in with their rhetoric so that we're not immediately spotted as a leftist and exiled. What if they are open-minded to our ideas? Do we become genuine? Absolutely. And then if they flip to being a troll again, then just pretend that never happened. Who cares? Lie. They have a screenshot of you saying something? That's AI. They made a good point against your point, but their overall point is still wrong. Lie. Who cares? That's exactly what they do. And that's why they keep beating us, because we're not comfortable with doing things that we consider generally morally bad to stop the bad people's actions. We need to become comfortable with this. If you're being harassed, slur them. Who cares? Like, honestly, woke is dead now. I give you all permission to specifically to Nazis and white, like nationalist, Christian nationalists, slur them. Be a misogynist to them. Call them a woman. Call them a Palestinian. Call them a faggot. It doesn't matter anymore. Because that, first off, that is what works against these people. Everything else does not. It's demonstrated everywhere. It's demonstrated in, like, try it. Go on Twitter and post something. Wait till a Nazi comes at you and then slur them. They will go away. They don't answer. Such as example A. This fucking Groiper answers a tweet that I had to someone else with, calling me, oh, look at you, Poindexter. You have numbers and brain. So I called him a retard. Don't worry about civility anymore. It doesn't matter. In person, obviously, it does. Interpersonally, be kind. Don't be them. Don't become them. Just use their methods to protect yourself and to, when possible, when there is a useful situation to use it, to change people's minds through manipulative misinformation. At this point, it's guerrilla warfare against fascism. If that is what happens, again, some of you don't believe that fascism is coming. If it does, that is how the left survives. Underground, as a movement of, kind of like how the right was during the Obama years. We need to adopt a posture of not only defense, but offense. Because this is the kind of shit that we're going to live with now.
So I have to ask, given that we are right now, and what
only
role
working.
he's going to play in the next Trump administration. We do know that the president-elect has told...
So, our lives are going to get very different. RFK is going to be the Secretary of Health and have control of many departments, I guess, under what they've said. Predicting what's going to happen is so incredibly difficult with the conflicting messaging that they have put out. We have 4 possible options of main roads to head down with branches on every path going in multiple directions. And this is, again, intentional, but we should be aware of all of them.
RFK Jr. to quote unquote go wild on America's public health agencies. Now, Kennedy is a well-known vaccine skeptic. He has been a dominant force in spreading conspiracy theories about vaccines for years, leaving people who work in health and public health searching and worrying.
MAGA are human beings, hey? Is this the kind of human being that I shouldn't be mean to? That I shouldn't call garbage? That I shouldn't instantly ban? That I shouldn't...
Totally not pressed. The feel when we control your bodies. Hey, bitch, we control your bodies. Guess what? Guys win again.
This is who you're defending, for-profit media. This is everywhere. Every woman is getting this. Every single one. You know what else they're getting? Black people getting messages like this. Go show up for you've been selected as a slave. This is the plantation that you have to show up at. Yeah, that's the people you're defending. Fuck these people. I'm calling them garbage. Obviously, the ones who will engage in good faith are not. But for the time being, if you voted for Donald Trump, I hold you accountable for everything that's going to happen. I will still talk to you. You're still welcome in my community as long as you behave in good faith, as long as you are trying. But I will not ever respect these people that I see online. I will not be nice to them. I will not in any manner censor my beliefs on these fucking scum. No, you can't convince them. You can't. I don't believe that anymore because again, go watch the stream from the beginning for Profit Media. understand why this happened and where things are now, we don't have a chance to change their minds.
For the future of public health. Here is what
it's not an eye for an eye. That's not what I'm suggesting. It's not revenge. My comments are not out of anger and hatred. It is a disgust and a awareness of historically they cannot have their minds changed because they just are evil. These people, the people that are saying those things, the people on television, it's not you. You voting for Donald Trump does not make you evil. It makes you something, but it doesn't matter. I'm not going to be mean to you if you are being respectful to me. But I am not going to assume with no context that any particular person who voted for Trump is a good person. I'm going to assume that they are a bad person until they give me some evidence to doubt that claim. It wouldn't take a lot, but obviously some of you are not bad people. We live in a time in which civility got us this. No more of that. It's not revenge. It is it's a strategic method of A, survival, and B, continuing the fight for anything good. This isn't for-profit media. The deep state got him, and he's been replaced by MAGA AI. Yeah, using a political outcome to hurt others or get your rocks off is shit tier human level. Agreed. And yet, there's again, I'm getting MAGA telling me, you guys, some of you, and also on other platforms, half of MAGA is telling me everything's going to be fine. It's going to be great. We're all going to be better off. And then the other half of them are telling me that I'm going to the camps and that they want to rape me and cut me up and that they control my body. And I need you to understand that I am inundated, and so is everyone else, with both of your arguments. You guys here saying, no, it's all going to be good. You guys are going to see, we're going to be so happy. This is not the end of the world. While on the other end, you're going to the death camps, Jewish fucking cunt. That's the kind of messages I get. I'm not even Jewish. I'm not even in America. It doesn't matter.
Scientific safety studies and efficacies are out there, and people can make individual assessments about whether that product is going to be good for them.
CNN's Meg Terrell is tracking this one, and you're going to be tracking this one for quite some time, I think, Meg. The scientific safety studies, aren't they already out there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Kate, I mean, we saw this during COVID. Of course, it was a tremendously expedited process that we saw there. Under the Trump administration, one of its great achievements, a lot of people in the public health world said. But this.
Well, honestly, if you're going to try and do that, aim for the MAGA communists to try and bring over, but then call all of the rest of them communist traitors. Call them leftist woke commies if you're going to do this. Argue with them. Use their rhetoric like this, calling them leftist woke commies for the right-wing things that they say. It doesn't have to make sense. Remember, nothing Donald Trump says generally makes all that much sense. They decipher meaning out of it. So as long as you can fit into the bubble, you can blend in, that you're not immediately, it's not like think of yourself like a virus and the white blood cells can't spot you for your rhetoric. That's how you have to word it for it to make any difference to them, to have it enter their mind.
This typically happens over many, many years. We see animal studies, then clinical trials that take many years to go through. Once these vaccines have shown their safety and efficacy in large clinical trials, they go to the FDA for review. And usually they're very boring.
So vaccines have to be reviewed by the FDA and then approved by the CDC. RFK is now in charge of the FDA and the CDC. He has said he's not going to take away your vaccines. And I believe him on that. He's not going to take away vaccines. But the people that they put in charge of reviewing these things will likely make mistakes. Remember, during COVID, one of the, actually the reason that we could not get tests in America was because the test kits that we had were old and faulty, that the stockpile from prior to Trump's presidency had been somewhat depleted and had not been refilled because the funds hadn't been allocated for it. And they waited to authorize the production of further test kits for, I think it was several months of pretending that COVID isn't real until it became bad enough that they had to allocate the funding for the test kits. And a lot of people died for that. And remember, that was a point in time where Donald Trump said Vladimir Putin a set of test kits and a machine. So speaking of Vladimir Putin, he's very happy today. I called Trump a commie, so what? They brushed me off and move on. Well, I know. It's not you, Lennon. It's all of us. We need to adopt this type of framework and use it to infiltrate the discourse. We need to essentially misinfo them. No Fed posting, Batgas, even if it's correct. No Fed posting. I mean, I assume from January 20th, we will live in an authoritarian country for all. Yeah. Look, this is fascism. And again, let's just understand the things that are going to be at risk. I think you guys have a pretty clear picture of that now. We're gonna stop off the news for a second because I guess now it's time to talk about what we can do and how to keep yourself safe. Okay. So, first of all, understand that you're going to all learn what tariffs mean very soon. That this is already causing issues. Hold on, let me see if I can pull up that link. Oh, come on, hold on. I need Twitter. That this is already causing issues. Prices are going to rise very soon as companies, here we go, as companies aware of the tariffs that are incoming are making changes to how they process things. So results have already started. This is from an American woman today. My husband works for a small manufacturing company here in southwestern PA. That means most employees are Trump voters. When the president of the company sat them down today to tell them that their annual Christmas bonus would not come this year because they now need to purchase at least a year worth of products prior to January 21st due to the proposed tariffs. They did not understand. My husband said that their hold on, I'm sorry. Someone's at my door. What the fuck? I'll be right back. So sorry, guys. Sorry. What the hell? Guy banging on my door has a delivery, didn't just like drop it off, which is weird. Scared the shit out of me. No, I get your meaning, Backaz. It's fine. It's just terms of service, and also I don't support the death penalty, but yeah. Where is it? Where was I? Yeah, here I was. So yeah. Husband said that their president had to explain what a tariff is and that it will directly hurt the company. They all thought that the foreign company paid the tariff. This is the level of ignorance voting against their own interests. This is going to happen everywhere, in every industry. So the first thing that you can do, the first thing that you should do, is be prepared to save some money. Things are going to get difficult and expensive. Now, to get a clear picture of how to keep yourself safe, there are different answers for different groups. Women, I'm not going to go too deep into because most of you are guys, but also we kind of already know how to do this. It's kind of like breathing. It's just going to be a more a higher severity in how women protect ourselves. Buy a gun, learn how to use it. Do not trust that the men around you trust you, that they respect you. Be cautious. Honestly, if you are in a high-risk area, don't go out alone if can be avoided, especially to large gatherings. Try and bring a friend. Stay in a group. Again, women all know this. Have someone have your location if possible. Learn how to defend yourself. There's not much I can say beside that. But there's also things that you can do no matter what category you fall into. But I just want to focus on the most at-risk groups first. If you are an immigrant, documented or undocumented, if you have been naturalized as a U.S. citizen and you were an undocumented immigrant, try and get all of your documents, paperwork in order. Renew your passport. Everyone, all of you actually, go and get a U.S. passport if you do not have one. Do it today because these take weeks to process. And if they do succeed, they've already succeeded, but if they do choose to not pass the omnibus bill to fund the government, you will not be able to do this because the people whose job it is to renew your passport will no longer be getting paid. So do it now, just in case. If you don't have one and you don't plan to go anywhere, if you're too poor to leave the country, it doesn't matter. It's a federal ID with your photo on it. Get it. If you can afford to and yours isn't expired, but it's close, if it's a couple years off, if it's anything less than 5, get a new passport. I'm dead serious. Secondly, again, all of your records, make sure that they're in order. If you are trans, this goes doubly for you. Changing your gender marker is much easier now than they will make it in the future. Do it now. Do it on every ID that you possibly can. Go and talk to your doctor. See if you can get a emergency supply of medication for disturbances in supply. And read this thread right here. Follow Erin Reed. She is incredible in trans-related healthcare and trans-related journalism. She will be keeping track of all of the different anti-trans laws that they're about to pass and how you can stay safe. As I said, get your passport, update every ID the state allows you to. Follow on an alt, of course, but also she has a Substack and you can just follow on there. Yes, also, if you are trans, remove your face and your name from all of your social media profiles. Do it right now. Put a fake name in, put a fake photo in. I'm sorry to say this, but it is now time to hide. You are essentially the first in line. And that doesn't mean that that there's no hope for you. Obviously, most of you will be just fine. Regardless of how bad everything gets, almost all of us will survive. If you remember to keep yourself safe, be aware of your surroundings. Go and make friends with your neighbors. Now, today, even if you live in a high-risk area, knock on a door of the house next to you and chat them up. You want to be able to, in a case of an emergency, you should feel confident that if you ask your neighbor for help, that they will help you. In times of difficulty, adversity, fascism especially, the thing that most people are saved by, the thing that helps humanity and empathy survive is community, is trust in the people that you know, because it's going to be very difficult to trust everybody else. It already is now. You don't know because they are actively, openly lying. They're admitting that they're lying. We don't know what's going to happen. There has been a lot of bad ideas put forward, and there's a lot of harassment and also violence happening. So this does sound like a hurricane. It does. We're in the hurricane now. It is fascism. It's the same idea. It's disaster prep is what you need to be doing right now. Stay in touch and active with your local, not online. You don't want to have things that trace back to you personally easily available online. Your local LGBT organizations and mutual aid groups, if you are queer or trans or under any of the umbrella of LGBTQ, go and learn about your local advocacy organization and aid groups. Learn about the prisons. Go walk around your town. Go visit places that may become more important as time goes on. Again, go talk to the cops. No one wants to do that. I understand, and obviously be safe. If you feel at risk, then don't do that. But go and speak to people in your community. Try and make them like you. Try and befriend them, even the ones that you don't like, because when it becomes a mob, they might be there for you. And by the way, the same goes for all of you. This is not just trans people, women, immigrants, Black people, all of you. You need to be able to have a community around you, because we're all going to suffer and we work through hardship much better as a community when it is like small scale socialism is the idea. And again, when the jackboots come knocking, when they're going door to door looking for the immigrants, if you, the immigrant, made friends with your entire community, maybe you'll end up like Anne Frank. This is the world that we potentially are entering. If you are considering moving to a new state, this is a good time. Not everyone wants to or can move, true. If you have a trans kid, that is stealth. If you are a trans person, that is stealth. You should probably stay that way. Make an alt cheeseburger Merv, do that. Change your social security office gender marker. I did not know that exists, so do that. And read this thread. Follow Erin Reed, whether it's on Twitter, whether it's on Substack, whether it's a different platform. She's very good. She's the only journalist really that I will jump to if I'm looking at news about trans people. Speaking of, Gavin Newsom becomes the first Democratic governor to take serious steps in response to the expected targeting of LGBTQ people, which is great. No, I don't think any of this matters. I genuinely think none of the current law is going to matter on January 21st. Possibly before that. If you are trans and you need to move to a different state, if you are trying to escape, the Rainbow Passage, look them up. This is a non-profit organization. They're quite small. They're in the United States, obviously. Their thing is basically if you live in a red state and you want to escape dangerous, or rather, not even a red state, individuals escaping dangerous living situations caused by discriminatory state policies and unsafe living conditions. They will help you. They will likely be able to fundraise for you to be able to move. But again, I want you to take priority in becoming a known, present, helpful, and liked member of your community. If you are an at-risk group, that is your best protection, is the protection of the people who are not at risk. Bleach dye my hair, my skin orange, easy. I mean, yeah, you can. And New York did do that as well, obviously. there will be efforts to put a stop to this. There will be sanctuary states like there was with immigration last time, but with LGBT people this time. But again, all of this depends on the actual system that we have continuing to exist in the manner that it does. Beyond what you can do physically or what you can do specifically for your safety, there are other things that you should do. Again, financially, even Elon Musk has said that America is in for a rough couple of years. They've admitted that. We don't know where that's going to come from necessarily. It's going to come from the tariffs and the deportations, but that doesn't matter. Things are going to get more expensive. You are going to struggle to afford things. So if you smoke, stop smoking. If you drink, stop drinking. If you gamble, stop gambling. If you are an online shopper, try and not do that. I don't know. Save money. Work out. Eat better. Stop eating out. Learn how to cook. Go and buy cheap essential food items. Milk, eggs, flour, pasta, beans. Learn how to cook meals with these very, very cheap foods. Several of them. Make it fun. Stop ordering out. Exercise. You have to try. And I know this sounds cringe and stupid, but understand this. Your healthcare is gone. It's gone. Any regulations on food, they're gone. The food industry was already incredibly underregulated and corrupt. It is historically the most disgusting industry in the United States. The muckrakers of the olden days put this forward, and we knew about it, and we fixed it, and then we undid the fixing of it, and now it's just free game, whatever you like. You can't do anything about this. I'm not asking you to go grow your own food. If you want to plant a garden, go for it, try. But that's not a reasonable expectation to have of most people. So find ways to minimize your spending. And this doesn't even just apply to you if you're in America. This is everywhere. This is going to affect all of us. If America's economy crashes, and it will, because economists have predicted that the mass deportations alone will cause an economic impact of essentially 2 2008 financial crises in a row. At the moment, only Nevada, New York, and Rhode Island specifically mention gender in their equal rights amendments. Again, we're talking about this as if the rule of law is going to matter, and I'm convinced that it won't. You might get to vote in 2026, but the ballot might just have one name on it, and you'll have a guy in a red hat watching you. Cameras watching you. You'll have Trump stickers posted right on the podium that you're voting on. Who knows? This is a possible and mathematically probable world. Whether you believe that this is going to happen or not, you can't deny that it is a very real possibility. Please be quiet. And just, I'm in Australia, so this one specifically impacts me. So I want to see this video, but I think this will help you all understand the economic impacts that we everywhere in the world, but also America, could expect from just the tariffs alone.
The Australian exposure to the US directly is fairly small. If there were a tariff put on Aussie products going to America, some people would feel that, but not very many. And with, let's say, a 10% tariff, it wouldn't really be a game changer, a mild irritant. Of course, if America starts to aggressively decouple from China, that would have flow-through implications. But that. Oh,
sorry, I got distracted. I think I accidentally didn't take my ADHD meds today because my brain's all over the place. So on the topic of healthcare, the reason I'm telling you to work out and eat healthy is because there's no more Obamacare. If you don't have health insurance, you're never going to get it. If you do have health insurance and you have a pre-existing condition, you're likely going to get kicked off of it. if you get sick and you go to the hospital, the laws may not allow you to be treated in a way that makes sense. Who the fuck knows? It's RFK. Man's insane. Guy, like, killed a bear and brought it into New York City in his trunk and then left it in Central Park instead of just leaving it on the side of the road in New Jersey. And then no one knew it was him and then talked about it on the news like a decade later. The man is insane. You don't know what you're going to get there. He doesn't believe in vaccines. He doesn't believe in milk pasteurization. He said that antidepressants cause school shooters. So that's who's in charge of health. Take care of your health, because if it breaks, you're going to struggle to put it back together. And that's what I mean. Why stop smoking, stop drinking, stop gambling, eat better, exercise. You want to reduce the chances of you having a health condition that will go untreated. Everything around is probably going to be somewhat unsanitary. Will your beef have parasites? Probably. They already probably do, though, if that makes it better. It's like the food industry is already disgusting. So there's that, but no regulation is terrifying. Again, that's what they want. No regulation. Now, how does this affect you personally? Is that, again, just sending away a bunch of the labor force of the United States is going to drop the economy significantly. The amount of money coming in, flowing out, the amount of labor being done, what's being produced. More things will need to be imported. There are now going to be tariffs on everything being imported. So the things that are being imported are now going to be more expensive. Is talking about Trump banning FDA, EPA, CDC, DOE sound like commie shit? Kinda. At the moment, yes, it kind of does. Honestly, right now, just let them celebrate. Let them have their moment, because right now you're not going to make anything. You're not going to do anything. Just leave them for a week or two. Let some of the consequences start occurring, because there's nothing we can do to stop them now. This is it. This is what America chose, and we're going to get what we're going to get. And they're not going to, they're going to do what we've seen here, in that I don't actually believe that they're going to do the bad parts. And they might not. They won a massive landslide. And maybe they back off some of the more extreme things that they want to do, because they don't need to rally the base of support, and they can chill out a bit. But what they will do is still going to be ruinous. It's just going to be ruinous, period. If you talk about banning the FDA, the EPA, and the CDC, that's all deep state shit that they hate anyway. You should talk about how they're not going to fund the government, and then even they're going to lose their Medicare and their Social Security. So, find the go on Twitter, find Mike Johnson, the thread with him talking about that this is the rumor, and use that. Use what they're doing and use their language, not what we care about, what they care about. They can do a peaceful transfer of power and be respected. They are going to do a peaceful transfer of power. We're not going to fight them. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have said, it's over. We actually lost. They won. Peaceful transfer of power. Now, again, Joe Biden should just go do a bunch of shit now. But it's difficult to stay hopeful when they literally could just dismantle the entire country. Trump's plan to put 60% tariffs on goods from China couldn't be more inflationary. Get used to seeing these grifters talking about the horrible things that are happening to you and making it sound as fluffy and nice as possible. By the way, this is as nice as they can be on this subject. The money for that new phone is probably better saved, honestly. If you need a new phone, if you need one to oh, whoops, I had the wrong goddamn camera open when I did that. Oopsie. Yeah, if you need new shit, buy it now, right now. if you need it. And if you don't need new things and you just have old things, learn how to fix your stuff. Learn how to repair electronics. While the internet still exists in our current manner of it, which, they haven't really said much about censoring the internet, but there's people coming into this administration who have fought for censorship of the internet before, during the net neutrality fight with like Verizon. They were in his administration last time. They will be this time. So go learn how to fix things. Go learn how to, sew. Learn a skill now. Always great to become handy. Yeah, exactly. It's good for you anyway, but it will likely save you in case of economic collapse and fascism. Bro, interest rates are haram. I'm cooked. If someone wants to buy anything, I'll go to the camps. Well, I don't know. Interest rates are also down today, 0.25%. The Fed dropped it. Actually, I want the clip because that was excellent. Not that this means anything again, but it was funny. The chair of the Fed was asked if he would step down if Donald Trump asked him to, and his answer was, yeah, interesting. Well, let me find the clip. Was it on Twitter? Might have been on Twitter. Give me the guy saying the clip. Here we go.
Do you believe that the president has the power to fire or demote you, and has the Fed determined the legality of a president demoting at will any of the other governors with leadership positions?
Not permitted under the law.
Not what?
Not permitted under the law.
Hey, do you believe that the president has the power to
This
fire
is actually only half the clip. The first... Oh, whatever. Who cares? You understand this. It's funny. I don't even know if this guy's good anymore. Who knows? Reality is subjective now. All of our information is questionable. Everything they say will be questionable from this point forward. Twitter is already changing its algorithm, by the way. The trending tags are less accurate than they were a day ago. A lot of accounts have disappeared. Everyone's losing thousands of followers as the bots shut down. Things are changing. The entire internet will become this way very soon. Learn media literacy now. Keep watching me now. But again, don't just take what I say for granted. Don't listen to me and think that this is reality 100%. Make your own opinions. I show all the links, find them. If you're looking for something, ask. If you want sources on a subject to do research, ask. Ask in the chat, ask in the Discord. Again, community. Community is what we need to build to survive. Community is what will protect the most people. They'll call you Jewish or Muslim anyway. Do you know how many times I get called Jewish because I have a big nose? I have a Mediterranean nose. Every day, multiple times a day. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. They will label you as such and treat you as such. And you need to remember to protect yourself. And the way that we can do this, again, do the same thing to them. If someone comes at you, starts slurring and harassing you, do it back to them. Gaslight them, confuse them. It's your best defense.
Right. I mean, it couldn't be more inflationary.
These people aren't smart. Being a Nazi is not
but I think the way
an intelligent decision to make. These are dumb motherfuckers. So trick them.
States into another kind of protracted negotiation over different sectors and different products. We saw this in the first Trump term. Maybe they can agree to buy certain more agricultural products from some region or person, frankly, that Trump cares about.
60%.
Try to manage the existence
God.
of,
by the way, mainstream media really does mean nothing anymore. They really do. They made no impact on the election whatsoever. Even Fox News made very little impact. It's all social media. Which is why I'm struggling to listen to them. Give me some time, all right? Let me get accustomed to having to analyze constant stream of lies instead of mostly a stream of lies. This one is pretty true, though.
Zanona, she is a senior congressional reporter at Punchbowl News and an MSNBC political contributor. Here in studio with me, Michael Hardaway, former communications director for Congressman Hakeem Jeffries. Brendan Buck is former press secretary to House Speakers John Boehner and Paul Ryan. Brendan is also an MSNBC political analyst. Welcome, all of you. Okay, Melanie, tell us what we know at this point about these meetings each caucus had today and what
they made very little impact besides the debates. Their rhetoric, nothing. Most of the Republicans, like most of the people who voted for Donald Trump not because they liked him, but because they thought that it would either A, break the system that isn't working for them, or because that he would help them financially. They perceived it as such. And the media, like the mainstream media, did not accomplish this. What accomplished this was social media, was Elon Musk, was Tim Pool, was Aiden Ross, was Jordan Peterson, and Andrew Tate, Libs of TikTok, Matt Walsh. These are the people that made the impact. These are the people that changed their minds. Kamala had to be flawless while they allowed Trump to be lawless. This is true. But I'm not sure that Kamala Harris ever could have won this race. If she was the nominee from day one, I don't think she could have won because they're liberals and America decided that we don't want liberals. Again, like I showed this earlier. Let me put it up again just because I think it's quite telling of what exactly happened. This is the map of where donations for the Democratic primary in 2020 came from. All of this blue was for Bernie Sanders. The entire country in 2020 wanted Bernie Sanders and his populist message. Look at the states and look at which ones are red now. Look at these two charts, these two maps rather, and tell me that the entire country didn't vote for populism, for economic populism, whether it is a functional method, whether it is true or not. This election was not decided by rhetoric, was not decided by Nazism, it was not decided by the genocide in like the Middle East, it was not decided by foreign policy, it was not decided by foreign interference. They didn't have to cheat because America is mad that they are poor. They are mad that their wages have stagnated for a very, very long time. And they chose populism over liberalism. I absolutely will keep watching you. You're a pleasure to watch and very interesting to chat with. Oh yeah, thanks. You made me forget. Sorry, you reminded me as well. Just pop in my ADHD meds so I can focus a bit more. Supposed to take these first thing in the morning. God damn it. Or just rather. They didn't think about their grandma, did they? Well, no. Their grandmothers voted Harris. Old women, 65 and over, voted Harris. Old men, pretty much tie. But yeah, no. They voted for themselves. America voted for personal gain. The Onion? What about The Onion? I mean, look. Again, Hillary Clinton won New York State by 25 points. 25. This is an insane drop in New York State. One of the same, literally, like New York and California are the Dem states. And losing 10% of the vote that Hillary Clinton had? I mean, again, Kamala Harris got 68 million votes. Hillary Clinton, can't remember the number, got like 65, 62. 66. So Kamala Harris got about 1.5 million more votes than Hillary Clinton, the woman everybody hated. People liked Kamala Harris. She had enthusiasm. She ran a good campaign, the best campaign she possibly could have run in her framework. Yes, they're still being counted, but these numbers are not going to change much. We lost the popular vote to the Republicans, a thing that hasn't happened in 2 decades. And we're not going to win it back. Like, whether this votes are being counted or not, they won the popular vote and they won all of these states. That's why I stopped stream when I did during election night, because it was done. Mathematically, it was either Pennsylvania or Wisconsin I was looking at. They could not win that state. And if we lost any of these states or even Nevada at that point, it was over. We had to win all of them, and we lost all of them. And it's the liberals' fault. It's just capitalism. It's the fact that the Democratic Party did not learn its lesson. Yes. Oh, by the way, again, in 2020, Joe Biden got 81 million votes. Kamala Harris got 68, maybe 69 million. 81 million to 69 million. She got less votes than Hillary Clinton and less votes than Joe Biden. More than 10 million of them. The fact that these votes did not disappear. Some of them are new voters, younger voters. Sorry, no, they're new Democrat voters. They're people that came from the right. But Kamala Harris failed to energize new voters, any new voters. As we covered earlier, Donald Trump is the only one that, and even him, only activated 2% new voters, but drew in a significant portion of the center of the moderates, of the median voter, the people that don't pay attention, through social media and through essentially, like Hassan has talked about this, that all content for men is essentially manosphere content. That all content, really, if you play games, if you like to work out, are inundated with messaging that is right-wing. These are all factors. They've had these problems for years. And this is what happens. There's nothing we can really do about it now other than learn how to use the system that now exists. This is what exists now. This is the media. Whether it's online, whether it's on TV, whether it's in person, the discourse is decided this way now. And we don't get to lead that because they have control of everything. Donald Trump will get to put 2 more justices on the Supreme Court. It is likely that Alito and what's his name will retire. The 2 most corrupt, obviously, but they're old. But they will be replaced with 2 young Hitlerites, and we will have 5 Trump picks on the Supreme Court. Generations of damage. I start to think that, are you insane, for-profit media? I mean, look, they're going to do this anymore. They're going to do it anyway. They're going to put them in jail. And then after that, they're going to continue to, thank you. I think that was warranted. Not too long too, so good job. I think that they're going to put them in jail. And then I think afterward, they're going to still blame them for everything. Everything that Joe Biden did, Donald Trump is going to take credit for. Like, again, the infrastructure spending, like the decrease in pharmaceutical medication that's coming in 2026. By the way, speaking of arrests, CCDH should be prosecuted for interference in the U.S. elections by a foreign entity, among many other crimes. Everything is just whatever they say it is now. CCDH, by the way, is the Center for Countering Digital Hate. That's what he's talking about. The anti-Nazis, the anti-fascist prosecuted interference. This is how it always happens. The people that will come out and fight for what's right, the socialists, the communists, the people who understand how the systems are in place, work, and class consciousness, the ones that could undo the propaganda, the ones that could show you how to see through it, are the first that are going to be in trouble. The first targets, so to say. But again, there are many first targets, because we said earlier, we showed you that day one, mass deportation begins right then and there. And I don't know what advice to offer you other than be ready for anything. Act as if there is a hurricane coming your way. Just also buy a gun on top of that. You can't shoot a hurricane, but buy a gun, learn how to use it. I really, really, really cannot stress that enough, because Americans that have guns are primarily the furthest right wing. Leftists don't have guns. Liberals don't have guns. Right-wingers that aren't super right-wing do have guns. Make friends with them. Blend into your crowd.
Their level of confidence is right now
more
about their chances of taking control.
Look at this.
Yeah, Chris, two very different calls between House Republicans and House Democrats. And the House Republican calls, it was a lot of celebration, it was a lot of confidence. And for House Democrats, it was more defiance and depression, I would say. But let me start with House Democrats, because as you mentioned, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says they're not conceding anything yet. The House has not officially been called. Now, there are still a number of outstanding races, and in those races, there are enough Republicans currently leading to give Republicans the confidence that they ultimately will flip the House. But it could be...
I think they actually already did flip the House. Let me check that.
A very slim margin ultimately for Republicans. And so Jeffries really counseled patience to his members. They also said now is not the time for finger pointing or postmortems. But of course, those conversations are starting to take place behind the scenes. I've been talking to Democrats over the last 24
hours. Oh yeah, we lost the House. We lost it big time. Yeah. We lost the House, we lost the Senate, and we lost the presidency. It will not be all that tight of a majority either. They are absolutely going to pick up pretty much all that's left, I would think. If you look at the ones that are yet to be called, oh, there it is. Yes. So wow, that one's actually quite close. Mary Pelota might actually flip Alaska. Fuck. Okay, pay attention to that one. That would be excellent for the reality that we're going to pretend still exists. Because what else are we going to do? We have to keep in mind that we can't doom ourselves into no action. But still, yeah, they're going to win in all of these states. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they have control of the House and the Senate. Just act as if they already do. They were going to do this shit anyway. It doesn't, like, whether they lost the House wouldn't change the outcome in the future that is expected.
Or so hours, and they've already started to blame, each other, blaming Biden for not stepping down too early, blaming their messaging,
Idiots.
saying they didn't do enough to win over working class voters, blue collar voters. They're already starting to kick around ideas about how to win those critical voters back. And meanwhile, on the Republican side, you had Speaker Mike Johnson on that call saying this is now a center-right country. He said Republicans have a mandate.
The only reason that they're not blaming the left entirely right now is because Tim Walz and Bernie Sanders and AOC spent like a week saying like, no, we shouldn't make Biden drop out of the race before Biden dropped out of the race, so they can't quite blame us entirely. That's the only reason. Can you pre-impeach a president-elect? No, and he has immunity. You also cannot prosecute a president anymore, so that's why they dropped all of the cases anyway. The DOJ dropped every case immediately once he won. You can't investigate a sitting president.
To govern, to plow through conservative priorities. They are going to win the White House. They're going to win the Senate, on track to likely win the House. Now, I'll let Brendan and Michael debate whether Republicans really do have a mandate or not, especially if they only have, 218 Republicans in the House. They have no
idea what's coming. Listen to them laughing. It's so sad. By the way, Donald Trump is going to pardon all of the January 6th insurrectionists on day one. Every
And
single
within
one
the
of them.
first 100 days, they are promising to push through a number of Trump's priorities, including Trump tax cuts, Chris.
Welcome back to the
All
Proud
right,
Boys.
so let's talk about this. Michael, let me start with you because you know Hakeem Jeffries very well. We don't know whether he's going to be Speaker or if he's going to be the minority leader. But what
Democrats.
Gosh, your former bosses might know something about that.
Well, so when I was there in 2017, when Donald Trump first came in, we had an 18, 20 seat majority. Mike Johnson has had to deal with, and Kevin McCarthy before him, for sometimes as little as 2 or 3.
I can't do it. Like I know I'm saying we have to pretend that the end isn't coming, but I cannot watch them talking about the possible plans and the possibility, like, futures that are so incredibly off right now. I can't. I'm sorry, guys. Fuck them. Fuck the Dems. Fuck the liberals. We should focus on what's important. I had a meeting with people in Progressive Victory the other day. I just hopped into their voice chat. They have pretty much the same ideas and opinions. They will continue to be advocating and doing whatever we can, and we just need to find who's at risk first. Right now it's immigrants and trans people, and we will do our best for them. Go and look for resources. Talk to people in your community. Find the people at risk. Help them. Yes, he does. And again, go read Project 2025, please. I'm begging you. I know it's very, very long. You don't have to read the whole thing. Go. You know what? Fine. We'll do it now. Let me find a good video that explains at least the basics of Project 2025, and so you guys can understand. Just, I know some of you don't believe it, but I think you really, really should at least get the understanding. It's scary. It's terrifying, guys. I don't know how to make it clearer that life is going to be hard. Leisha Miller? Okay, sure, I'll find that one. Will the memes be popping for the next 4 years? Absolutely. The memes are going off every day. Memes are how we get to spread the message. Whoa. Why is that? Never mind, sorry. Learning mod view on Twitch. Here we go.
Launched in
This is what Project 2025 is.
Does it?
This was a year ago, but the document still hasn't changed.
That means that it is not illegal.
It's a thing called Article 2. Nobody ever mentions Article 2.
More importantly, Article 2 allows me to do whatever I want.
Our common theme is to take down the administrative state, the bureaucracy, preparing to march into office and bring a new army
when the president
literally pulled up the same video.
Essentially weaponized conservatives ready to do battle against the deep state.
For the last 18 months.
Yeah, it's important. By the way, follow Leisha Miller. She's a liberal, but she's a lawyer, and she's smart, and her analysis is solid. It's just liberal solid, so keep that in mind.
Conservatives from every corner of the far-right establishment, from extremist think tanks to former members of the Trump administration to tenured academics, have been working both publicly and privately on a new project. The project's goal? To rescue the country from the grip of the radical left, uniting the conservative movement and the American people against elite rule and...
Well, who knows, maybe. But again, right now, for everyone watching this that does not believe this, think about it. If this happens, how will this affect you? Should you ignore it because you don't believe it? Or should you, at the very least, think about the possibility?
Woke culture
as they're
warriors,
saying that they're going to do
stakes are
it.
high. According to this group, if we fail, the fight for the very idea of America may be lost. Last month, this group of far-right leaders, known as Project 2025, released a 920-page manifesto titled Mandate for Leadership, the Conservative Promise. In it, the document's 35 different named authors, united and copyrighted by the Far-Right Heritage Foundation, lay out an explicit, comprehensive plan to completely overhaul...
Just so you guys understand what Mandate for Leadership is, by the way, because this is not Project 2025 specific. The Heritage Foundation has given a document, usually a pamphlet, it's generally been significantly shorter than this, to every president, going back to at least Clinton, that included a bunch of their policy goals. And every president, since at the very least Clinton, received this pamphlet. And every presidency, almost every goal on these Mandate for Leadership pamphlets have been completed. They were all confirmed successful. You can go look up past year's Mandate for Leaderships and see the changes that were made that were planned out by this Heritage Foundation prior to this. So keep that in mind, that this is not a new thing that they invented. This has been a system that they've been using for a while. This is just oddly, significantly harder of a press.
The U.S. government from the inside out, with the ultimate goal of furthering far-right wedge
True,
issues and
Comrade
concentrating
Lennon.
as much power as possible in the hands of the president. Project 2025 is touted as the ultimate solution to paving the way for the next conservative administration, which they believe will take power in January 2025. While the entire project mimics the same talking points that Trump has harped on throughout his presidency and current campaign, the leaders of this project make clear that the plan is not dependent on a specific person winning the Republican nomination and ultimately the White House. Instead, it's a blueprint for the next conservative executive, whoever they may be, to push the limits of presidential power so far that they will answer to no one, wreaking havoc on the delicate balance of our three branches of government that have allowed us to function as a democracy for nearly 2.5 centuries. This is the conservative plan to take over the country. Roll the intro.
Can you guys explain to me what these like little chests with gold coins that keep popping up on my screen are? I've never noticed them before, and I don't know what they are or what they do. By the way, her intros slap way harder than they have any right
A lot
to.
of you like to assume that lawyers universally are millionaires, and while it's true that there are quite a few millionaire lawyers, many of us are just swimming.
We're
in
watching her
cesspools of
ad,
debt
by the way.
that we had to take on to get these degrees in the first place. So it may come as a shock to learn that I am in fact in so much debt. On top of that law degree, I also have an undergrad degree and a house, and I've started a business, and I've taken on more credit card debt than I care to admit to. And with rising interest rates and cost of living, that's not a super fun place.
We're watching her ad because we're watching her content. And like I don't want to. It'd be rude not to. But yes, this is Project 2025.
I get it. And you, like me, probably wish there
And
was
yes,
a better
exactly.
solution
We
to
need
pay off
more
your debt.
levity
That's where
right
my partner
now,
on today's
which
video,
was what we'll do
PDS
after
debt
this.
comes in.
We'll have some
PDS
fun
debt
after
has
this one, I promise.
customized 0% interest options for anyone struggling with credit cards, personal loans, collections, or medical bills. So stop waiting and sitting on this debt and start saving with your own custom debt saving options from PDS Debt. PDS Debt is giving my viewers a free debt savings analysis just for completing the 30-second online debt assessment at pdsdebt.com/Miller. You'll receive a full breakdown on how
Oh, cool. The FBI responded to the "you're going to the plantation" text messages, by the way. The FBI is aware of offensive and racist messages sent to individuals around the country and is in contact with the Justice Department and other federal authorities on the matter. As always, we encourage members of the public to report laws. Cool, I guess. Who knows? Like, if you arrest these idiots, will Trump pardon them? Probably not. He doesn't care about his supporters. And they're not part of the inner circle, but who knows? And everything seems pointless now. Everything seems so pointless, and I need you to not fall in to the trap. I am struggling to not fall in myself. Talking to you people is actually what's probably keeping me from falling into doom. And that's my point with community. That is my point with comedy. We're laughing in here, even though shit's horrible. That helps. It's good for you. We're just pretend that you're getting traumatized constantly, because you are, and live like it.
interest each month, and the quickest way to
coping.
take care of your debt. Everyone with over $10,000 in debt qualifies, and there's no minimum credit score required. PDS Debt rolls
Do
all
not
of your payments
give
into
up.
one low 0% interest.
Yeah,
monthly
literally take a
payment.
copium pill. Don't fucking give up, because otherwise, we're done. It's over. Do not give up.
So you can save thousands in interest and fees. If you're making payments every month on your debt, but your balances just won't seem to go down, this program is for you. So take advantage of PDS Debt's free debt analysis just for my viewers. Go to pdsdebt.com/Miller to complete the quick and easy debt assessment. That's pdsdebt.com/Miller. Thanks, PDS Debt. Launched in April 2022, Project 2025 is the brainchild of the far-right think tank, the Heritage Foundation, which deserves its own entire video for all the shady shit that they've
They
been up to
really
over
do.
the
Like,
last 40 plus
if we
years.
wanted to do like a deep dive on the Heritage Foundation, that could be a full stream one day.
Project 2025
Not that I
is
want to, but
systematically building the future of the conservative movement and promoting policy objectives that would have devastating consequences not only in our government, but for every person living in this country. That might sound hyperbolic, but I'm telling you, I cover a lot of batshit stories about conservatives, and this one has me spooked as hell, y'all. Their plan to further these goals has 4 pillars. Pillar number 1 is the policy, embodied in that 920-page manifesto they dropped last month. Pillar number 2 is the personnel database, described as the conservative LinkedIn. The objective of the database is to collect resumes and information for thousands and thousands of conservatives from all walks of life and industries in order to source the best candidates to pack every branch and administrative body in Washington and throughout the states. To ensure that this database of personnel and the chosen warriors who will infiltrate the government at every level are properly
if you don't like religion, sorry, get ready for a lot of that.
prepared to represent the conservative goals set forth in the policy, Project 2025 relies on pillar number 3, training. Through an online institute, Project 2025 will prepare the foot soldiers of the conservative agenda to push their policies from day one. And because they've been preparing for years, they will be ready on day one of the new conservative presidency.
What the fuck are you talking about, for profit media? Like, she lost, but she did the literal best that she could in the circumstances. She did not run a bad campaign. Like obviously the genocide, but like, excellent campaign. Her messaging was on point. It's just none of it matters because it was policy. Americans used to care about the policy. They don't anymore. It's a vibe check. It's a popularity contest. And the popularity comes from economic populism, which Kamala Harris not only failed to do, but pushed heavily in the opposite direction of. Liberals. Well, yes, I also hate the right-wing border stuff, but that is the entire Dems. That wasn't necessarily from her campaign. That was the platform. That was what we were doing anyway. Her campaign specifically was not it was better than Clinton's. It was better than Biden's in 2020. It was like I was hoping Obama level, but no, it was worse than Obama. I'll give you that. I don't think that the campaigning is what necessarily caused her loss. I'm not sure that any Democrat, even Bernie Sanders, could have won at this point. Because like Bernie Sanders was the only one who had a chance, clearly, because the economic populism thing is way, 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 way more extreme than it was 4 years ago. And even him, though, I don't think could overcome the personality propaganda on social media from the right.
Thanks to pillar number 4. Pillar number 4 is the
I don't even think the Dems will be like in existence anymore. They're done. Their party will fail and collapse.
Manifesto as quickly and systematically
Welcome
as
to the new
possible in the
uniparty.
first 180 days of their term. Through these 4 pillars, policy, personnel, training, and the playbook, Project 2025 aims to overhaul the entire U.S. government from the inside out, putting in place draconian policies and gutting important government agencies, all in the name of the Constitution and good, white, Christian family values. Let's take each pillar in turn, though we will be spending the bulk of our time on pillar 1, the policy, because
By the way, guys, like, anyone who doesn't believe in this, I need you to ask yourself a question. You don't have to answer me. If this wasn't real, why did they write 900 pages? Why did they use 30-something former Trump administration members to assist writing this? Why did Donald Trump compliment the Heritage Foundation before he started saying he wasn't a part of it? Why did J.D. Vance write the foreword? Why did like all of the influencers try and hype it up before it became so unpopular that they distanced themselves from it? And why are they talking about it now? If it's not real, why? Don't answer me. Think about it to yourself and find yourself an answer.
we have 920 pages to cover, and it is the most fleshed out and horrific part of the plan so far. Project 2025 published their 920-page Mandate for Leadership Policy Manifesto as a free PDF on their website. I considered getting a physical copy to be able to wave around for you just to see what it looks like.
I like her
printed,
too at the
but that would
slab.
require
She's
me to
weak,
give
but I liked her.
$35 to the
But
Heritage Foundation.
no socialism
so
for a
digital will do.
while.
That being said, I did not
Scale back your goals if you're on the left. We're not instituting socialism yet. We have to focus on survival.
unfortunately read 920 pages
Unfortunately,
of this thing.
guys, unfortunately, being a socialist literally just means two things. That you are forever going to be correct and forever going to be disappointed.
I don't think it's a bad idea to do so. I did, however, read the first 50 pages of the PDF, including the list of organizers, authors, the introductory note, and the foreword.
Let me see if I can get you guys the link for this.
What's going on. And frankly, entire books could be and have been written on some of the batshit theories and doctrines they rely on just in the introduction alone. So we have plenty to dig into. Plus, the work of journalists who have pored over the manifesto at length will help us in our dizzying tour of the policies laid out in this manifesto. So let's get into it.
Oh, that's just because they're fucking stupid. That's why. I'm a fascist. How am I a fascist?
Divided into 5 sections. 1.
Yeah, take the L is our entire ideology.
The common defense. 3.
Oh, sorry, no, you were saying I'm a fascist. Never mind, I get it now. Okay, guys, pay attention. This shit's important. This all affects you. You're all going to suffer dramatically. Understand why.
1. Taking the reins of government. 2. The common defense. 3. The general welfare. 4. The economy. And 5. Independent regulatory agencies. The note at the beginning of the paper, authored by Project 2025 director Paul Dans, a former Trump official, lays out what's at stake. The long march of cultural Marxism through our institutions has come to pass. The federal government is a behemoth, weaponized against American citizens and conservative values, with freedom and liberty under siege as never before. The task at hand to reverse this tide and restore our republic to its original moorings is too great for any one conservative policy shop to spearhead. It requires the collective action of our movement. With the quickening approach of January 2025, we have 2 years and 1 chance to get it right. The language throughout the policy manifesto and the Project 2025 website is militant, clearly meant to play into the fears and the patriotic duty that far-right constituents feel so strongly. The same militant
Hey, look, I don't judge, not yucking your yum, but I'm not sure even a masochist will enjoy what I imagine is coming in the next couple of months, let alone weeks.
Language that led to the righteous anger of the January 6th insurrection. The report starts with, "We want you." The 2025 Presidential Transition Project is the conservative movement's unified effort to be ready for the next conservative administration to govern at 12 noon, January 20th, 2025. Welcome to the mission. By opening this book, you are now a part of it. Indeed, one set of eyes reading these pages will be those of the 47th President of the United States, and we hope every other reader will join in making the
Donald Trump's name appears in this document more than 300 times.
Administration a success.
Yeah.
And I know this, it's not explicitly about Trump, but listen, we all know that man is not reading a 920-page manifesto in the unlikely chance that he does take the White House in January 2025. Get real. But you get the vibe. This is positioned as a mandate, making readers, ostensibly the conservative foot soldiers who'll do their bidding, feel like they're in on a top secret mission, like this is some G.I. Joe mission shit, because the authors know that that is the absolute conservative wet dream and they're playing into it. The foreword includes a tidy summation of all the conservative wedge issues and talking points that have been flying around over the last few decades, all of which are addressed at length in the document. Look at America under the ruling and cultural elite today. Inflation is ravaging family budgets, drug overdose deaths continue to escalate, and children suffer the toxic normalization of transgenderism, with drag queens and pornography invading their school libraries.
Like, this is literally written in a psychotic way. This sounds like I'm reading a Twitter rant. You understand? This whole document is like
communist
this.
Dictatorship in Beijing is engaged in a strategic, cultural, and economic Cold War against America's interests,
Page 1.
values,
900
and
of
all
them.
while globalist elites in Washington awaken only slowly to that growing threat. Moreover, low-income communities are drowning in addiction and government.
I'm gonna laugh so hard when they ban pornography, and everyone's like complaining about it. That might actually be what stops fascism, is if they try and ban pornography.
independence. Contemporary elites have even repurposed the worst ingredients of 1970s radical chic to build the totalitarian cult known today as the Great Awakening. Most alarming of all, the very moral foundations of our society are in peril.
Remember when I said
to list the four broad fronts
every single time that I've said every accusation is a confession? Welcome to my vindication.
that the policy mandate will cover. Those are 1. Restore the family as the centerpiece of American life and protect our children. 2. Dismantle the administrative state and return self-governance to the American people. 3. Defend our nation's sovereignty,
God's willing,
borders,
Lennon.
and bounty against global threats. 4. Secure our God-given
Did I just
individual
say
rights
gods?
to
Jesus
live
Christ, I've been playing too much Baldur's Gate.
freely, what our Constitution calls the blessings of liberty. And the manifesto goes on to lay out over 920 pages in 5 sections how they plan on furthering those 4 fronts. Chief among the policies promoted in the manifesto are a gutting of the administrative state and furtherance of the unitary executive theory.
By the way, guys, remember, this was all supposed to be done legislatively, but now they might just not pass the funding bill for this government, and this all just kind of happens as a result of that anyway. That's why I think that they might do it, because it's just a quicker Project 2025, and then they can sort out the logistics internally afterward. Well, they're going to. They're also going to ban condoms and just general contraception. You guys chose this. I genuinely, really, really hope that you are correct and that we're not all going to the camps and all this shit isn't going to happen, because otherwise you're all going to suffer a lot too. I feel sorry for a lot of you. You're going to have to live with the consequences.
Into what those mean. Plus, anti-globalist and anti-environmentalist policies to protect from infiltration of Chinese culture into American life and continue the flourishing of American
Funny how when we
commerce,
start
plus
actually
draconian
talking about Project 2025, my viewers drop by like half. Well,
anti-LGBTQ
they're the ones that won't
policies
know.
and a centering of religion and the traditional family unit in every aspect of governance. Yeah, it's bleak. Let's get into it. By far the scariest aspect of the policy, and the one getting the most critical commentary, is the absolutist commitment to gutting the administrative state and concentrating power into the hands of the president. The administrative state is sometimes called the fourth branch of government, and there have been debates for centuries as to whether it's constitutional. You know, all those agencies like the EPA, Social Security Agency, HUD, FEMA, the Fed, the Department of Homeland Security? Yeah, all of
them gone.
all those governmental bodies that manage the administration of day-to-day operations of the country and promulgate regulations for everything from transportation to
This is the first section, guys. The very, very first section of this document, in which Donald Trump's name appears more than 300 times. I'm not sure that, I thought the Heritage Foundation aren't libertarians, they're federalists. The libertarians don't like the Heritage Foundation.
to food, to
I'm
clean
pretty
water.
sure.
That's the administrative state. It's not technically in the Constitution, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's not constitutional.
Also,
And
by the way,
most
it's not
law
every
students
sperm is
take an
sacred.
admin law
It's every egg is sacred. It's not like they're not going to ban you from wanking. They're just going to, I don't know, state mandated girlfriends. That's what you get for now, I guess. Who knows? Who the fuck knows? Like, the misogyny is off the charts. Half of them are talking about state mandated girlfriends. The incels are going crazy. And obviously, that's not likely. They're not going to do Handmaid's Tale, all right? That's not what's going to happen. Jesus Christ. But, you're kind of fucked, mate. All right, no porn, no contraception, no women are gonna come anywhere near any men. So have fun, enjoy it.
class, and I can tell you right now that shit is dry. I barely could keep my eyes open during that class, so I won't bore you with too much detail, but this issue does take on a new and much more important meaning when you learn what Project 2025 wants to do about it. So here's some Admin Law 101. Admin law governs the structure, decision processes, and behavior of administrative agencies. Those agencies are created by statute, executive order, or by state constitutions. Admin agencies are also referred to as commissions, boards, authorities, bureaus, offices, departments, divisions, etc. They're created by executive order, meaning when the president says so, or by Congress. Say Congress passes a law saying something is illegal. In that same law, they might say, we also create this new agency, and this agency is tasked with overseeing and implementing this law. For example, the Federal Food and Drug Administration was created by the Pure Food and Drugs Act of 1906 to oversee the implementation of that law. The main functions of administrative agencies are to investigate, make rules, and adjudicate. That's why there's administrative law courts. They're
No,
not state-
guys, you have no, like, there is no sex workers. You guys are still not getting the fact that this is, like, the wet dream of the incel Nazi movement.
State or federal courts, they're separate, less formal courts where agencies can conduct hearings and enforce the regulations that they write and promote. Those admin law rulings can be appealed up to state and federal courts, but most of the day-to-day workings of administrative agencies happen within the agencies and their courts. That doesn't mean, however, that there is zero oversight of these agencies. Like I said, rulings in the admin law courts can be appealed to state and federal courts. Congress can pass laws like the Administrative Procedure Act to rein in administrative
And all of this was assumed that we would have any power. We thought we were going to keep the Senate, that they would get the House, we would get the Senate. At the very least, that was the hope. We can't do anything anymore. We literally cannot. The video that we were watching before that you all got bored of, and that I got bored of MSNBC, was about how Republicans have no desire to work bipartisanly for the time being. Like, they've none. They've outwardly stated, like, we don't care what Democrats want. So
agencies and
no
Congress
brakes.
also
No
still
brakes on
controls
this
the purse
ride.
strings. The first federal admin agency was the State Department.
The brakes is the bourgeoisie.
1989, when Congress was still chock-a-block full of original framers of the Constitution, I might add, which does back up claims that the administrative bodies are implied in the Constitution. The idea behind creating these agencies, instead of having Congress or the president alone in charge of implementing the laws, because it turns out it takes a lot of work to run a country, and agencies are in charge of creating a lot of regulations. Further, agencies are staffed by subject matter experts, at least in theory. So,
I know
for
this
example,
is
the
dry
people in
shit,
the
guys. Like, I know
EPA
this is
spend their
boring. You know what? Let's take a break in between. We're about right halfway through the admin agencies one, so let's see some other stuff that's happening, and then we can come back. That way we can keep our momentum up. So, because we know that Trump is just going to give Ukraine to Russia, Biden administration is planning on sending the last remaining $6 billion in security assistance as quickly as possible. Which may not matter because Donald Trump's made a plan to end the war with Ukraine and Russia. The plan would require Ukraine giving up its NATO membership aspirations for at least 20 years. It would create a demilitarized zone where the borders for the territory gained are. So Russia gets to keep everything that it gained. Ukraine pulls out of Crimea, and that's the deal. So pretty much exactly what I said would happen. And Russia will accept this. They will pretend that they're going to be a good boy for a couple years. They're going to rebuild up their military infrastructure, and then they're just going to do it again. So, here we go. Dems fucking coping. Trump has failed to end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours. Because obviously Ukraine said no, but they're not going to get a choice. So, what else is there? Yes, we have a new chief of staff picked. That happened very recently. Let's find out who the hell this lady is. The first female chief of staff in history, Susie Wiles. Let's find out.
Donald Trump has just announced moments ago that he is going to name Susie Wiles, his campaign co-chair, to be the chief of staff of his presidency once he gets to office starting in January. And I do want to read you the statement here. He says, Susie Wiles just helped me achieve one of the greatest political victories in American history and was an integral part of both my 2016 and 2020 successful campaign.
Let's see who she is, because I've never seen this woman before in my life. Susie Wiles, what has she done? Well, in 2016, Wiles ran the Trump campaign's operations in Florida. During the 2018 Florida gubernatorial election, Wiles was reportedly deputized by Trump to help Republican Ron DeSantis campaign for governor. In his victory speech, he described Wiles best in the business. Great, so she's Hitler. Wiles, who had played a key role in 2016, was cut at the urging of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to allow him to install his own allies in the state party. Okay, so that was when DeSantis thought he could maybe become the president. March 20, she was chosen as CEO of Trump's Save America PAC. in 2022, she was described as effectively Trump's chief of staff. So, makes sense? Hitler.
Susie is tough, smart, innovative, and is universally admired and respected. Susie will continue to work tirelessly to make America great again. It is a well-deserved honor to have Susie as the first ever female chief of staff in United States history. I have no doubt that she will make our country proud. As we talked about earlier today, Susie had been the top contender going into this. She is someone who makes Donald Trump feel
comfortable. By the way, you can call them just left wing. Just make shit up. Again, when you're listening to a Trump speech and he says some dumb shit or he does some dumb shit, this is, instead of calling her Hitler, just call her Stalin. Make that a narrative. That's first step. We need a smokescreen to hide behind.
She is also someone who has really lasted the longest in Donald Trump's orbit, a place that is known for knife fighting and backstabbing. She has been loyal to the former president, a constant by his side since he left office in 2021. One thing I will say, Jake, she had some stipulations that he clearly agreed to, telling one source that she didn't want the clown car to be able to have access to the White House at any time, meaning those people who they don't want near Donald Trump. She clearly won that argument. She will.
So this is the competent fascists. That's what we're seeing here, and that's what we predicted, that Donald Trump is not trusted by those who got him in power. He's not the one in power anymore. He is the puppet, and if he's not a good puppet, we might get a President Vance much earlier than we expected. See what this terrorist is saying.
Let's be honest, it was a terrible night
Jimmy
last night.
Kimmel
It was a terrible.
Holding back actual tears, laughy face, libs of TikTok. Let's see. What are you laughing at, Hitler?
Night for women, for children, for the hundreds of thousands of hardworking immigrants who make this country go, for healthcare, for our climate, for science, for journalism, for justice.
Exactly, do that.
Justice, for free speech. It was a terrible night for poor people, for the middle class, for seniors who rely on Social Security, for
lie about the ethnicity of the immigrants. Say that, oh no, he's lying to you. It's not South Americans. These are all white people. I don't know. Argue using their language to them and fuck them up that way. Misinformation the right into, at the very least, a less concentrated force.
Our allies in Ukraine, for NATO, for the truth and democracy and decency. And it was a terrible night for everyone who voted against him. And guess what? It was a bad night for everyone who voted for him, too. You just don't realize it yet.
Yeah. I feel so bad for you guys. I feel bad for all of the world right now, but the people who didn't realize how bad this is going to be and voted for Trump, I feel for you. You're going to be carrying this for the rest of your life. Moper, I wouldn't be surprised if someone does something prior to them taking office, because a lot of these people are going to flee, I would imagine. Mitt Romney is gone. He's out of the country. They tried to, kill him last time. He had to go into hiding with his, ungodly number of children. The amount of politicians, comedians, media personalities, and TV hosts that will leave the United States in the next 2 months is going to be genuinely comedic. It might be one of the last comedic things we experience, but, I suppose at the very least, we should get the statement of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris did not show up to her party on election night, which made it very clear that they were going to lose anyway. But it was really weird. She did her concession speech the next day. We're not going to watch the speech, but I will put a clip of it. It was weak lip shit, as we would expect.
Economy in the world. I know people are still hurting, but things are changing rapidly. Together, we've changed America for the better.
We have, but it doesn't matter.
To finish the term, our term. Let's make every day count. That's the responsibility we have to the American people.
Your responsibility to the American people, if you want to make the next few days count, is to put by force things in place that will protect people. It's all being reversed. Yeah, absolutely. Well, no, actually, it's not. The infrastructure stuff, that's going to stay. They will double your student loans. Who knows? Who cares? Who cares?
Setbacks are unavoidable.
We're serfs now. This is feudalism. Neo-feudalism is what they're creating.
Setbacks are unavoidable, but giving up is unforgivable. We all get knocked down. But the measure of our character, as my dad would say, is how quickly we get back up. Remember, a defeat does not mean
fucking liberals. That against this was never going to win.
Order on day one of my new term in office, I will sign an executive order making clear to federal agencies that under the correct interpretation of the law, going forward, the future children of illegal aliens will not receive automatic U.S. citizenship.
If you think that that doesn't apply to everybody, think again.
It's things like this that bring millions of people to our country, and they enter our country illegally. As part of my plan to secure the border on day
they will make you earn citizenship. It'll be something like military service. It'll be something like bestowed upon you by the state.
Guys.
Enjoy our last little look at Joy.
I don't have words. I just love y'all.
We love you.
You guys have done such good work. Amazing work. And our work is not over.
I'm sorry I have to, though.
I'm so proud of you guys. You've been working around the clock. You are driven by purpose. We don't stop fighting. That's not who we are. We were born to fight. All of us. That's why we found each other. So, in spite of how we're all feeling, what we have accomplished cannot be taken away.
It's just so sad.
We've done that. It's banked. It's banked. Because this was so much bigger than any one campaign. You guys are on a track.
Okay, I can't show these because, like, TOS, but, in the Netherlands, after ignoring the minute of silence for Valencia victims and seeing racist chants about the extermination of Arabs, Dutch Moroccans are making them aware that this isn't Israel. Fuck, I wish I could show this. It's a bunch of Israelis getting their asses kicked in the Netherlands for being Islamophobic. I love that. Japanese people in death camps, German American citizens in death camps want to do it again. Stalin. Yeah, add the Italians in there too, because it was the Japanese, Germans, and Italians that we kept in the internment camps. He's bringing that same law back. I think I could show you this one, because this isn't too bad, I think. This is what we should be doing, by the way, to, like, Nazis and anti-Semites. This is how they deserve to be treated. Not in Minecraft, rather. Chump. I voted for Jill. I'm sorry. It's okay. Jill Stein didn't make a difference. You voting for Jill Stein did not make this happen. You not voting for Kamala Harris helped this happen. But honestly, the only people you can blame right now are the people who voted for Donald Trump. And don't blame them angrily for the ones that didn't know. We're all America now, and we all have to deal with these consequences. It's not worth losing potential allies. Obviously, the ones that gloat, the ones that are horrible, the Nazis, the people that will come into your DMs and tell you that you're going to a death camp, the people that we've covered throughout the day, not them. Don't, be angry at them, disrespect them. Again, watch this stream from the beginning. I've given a lot of examples of how to word your rhetoric, how to go about staying safe. It's italic people, pasta guys thrown in camps, Stittler. Yeah, honestly, do more of that, Lennon. I'm telling you, that is going to help. and I know a lot of people will disagree with me on this subject. I actually do want to touch on it for a second. Because this was my thought, in that it's not the first time that it's occurred to me that we can use the tactics of the right against them. In fact, I've advocated for quite a few of that. But using deliberate misinformation was a line for me, because it makes, like, it's adding fuel to the fire. But we need to now. They're like, now it is a survival thing. It is necessary. Before, we were trying to make positive change and bring on socialism. That is not the goal anymore. The goal is help people not die. The goal is learn and try and not fall into the traps that are being set right now. Be careful with the media that you consume. I'm genuinely worried that now that they have in total and complete power, any real information will be gone. They might just start censoring Twitch streamers on the left. I might just get banned. Who the fuck knows? Jeff Bezos was on board with Trump winning. The billionaire class, by far, was all in support of Donald Trump winning. If they get full control over censorship, which they do, if they feel the need, let's say Hassan pissed them off too much. The thing is, I would literally rather die than shift to the right and do the grift, Comrade Lenin. I started doing this because everybody on the left went to the right. Oh yeah, you're doing the MAGA communist bit. Good. Practice. Fuck, that shit's hard. I can't do that. I'm telling you to do it because it's a good answer. It's smart. I haven't heard anything better yet, but I cannot do that. Yeah, but she didn't make any difference, Moper. Jill Stein, her votes in any of the swing states, if she and RFK were not in the race and all of those votes went to Kamala Harris, she still would have lost. I feel like, yes, you should feel a little ashamed of yourself, but you didn't cause this. You contributed, but you didn't cause it. It's the Trump voters that did. You guys, want to switch to something fun? I don't know what we can do that is less depressing than this, but... Oh, hold on. This is important, I guess.
Trump revealing he has not spoken with Vladimir Putin since his victory, as he receives a
This
flood
looks
of
quite
calls from
important.
world leaders. The Russian president, though, publicly praising Trump for his bravery during the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania. Putin speaking today, saying, quote, he behaved, in my opinion, in a very correct way, courageously, like a real man. Fred Pleitgen is out front.
After launching a massive attack aimed at the heart of...
This video is titled Putin Hails New World Order after Trump re-election, so I'm kind of curious to see where it goes.
Vladimir Putin praising President-elect
They did send in 90 bomb threats. They essentially took this election by force. I imagine a lot of voters were disenfranchised by said bomb threats in swing states.
Trump.
I would
like to take this opportunity to offer my congratulations on his election as President of the United States, Putin says. So you're willing to talk to Trump, the moderator asks. Yes, we're ready, Putin says. Indeed, President-elect Trump seems willing to talk to Putin as well. Legendary journalist Bob Woodward writing in a recent book that the two men have had a number of phone calls, up to 7, since Trump left office. Trump reportedly gifting Putin COVID tests in the early days of the pandemic when those tests were scarce. And Trump himself has often praised his relations with the Russian president, even siding with Vladimir Putin over the U.S.'s own intelligence services after Russia's interference in the 2016 presidential election.
Came to me,
the idea that this man is not working for the Russian state is literally down to one guy in the FBI who just went to prison for being paid by Russian oligarchs, saying that there was no evidence of Trump working with the Russians. And from that point on, it was, oh, Russia hoax. It'll never be a thing that people acknowledge ever again. Well, it'll end for a couple years. What they're going to do, like I said, they're going to put a DMZ zone. Russia's going to regroup and then take it a couple years from now. I am not a good singer. You don't want to hear me sing, and I don't want to sing, Batgaz.
Some others, they said they think it's Russia.
Oh, I should probably put my
I have President Putin.
Me back
he
down
just
in the
said it's
corner,
not
shouldn't
Russia. I will say this: I don't see any reason why it would be.
As Russia continues its full-on invasion of Ukraine, gaining ground especially on the Eastern Front, the president-elect still saying he'd be able to end the war fast.
They're dying, Russians and Ukrainians. I want them to stop dying. And I'll have that done in 24 hours. If we had a real president, the president that knew, that was respected by Putin.
Well, to be fair, he did not have it done in 24 hours. He had a plan in 24 hours, a shitty one, but one that we expected.
He would have never invaded
Finland
Ukraine.
will defend itself for a while.
But the Ukrainians fear
Estonia,
Trump
probably
might
not.
cut off military aid to Ukraine altogether, forcing the country into a de facto surrender.
He told Israel, do whatever you need to do, win your war, end this as quickly as possible. And Hamas immediately surrendered after that. So, and then, by the way, they're still bombing. They're still bombing. They said yes, like literally last night, when it became, everything settled in, Israel goes, oh yeah, by the way, all of the Palestinians, you're not going back to your house in North Gaza. Just move on. It was always the plan.
Loss of territory.
Everyone that denied it is going to pretend like they didn't now.
Walks away with $100 billion. I think
They're all going to die.
Salesman on earth. But we're stuck
By the
in
way,
that war unless I'm president.
This is also your fault if you voted for Donald Trump. Again, I'm not going to attack you for it, but I need you to understand what consequences came from your actions.
Answer whether he even wants Ukraine to win.
Doesn't mean you're a bad person.
Simply
you just did a bad thing.
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives.
And Aaron, Russian leader Vladimir Putin also saying that if Donald Trump were to call him and say, hey, Vladimir, let's meet up, he certainly wouldn't be averse to doing that. In general, the Russians are saying that they are looking for countries to call them.
Donald Trump has already talked about how he doesn't like NATO. He's said that he's going to make NATO pay more money, and also kind of hinted at maybe dismantling NATO. So NATO is aware of this. The countries in Europe are currently, from what I see, trying to build up a semblance of a defensive, if America backs out of NATO, they're trying to find a backup plan. But yes, I wish Putin would be stupid enough to attack a NATO member. I wish he would do it tomorrow, although I don't really know. Joe Biden, would he do anything about it? I've said this before. We could take out the Russian government like this as America. Just send 6 guys named Dave from the CIA and we'll take the Kremlin in an hour. But pussies.
And reestablish relations. Aaron?
All right, Fred, thank you very much. And I want to go now to Fareed Zakaria, host of Fareed Zakaria GPS. So Fareed, Trump wins.
You're doing real good at this MAGA communism thing.
Quote, completely
I'm proud of
new
you.
world order.
Here, that's the bit I wanted to hear. Let's see what this insanity is.
Host of Fareed Zakaria GPS. So Fareed, Trump wins. Putin comes out and hails a, quote, completely new world order. Is it?
Well, what Putin was talking about there was a completely new world order in which American power is declining, in which Western power is declining, and as he sees it, Russia and China and countries like Iran are ascendant. So
essentially, Russia won the election.
It's a very particular
America lost.
Version of a new world order, and I would find it very difficult to imagine that any American president would sign on to that new world order.
So I guess in that context, Fareed, how do you see the relationship between Trump and Putin? Right, where Trump has so often, even recently,
I'm trying to think because there's still news coming out, and we're going to keep covering it, at least the important stuff. But after we're done with that, I do actually want to do something fun. So I'm brainstorming. If you guys have suggestions, ideas, what you want to see, we could do media analysis of like a movie or something. We can talk about any particular subject. Throw in some suggestions.
Relationship, his friendship, his with Vladimir Putin.
So I think that Trump often talks about it exactly as you say.
Oh, that was too funny, Leonard. That was actually too funny.
And he talks about the war and how he wants to end it, which all sounds great. And, you know, of course, we would all like to see the war end. But what I think is often missing in the way Trump talks about it is Vladimir Putin has launched the most blatant act of aggression in Europe since World War II. He has attempted a kind of reconquest of an empire of a kind that hasn't taken place in 70 years. He's trying to essentially wipe Ukraine off the map. He's engaged in the kind of
I'm telling you
aggression
right
that
now
the United States
that the proposed deal that Trump put forward, chess stream, interesting. Yeah, we could play a game of chess. I haven't played chess in ages, but we can give it a go.
That after World War II would not be legitimized, would not be tolerated, and every president since then has maintained that standard. And there have
That's
been
what we'll
actually
do.
almost no cases of acquisition of territory by conquest that was legitimized by the international community. So the question is, does President-elect Trump see that is the light in which...
What are these gold dragons? What's the card and the scratchers? What is all of this shit? Like, I know it's gambling, but is it just channel points? I'm so confused. I need to actually, like, watch someone on Twitch and, like, learn how it works from your end, because I have no idea what this experience is like from your end. Might be useful.
Have to look at Vladimir Putin. Yes, he's a strong leader. He's a powerful interlocutor. I would argue an adversary.
So basically, what they're saying is Russia won the election.
Lose your entire. The Israeli parliament has passed a law allowing the deportations of relatives. Department leadership will walk out within hours.
Just a couple different things. So
lose your entire department leadership. Every single AAG will walk out on your entire department leadership will walk out within hours. And I don't know what happens after that. And I said, Mr. President, within 24, 48, 72 hours, you could have hundreds and hundreds of resignations of the leadership of your entire Justice Department because
that's
of your
exactly what they
actions.
want.
What's that going to say about you?
That's literally exactly what they want. So good for you. It's not like you could have done anything about it.
This is a very important election.
Shush. So this happened
People convicted of
today.
The Israeli parliament has passed a law allowing the deportations of relatives of people convicted of terrorism. This doesn't apply to attackers. It applies to family members who are found to have known about attacks ahead of time and failed to stop them. The law appears to be aimed at members of Israel's Arab-Palestinian minority. These include Israeli citizens and permanent residents.
Just wait until violence starts happening, and then they blame the left and Antifa, and then they use this exact justification of, you are harboring an Antifa, you know a leftist, and now you're in danger. Here. Are they going to do that immediately? No, they're not going to. Like, the camps are a thing you work up to, but Israel is a pretty good example of what could happen in America. I mean, Trump only has one one charge. It's all not fabricated. Business documents. What's the goddamn charge? God damn it. The words on the tip of my tongue. I hate when this happens. What is the name of the charge? Or rather, the conviction. Because falsifying business records. That's what it's falsifying. That was the word I was looking for. Falsifying. It's his only conviction. So.
And the law calls for deportations to the Gaza Strip.
There's sexual assault, but that was civil. That's not a felony.
To 20 years. Legal experts do not expect this law to survive legal scrutiny. They believe that courts will strike it down on various civil rights grounds.
I disagree.
But it does reflect the public mood in Israel after more than a year of war against Palestinian militants in the Gaza Strip.
So, little hopeful there. Little less hopeful here.
Parliament has adopted two controversial laws this week. One allows the government to expel family members, including Israeli citizens, involved in attacks.
Yes.
They would be sent to the Gaza Strip or another location.
Well, I mean, to be fair, like, they're pretty pro-Israel right now, but they will flip on a dime. Have you seen the tweets of people who helped Trump get elected that are Zionists posting like, yeah, like we won, the Zionists won, Trump is going to save Israel. And then the entirety of like the MAGA base is in their comments, just anti-Semitism slurs. The MAGA crowd will flip on Israel when it suits them personally. Especially because like they're a cult, so they just do what they're told. It's whether the people in charge personally benefit from a relationship with this country or not.
For up to 20
we'll
years.
Use them to
The
take
law
out
also
Iran, and then
applies
we'll
to
leave them,
residents
then
of
we'll
occupied
get rid
East
of them
Jerusalem.
too.
It's unclear if it
America.
will apply to people in the occupied West Bank. On Tuesday, the parliament also passed a law allowing Palestinian Israeli teachers to be fired if they show support for attacks against Israelis. Let's go to our correspondent, Mohammed Val. He's in the Jordanian capital.
I don't think we need to hear the analysis, but you guys get the gist. By the way, Eric Trump, America doesn't need immigrants. We never needed it. We will give jobs only to real Americans. The discrimination that a lot of people are going to live through is unreal. Misogyny, transphobia, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, all of these are going to keep going up. If you know people in groups that are in danger, try and help them, please, and direct them to communities. Please. Yeah, I mean, it's so fucking stupid. These people are morons. They have no idea. Like, so that's a fail son. Eric Trump is a moron. His father's a moron, his brother's a moron, his sister's a Nazi, and then the rest of them are morons. Yeah, I know, we covered it. We covered it. And it's not just Nick Fuentes, by the way. I've gotten that message several times, and so is essentially every girl on TikTok and Instagram. I went and checked, as well as things like this. Because the response to Nick Fuentes saying that was, we'll just do 4B like South Korea. And women threatening sex strikes like LMAO, as if you have a say. That's the world we live in now. That's who you guys voted for.
This is a very important election year, and I've been giving the candidates
This
a
is an
lot of
onion
thought.
video, by the way. I thought we
I've
could
looked
use a
at
laugh.
the issues from both sides. Not that it really matters. When the time comes, I am going to fill out my ballot wrong anyway. Sure, I could tell you which candidate I prefer, but there's not a doubt in my mind that on Election Day I'll misread the ballot completely and vote nowhere near the way I planned. Boy, I'm really going to screw it up. I just know that I'm going to step into that
Except
little
she didn't. That's the funny thing, is this demographic is the only one, aside from just like women broadly, that didn't fuck it up.
Close the curtain behind me
Oh, I'm
and
sorry.
be totally
Black
confused
men were
about what
all
I'm
right.
supposed to do
They
next.
they went to Trump, but they were the least that went to Trump.
Then I'll panic and just start filling in bubbles. I might fill in the bubble for my candidate, or it might be some other
on,
candidate
Onion, this
I don't
isn't all
want
that
at all.
funny. This is kind of sad.
For both of them. Believe me, I am going to make a lot of mistakes. My guess is that they'll have to throw out my ballot completely. Don't get me wrong, I've had strong political beliefs my whole life. I know exactly what I want for my president. But even if my polling station has those computerized voting machines, I'll still mess things up badly. I can tell you right now.
I know this is a satire video, but and I'm gonna clarify this again. We lost the election. They didn't steal it, but they definitely tried. I just don't think that it had.
Voters say they weren't turned away at a voting
You guys are
location.
loud. I hate YouTube autoplay. Even though I have it turned off, it still does it. I don't think that they stole the election. I think that we lost fair and square, but I think that they tried. I just don't think that it would have made a difference whether they did this or not.
in Spring Hill.
One family says poll workers couldn't find people's names, and they did not offer propositional ballots.
Our chief investigative reporter, Jeremy Finley, spoke to a woman
Hey,
who...
look, it's my job, all right? I get a tax credit for this, and you have auto next. Oh, no, see, I had it. Oh, my God, I had it off before, but it didn't matter. It just kept doing it anyway. Who cares? I'll turn it off now. Maybe it'll work. But yeah, YouTube Premium is kind of fucking necessary to do what I do. You imagine if we had to sit through an ad every time I flick to a different video?
who recorded her call with the Williamson County Election Commissioner about this issue.
The poll workers said they couldn't find my name, and I knew I was registered, and I wanted to vote, and so I waited for them to find it. But while I was waiting, they turned away several voters, young voters, and it was, well, you'll just have to vote next time. We don't really know why we can't find your name.
Did they offer you or any of these people a provisional ballot?
Not off the bat, no.
You had to ask for it. If you didn't push for them to find your name, do you think they would have just let you leave?
Yes, absolutely.
Why do you feel that?
Because they said I could leave. They said, well, you know, we can't find your name. You'll just have to vote next year. And
Is it really $22.99 per month? Shit, I should probably check.
So I called the election commissioner for Williamson County
was
about
not
what
that
Taylor
expensive when
Fankhauser
I got
and
it.
her brother say they witnessed while she voted at Longview Recreation Center. Are you concerned that voters were turned away today and not offered provisional ballots?
Yeah, that would be why.
Commissioner Chad
Okay, look, so this did happen. This happened in a lot of places. There were 90 bomb threats. In fact, honestly, the more I look at this, maybe this could have swung the election. I'm not sure that they managed to get rid of 12 million people's votes. But if you want to check whether your ballot was received, go to vote.org, check ballot. Give me the right link, please. Here we go. You can use this site to check to see if your ballot was counted, whether it was received. I'm not sure. Maybe they did. Maybe they actually got to manage to erase just enough votes. Who knows? At this point, it's too late. It's like whether we end up actually having have won and they stole the election, it's not going to change anything. So don't worry about it anymore, I guess. This was a foreign country attacking us while working with the capital class, the economic elite in the United States, in order to overthrow the rule of law. And whether or not they won that fair or square, or if they cheated, it doesn't matter because they won. They did. They're in power. And the only people that could possibly do anything about it are responsible for this happening anyway. They're absolutely, at the very least, complicit. They're essentially as responsible as people who voted for Donald Trump. In Colorado, the passwords for the voting stations were posted online for over a month. Are you kidding? Can you get a citation on that? I'm not sure I believe that.
The city will no longer issue vouchers.
I mean, we know they had
migrant
90 fake electors in place in these polling places. We know they had 90 of them. 9 of them were still in felony trials at the time for the last election they tried to subvert, and they were still allowed to do this job. Who knows? But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
to pay for food, ending a controversial program that had repeatedly come under attack by conservatives and others.
This pilot program in New York City, drenched in both humanity and controversy, distributed debit cards to migrant families staying in city-funded hotels and allowing them to buy their own food. Eyewitness News reporter Josh Einiger following the breaking news for us. Josh?
Well, Bill, it's a program that, as you say, generated plenty of controversy, but now its absence may raise even more questions.
Yeah, you're going to get that a lot. You're going to get a lot of, wait, this program was actually really helping me and I didn't know about it? The leopards ate my face? I didn't think they'd eat my face. We're going to see a lot of that. Be kind to these people. Genuinely, please. I know that they are responsible. They will have to live with these consequences for the rest of their lives. So what you need to do is to not make them feel worse, but to show them that they can redeem themselves. I don't care whether they're right-wingers. I don't care whether they're Christians. Use whatever logical rationale you can when they're engaging with you in good faith, to convince them that they can do something to I don't know, make up for the suffering that they caused. That's what we need to do. That's how we'll flip them. The message, like the idea that I've given you guys as well, of use their dog whistles, pick up their rhetoric and turn it against them, is useful for spreading political messaging. What's useful for gathering support is kindness and compassion and empathy, which is difficult. Again, you all have to be very on your game, because they'll try and infiltrate groups. This is, again, imagine living in what your idea of an authoritarian. We're in 1984. That's where you live now. Not quite yet, obviously, we haven't gotten there, but it seems to be the way that the road is heading. So read Project 2025, read 1984, go read Marx. While you can, again, go and get a new passport, renew it, make sure that you have one if you don't have one. Again, it's not just for fleeing the country. That's not the point of the passport. It will be incredibly valuable in cases of emergency. Act like you're preparing for a hurricane. Buy a gun. Learn how to use it. Don't tune out because it's depressing. If you tune out because it's depressing, this is the next 20, 30, 40 years. It is on you personally to fix this. Whether you voted for Kamala Harris or Jill Stein or Donald Trump or RFK, the bad things that do happen are your responsibility to fix. We all live on this planet, and this is our society. Parts of it will be dismantled. People are going to suffer. If you tune out, you are just as bad as the people doing it. I'm sorry, that's the truth. If you see kids being rounded up and put into camps in cages because they're immigrants, and this makes you so sad that you cry, and you say, I can't do this anymore, and you tune out of the news, you're doing exactly what the Germans in Germany did in Nazi Germany. You are responsible for the livelihood, the social cohesion, the function, the survival of the people around you. Make a community. Talk to your neighbors. Make friends with people you don't like. If you are a high risk, demographic, this is even more important for you. The thing that will protect you the most is if the people in your community like you. Be funny, be nice, bring people like food, presents, I don't know, whatever you have to do, you need to be their favorite person. So when they do come knocking, if you're, let's say, an immigrant, or let's say you're trans, and they come knocking at your door looking to deport you or put you in a camp somewhere, if the people around you like you, you might get protected by this. You might be able to hide for a little bit. You might learn some things that can help you. And again, this will help you familiarize yourself with the area that you live in. We spend too much time inside. And obviously, I'm just as guilty of this. It's difficult, but this will help you. This is what has led to humans surviving all instances of hard times throughout history. And during fascism, this is how people, especially people that are targeted, survive. They get away, they escape. If you are trying to move to from a red state, do it now. If you can. Obviously, some people can't, and some people don't want to move. If you can move to a blue state, do it. New York, California, wherever you need to go. I would try and go northeast because the southwest is not great, and it's going to become more uninhabitable as time goes on, especially now that we're going to press the gas on the climate change button. I would try and stay a bit further from the coasts. Don't, go straight onto the waterline. Research where you're moving to, look at the laws, learn the laws that currently exist. They might not exist tomorrow, but they exist today, and you should still know what they are and know what they mean, know how they affect you, know how you can use them to protect yourself. Go make friends with the police. Do it genuinely, especially if you are a targeted group. Go make friends with the police. They don't like you and you don't like them, but you can make them like you. And that will help you. Hey, cat thrower. That's probably the best I can do for general broad advice. Aside from, again, health stuff. And why health stuff? I know it sounds boring. Don't get takeaway, eat out, don't eat out more. Learn how to cook. Go buy rice, beans, pasta, flour, milk, eggs. Learn how to cook good food with it. Food is going to get very expensive very quickly. Learn how to stock things. Learn how to fix things. Your items, things like your phone, your computer, your tablet, these are going to get more expensive. So learn how to fix them. Learn how to fix your washing machine and your dishwasher and your fridge. We need to go back to tradition in some cases of learning how to self-sustain, because what they're planning to do means you get nothing from the government anymore. Again, Project 2025, they said it's real today, as well as a conflicting but also just as bad message of not going to, we're just going to default on the government budget. Yeah, if you need to replace tech soon, do it now. If you need to change your gender marker on any of your IDs, do them now and do as many as you can. Honestly, actually, you're not wrong, cat thrower. It is incredibly attractive when someone knows how to fix something, because nobody does anymore. But you can learn really quickly. Go on YouTube and look up tutorials. Go look around your house and look at expensive things that might suck if they break. Learn how to fix them, because they're going to have total control of the internet. They might make it difficult to access information that is useful to you later on. Learn now. Archive things. Download things. If you have videos that, I don't know, if you're like Lenin and you want to engage in leftist propaganda now, and you have sources and videos and photos and memes that you're using that are links, download them right now. If you have anything online that indicates who you are, and you are going to be active in the political space, get rid of it. Make sure that, try your best to hide your identity. If you want a divorce, get it now. You will not be able to get one later. I'm gay marriage, now, but they're going to undo it anyway. If you can move overseas, you should. Again, just because, I know I'm going a bit in with the trans people right now, but I had a couple in my chat on election night who were very scared, and I felt bad that I couldn't really offer them much help. So again, I said this before, but find Erin Reed if you don't want to be on Twitter. She has a Substack. If you are going to be on Twitter, make an alt account. If you are trans, try and distance yourself from the idea that you are trans as much as possible. I'm sorry. If you're stealth, stay stealth. It sucks. If you have a kid that's trans, make sure that you have an extra emergency supply of medication, as well as, if it's not your kid, if you're trans, go talk to a doctor. There will be shortages. They're going to ban hormone replacement therapy for trans people day one. I'm almost positive. You need to be able to have a plan B. I'm not going to tell you to do illegal things, but you can figure this out yourself. Follow Erin Reed. Trans woman, does excellent journalism regarding trans issues, probably the best that I've seen. This is her website, Erin in the Morning. If you're looking for news on new laws that are getting passed, if you're looking for advice on what you can do, she's probably pretty good. Yeah, get Plan B now, store it, stock it, put it in the fridge. By the way, yes, also, find your local LGBT organization, mutual aid groups. If you have an organization that's like a medical center that's LGBT oriented or whatnot, go stay in touch with them, find out what they can do to help you, what plans that they have, because they will have made contingency plans for this. And again, try and keep a low profile. And if you want to move, this is, I'm not sure how accurate the advice was, but Australia seems to be the safest bet for trans people fleeing. But I will tell you, as someone who lives in Australia, there's a very real chance that we're going to follow you next year with our election. So who knows? Just, if you can't afford to leave and you're trans, leave. Genuinely, just leave. Don't go to Canada either, because they're going to fall to the Nazis. Go to a Nordic country. Finland, for example, has said that they're willing to take in Americans that are fleeing. Try for that. If you don't like the cold, go to Australia. New Zealand is not great either, but it's better than that. Flee. If you can't flee the country, flee to a blue state. If you can't flee to a blue state, then hide. Become invisible and use the people around you to shield you from danger. Make friends with your local fucking Klansmen. I don't care. If you can't leave and your safety is the concern, do it. Tolerate these people. You have to. It's for your safety.
Pilot program was designed to help feed migrant families.
Sorry, I forgot this too. If you are trying to move to a different state, Rainbow Passage is a established to help LGBTQ individuals escape legislative oppression through the U.S. One thing that has become clear, whether they merely need a 3-month period to get back on their feet with new resources in a new region, or they're looking for a long road measures upward more than a year, we aim to provide much needed resources. They will try their best to help you move. I will link them in the chat now, and it's also linked in the YouTube description of the video, of the live VOD. After stream, I'm going to record essentially the same thing I'm saying now, of like, how can you protect yourself, what you should be worrying about, and post that as like a full video. I'm just going to do that at the end because I'm going to turn chat off. You'll also be able to find it on that link as well. So again, it's all of you, all of the groups that are most in danger should be our number one priority to try and help, but take care of yourselves because you're all in danger. And I know a lot of you aren't going to believe that this is real. And I hope you're right, but I don't think you are. All right, let's switch to chess like I promised. I guess. I'm not sure Oh yeah, and learn how to use a gun. That's about it for today. News-wise. Just double-checking Twitter now before I switch to chess entirely. Anyone want to play against me, or am I playing a PC? I just want to make sure there's nothing else super important to cover before we move on. Well, apparently someone made $50 million betting on Trump on Polymarket. Disgusting. Washington State has passed this, or rather said this: Washington is ready. Washington leaders have acted to protect Washingtonians from federal efforts to roll back rights and block progress. The SHIELD law protects those who exercise reproductive freedoms and provide gender-affirming care. Stockpile of mifepristone will preserve access to the most widely used form of abortion. Then My Health, My Data Act safeguards health data, including abortion and gender-affirming care. Climate action. Okay, cool. I mean, none of this is going to really matter, I don't think, but at least they're trying. I am glad to see the resistance of sanctuary states as the idea of that returning. Also, I want you guys to understand, for the next couple of weeks, the strategies that we will need to be employing are going to change. This morning, when I was talking to PV, the idea was still advocate for people to join the Democratic Party and change it from the inside out. And I still think you should, for as long as it is possible. If you want to make positive change, go and run for your local office, run for your school board, run for your state legislature, run for Congress. The Democrats suck. Make them suck less. AOC doesn't suck. We did that last time Trump won. If we still have the ability to fight legislatively, do it. But you need to do it. No one's going to come save us. No one will. We live in a fascist society now. This is what has happened. For as long as we have the power to fight back, use it. Go and make some change. Try. Because no one else will. That's what I need you all to understand, is we become complacent and we watch politics from the outside. And things happen that are bad for all of us, and we don't learn our lesson. Trump wasn't good for America in 2016. Most Americans didn't like Trump. His approval rating was in the 30s. And that was before COVID. But Donald Trump still would have won in 2020 if not for COVID. Joe Biden only won because of that. I'm sure of it. It has to be a statistical anomaly. People want populism, and people want money. They want their wages to go up. They want things to cost less. And now the very opposite of that is going to happen. So we can use this. It is an opportunity if we use it correctly. And unfortunately, a lot of us are going to get harassed. Again, the your body, my choice, the rape threats, we're going to put the text that black people are getting saying, oh, you've been assigned to this plantation. This stuff is going to continue because that's what Donald Trump brings to the world. Whether you voted for Donald Trump and you like this or not, you are responsible for cleaning it up. Please don't give up. Don't tune out. This is it. We're at the ledge. If you tune out, there's no hope at all. None. We will be Nazi America for at least a generation. Nazis didn't last very long, right? World War II. But that doesn't mean it's going to happen here. The people in charge are not the idiots anymore. It's very clear to see, based on even just the rhetoric of since the election ended, is that the people in charge are the capital class, the billionaires who all funded this. J.D. Vance and Elon Musk and Peter Thiel are in charge now. American bigotry is getting supercharged by yes, but that's the thing, is it's not even Trump that's supercharging it. It's the media environment that got Trump elected. Nothing mattered for this election other than the economy, but everything else on top of it was added by social media. The things that influenced American voters on election day were all things that were much more prominent online, not TV media. Fox News barely made a difference. It's all social media now. It's Aiden Ross, it's Andrew Tate, it's Matt Walsh, it's Nick Fuentes. It's these people have turned America further to the right, but a lot of them are aware that these are bad people. They just think that these bad people are required to break the system that is not working for them so that a better system could be built. They are confident that the bad people are only just the bad apples. There's only a minority of them. The rest of MAGA isn't this way. That the good things that they believe are going to happen are going to happen. And in the case that they do, the not going to happen case, but I will happily concede and say I was wrong. But in the case that they are incorrect, there's two possible roads for someone who is in the right, both socially, both electorally, and mentally. Two options. If everything that we on the left said comes true, they can either recognize that this is horrible, feel bad about it, and then want to do something about it. They can feel shame and then anger and then resentment and action. That is an option. The second option is it is too painful to process, which is a thing most Americans have trouble with, sitting with difficult and uncomfortable feelings and not pushing them away, not distracting yourself with another input, not taking drugs or drinking to make that bad feeling go away. We're not born with this ability. This is a thing it's a skill that you have to work on. And because most Americans struggle with this specifically, it is important that when they realize that they were wrong, that we are compassionate and use that one chance that we're going to get. It's the only one to bring them over to our side. It's that emotional vulnerability is the only chance, because if we fail here, they will double down again, as they usually do, but we'll never get another chance. Reality is shifting as we speak. Facts, knowledge are being rewritten as we speak. Be aware. Know what you're doing, know what you're saying, know the law, know as it's changing. Pay attention. It's your best defense. Awareness. Hello, Lord Fluffy Art. Oh my goodness, fucking YouTube chat. I don't even know why I let them on my screen. Protect each other. Make friends. Talk to your neighbors. I cannot stress this enough. I really cannot. Every time there is a tragedy, a catastrophe, community gets people through it. Look at what happened in the South just with Hurricane Helene and Milton. There were people that hated each other that were working together to prep for the hurricane, build back afterward. Like, I hope that you are correct, Tyler. I don't think that you are. I hope that you're able to live with I hope you're able to live with yourself if everything we said comes true instead of what you think comes true. By the way, just since you're here, I want to ask you a question. I promise I'm not coming at you. I just want to know what you think about this. What do you think about this? Please tell me. What do you think about put that everywhere? Steve Bannon admits the Project 2025 agenda is real. What do you think about this? Do you know what Project 2025 is? Tyler? I'm just asking. Curious. Do you know what this is? I know that you probably don't believe that it's real, but I'm sure you've heard of it. But do you know what's in it? Do you know what it includes? I need you to tell me. I need to know. This is very, very important. Yeah, it literally was. No, they said it was. Are you okay with them banning pornography, Tyler the Flower? Because that's kind of page 1 on Project 2025. Are you okay with them banning condoms as well? Are you okay with ethnic cleansing, for one? Are you okay with your food getting incredibly more expensive? So you are okay with all of this. Why? So no porn, okay. Fine, whatever. Enjoy your fascist hellscape. I'm not gonna ban you or anything, actually. I'm gonna let you stay. Fair enough, Moper. I know he's trolling. I know. But he hasn't, look, likely trolling. Yes, I am actually okay with the current state of degeneracy, you fucking Nazi. You do realize that social degeneracy is just Nazi rhetoric. There is no such thing. You're more degenerate than anything else. Although, you know what? Fuck it. I said I was going to keep you around, but I don't want to deal with this. So, bye. Come back tomorrow. Trump didn't listen to Bannon. Okay, well, how about instead of Bannon, I can give you Matt Walsh instead. Literally just, ha ha ha, we lied, you fucking idiots. Now that the election is over, I think we can finally say that, yeah, Project 2025 is the agenda. LOL. The little fucking lol at the end as if this is just funny to him. They lied to you, straight to your face. And again, people still don't believe me that this is real. Still don't believe that this is real. You guys still don't believe that they're going to not pass the omnibus bill. You guys don't believe that they're not going to build the camps. Again, just watch this stream from the very beginning. We're going to play chess in a second, by the way. Anyone who wants to play chess with me, at me right now, because I'll figure out a ways that I could play against one of you. But first, I just want to show all these people that weren't here before what's happening. I'm so sorry, you guys. This is America now.
You're totally not pressed. The feel when we control your bodies. Hey, bitch, we control your bodies. guess what? Guys win again, okay? Men win again.
It's much worse. It gets pretty bad. I'm not gonna watch the rest of it. Please don't Fed post, but this is everywhere now. Everywhere. Everyone is getting it. Harassment is off the charts. And by the way, none of you are ever getting laid again. Not by a woman, at least. I'm sorry. Funniest thing on Twitter is how many right-wing idiots are outing themselves for not knowing what Nazi means by defending themselves, saying, I'm Jewish, I don't hate Jews. I know. You know what's even funnier is all of the, again, I said this earlier, the Zionists that became part of the Trump crowd, all like celebrating, all like, yes, Trump is going to protect Israel. And then Trump's base in their chat, like, fuck out of here. Well, yeah, Nick Fuentes is a Nazi, but the thing is, he's not the only one. I am seeing this message regularly. Other people are too. Go on TikTok and just scroll for a bit. You'll get some. You'll get people's videos talking about it. Go read the comments on some like tweets, on some videos, on some TikToks. It's everywhere. The your body, my choice line, literally everywhere. And again, women respond to this saying, oh, we're never going to fuck men again. And then they get rape threats in response to this. It's scary. I'm scared. You should be too. You should be scared, but don't lose hope. I have to keep trying to balance the doomer and the you need to continue to fight. Incels trying not to well, like, that's it. Like, that's the thing though. Because of what's happening right now, we're gonna have a lot more incels. The male loneliness epidemic gonna go off the charts. And as a result of that, we're gonna have more instances of domestic terrorism. We're gonna have more instances of domestic terrorism anyway, but who knows, maybe because they're all in charge right now, we might not. But the incels will. We're still gonna have a bunch of shootings. You're gonna see them less and less on the news as well. Remember the last thing that Donald Trump said in his very last rally before the election? The main big thing of that rally was, I don't care if you shoot the media. He has threatened essentially all of the news media, like endlessly, with threats of violence towards them, threats of prosecution. He hates the media. So they're all fucking terrified, as they should be. And some of them might get to keep their jobs, but we're not getting truth easily anymore. If you're on Twitter, good luck, because the Explore feature, where you would get, a lot of these headlines, are much less accurate than they were a day ago for the left. It'll give news about, Trump that's good. Obviously, anytime you open one of these, a lot of the posts will be right-wingers. But now even just the categories, the titles of the stories that are making the cut are absolutely being herded by their algorithm to avoid a lot of the stuff that's coming out about Donald Trump. Pay attention to everything. I mean it. It's your life is on the line right now. All of yours. Your lives are on the line. And honestly, whether I'm wrong or not doesn't fucking matter, because this happens in 2 months. Prepare, and if I am wrong, well, now you have some new friends and some new skills and are ready for the, Trump golden age. You'll be ahead of all of the losers. If I am right, you might get to live. It's that simple. I know you're afraid. I have listed a couple ways that you can keep yourself safe in this stream multiple times. I'm going to make a video in a minute. A lot of other people in the stream have also given good ideas on how to protect yourself, on how to protect your community, on what you can do just in general. I'm repeating myself over and over and over again today, but I'm doing that because this is a message that really needs to get drilled into your head. In regards to advocating for possible good in the future, we'll get there, and give the left maybe like a week to regroup, see what way the tides are, headed, where's the wind blowing, and figure out what is the best, next step. Again, as I said, our goal as the left politically should be to protect as many of the at-risk groups as possible. It reminds me of India with Modi. Modi made slide threats against Muslims in India, and that's kind of the point. What's coming next is the purge of dissidents, which is why I'm saying make sure you have your IDs, you have a passport that is current, go renew it. And if you are going to be involved in politics, rhetoric, discussion, whether you are in the center, whether you are on the left, if you are not MAGA and you don't want people to know your identity, if you don't want to receive harassment, make sure that your name is not connected to your profiles. Make sure your picture is different. Make an alt if you need to. Delete your profile and make another one if you need to. This goes doubly for queer people and doubly for immigrants that are either documented or undocumented. Because again, denaturalization is on the table. In fact, try and make sure that any record of you not being a citizen is difficult at worst to find. Stephen Miller. Yes, we start a new denaturalization project under Trump in 2025, expected to be supercharged. They will take your citizenship away. If you were an immigrant, legal or not, they can do it. They will do it. If you were, the examples that were given is if you are a legal born citizen, but your parents are illegal immigrants, your citizenship is gone. If you came into the country 20 years ago as a citizen, they'll take it away from you. If they find out, hide it. No more birthright citizenship. Covered that a little while ago as well. This is what has happened now. Accept it, learn how to live in it, engage with it, and continue one step at a time. I'm dead serious. If any of you fucking tune out, you're as good as dead. We're all as good as dead if you stop paying attention. After every election, so many people tune out. And this time, just like in 2016, you will be very tempted. I will be very tempted. We were watching just the mainstream media speak earlier, and it was giving me brain damage. Do not tune out. Small issue. My mom is a neocon Trump supporter. I doubt I could ever convince her to get me a passport. You don't need to convince her to get you a passport so you can leave. Ask for a passport. When you're talking to these people in person, you should be empathetic, compassionate, appeasing. You need to make them feel like they're in charge, but lead the conversation. As in, you want a passport not because you want to leave, but because you're an American citizen and you're proud of it. I don't know, turn into a Trump supporter in front of your mother if it helps you. If it helps you protect yourself, pretend to be one of them. We covered before the election, there's a congressman on the Dem side who has an insurrectionist costume in his office in case he needed it again. Use their rhetoric to blend in. Hide. Complain about communists every now and again. If you're queer and you live in a community that is not safe for you, and whether you pass and they don't know or whether they do because you've made friends with them, occasionally you got to throw in bullshit that makes you sound like you're on their side. Just complain about communists, complain about the leftists. You need to blend. Camouflage. This is how groups that have been in danger, like LGBT groups, women, black people, immigrants, have always survived in times like this. When you are being persecuted, your strongest defense is the fact that they need to find you. And your best tool for that is that the people around you will prevent that. You want to be Anne Frank. You want to be able to do that. You want to make friends with enough neighbors that no matter what, in an emergency situation, whether it's a weather emergency, whether it's Nazis showing up to town, whether it's a shooter, whether it's a health emergency, you want to be able to go and knock on a neighbor's door and know that they will be there to help you. At least one of them, one of your neighbors, confident that someone will care enough to help. But you have to make that happen. I thought we were going to play chess. Whatever. I guess I'm going to play against a computer because no one wants to play against me. Y'all are going to make fun of me because I'm bad, but we'll give it a go. Oh, actually, hold on. Sorry, I got to sign in. Feel free to ask questions while I play as well. What are the chances of Trump trying to revoke all of the passports that get issued after he won? None. But if you want a new passport, get on it right now, because there's a good chance that they're not going to pass the budget bill when that comes up in December, I believe. And that just kind of kills the government right there. There will be no, you won't be able to go get a passport after that because the office that you would go do that in doesn't exist anymore. The workers aren't getting paid. There is a very good chance that this occurs even before Donald Trump takes the presidency. So if you need documents changed, do them now. If you are trans, again, I cannot stress this enough. Every single document you can think of, change your gender on it. They will find you. Don't forget your social security. Go read the Aaron Reed thread that I showed you guys, and go follow her. She will give you useful advice. If you are an immigrant, again, hide everything. You know an immigrant? No, you don't. They lived there their entire life. You know queer people? No, they're straight. What are you fucking talking about? It's AI. It's fake news. Say whatever you need to say and don't die. And in the meantime, while you do that, we're going to figure out what else we can do. We need to wait and see what they're going to do. Just today, the messaging has been in each and every direction, all around. Nothing matters. Nothing is, you can't tell what's true because they're giving us multiple options of what they could do, which is on purpose, by the way. They're trolling. They're having fun. Who knows? Okay, chess. I suppose I should change. That's fine. Time controls. Okay, I've never played timed chess before. All right, I'm not good, so give it a go. Hey, all right. I thought I was gonna be going first, but I'm not. I know. I thought I was gonna be white, is all. I mean it though, guys. Make friends. Join a community. It will protect you more than a lot of other things will. Talk to strangers and do it now before it gets worse. While you still have the environment in which you can. Do it now. Don't delay. And I don't mean to sound like a doomsday prepper. Again, some of you don't believe this is going to happen. And if that is the case, then good for you. But this could happen. Be prepared. You don't want to be you don't want a hurricane to show up a category 5 and you had no idea it was coming. That's all I mean. Oh, an interesting choice. I am black. I was going to cancel, but now I'm thinking about taking this guy, because if I take... There's nothing that could... Yeah, okay. Deportation it is then, exactly. No, honestly, like, these jokes are how we cope. It's fine. And I said earlier, you know, if you want to engage in political messaging online, if you want to fight the you know, the impending fascist takeover. What the fuck? I was supposed to cast. Oh my god, that was a queen, not a king. Jesus Christ. Okay. Told you, I'm not good at chess and I haven't played in a very long time. I could still win this though. Cool. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna go for it. Take out the rook. I don't care. Because I want to go this way or that way. I really... Fuck, this shit sucks, guys. It really does. You're all so fucked and so are we. This doesn't end. Oh yeah, and by the way, like, I wasn't really paying attention when I started the game, which I should have been doing. It doesn't matter, I'll play another one after this. Warm-up game. It's like pool. I suck in my first game, and then I start getting better in my second game, and then third game I'm kicking ass. That was a bad idea. Well, I might as well just take the knight then. I'm gonna lose the bishop. Really, none of you have any questions for me on, like, you know, what can we do? How do I not die? I was expecting more. Because liberals are fucking stupid. That's why. It's that simple. Dumb liberals. They thought that playing to the base of support and focusing on social issues and emotional issues, and by the way, she did run a decent campaign. Like, as well as she could have under those circumstances, she did. It just wasn't anywhere near enough. What won this election was people are poor, they're angry, their wages haven't gone up, they're sick and tired of a system that has existed and done nothing to benefit them for a long time now. And because of this, they voted to either A, break the system, or B, for the person that they perceived the most likely to help them financially. I think in that case, Lord Fluffy Art, your best chance of convincing your father that you need a passport is, like, you need to find a reason that makes sense to them. Can I just, like, start a new game? There we go. I lost this one. Cool. One loss. Let's try again. I guess I go first this time. Let me brainstorm some ideas. Let's think about, like, why could you... Everyone, chat, help brainstorm for Lord Fluffy Art. What are some good reasons that you might need to go and get a passport? That doesn't sound like lib shit for the people who will not be receptive. Well, yeah, actually, it is a good piece of ID. Say you want to have it ready so that you can vote next time. Or, I don't know, fuck. Make some shit up. Honestly, hold on, make some shit up. Think of an idea of something that you say that you're going to be a part of, that you're going to do. I don't know, make it something that he likes, an idea that he's in favor of. And say that that's what you're planning to do. And instead of doing anything with it, just get the passport. You don't have to actually do anything. Lie. Lie for the benefit of having a passport. You don't need to really even make sense, honestly. It doesn't particularly matter. Yeah, prove citizenship. Say that you're worried that in case of an emergency, like I don't know what part of the country you live in, but a weather emergency that is appropriate to the part of the country that you live in, and that you're worried that, I don't know, that the liberals like fucked with your IDs, and that I don't know, that your driver's California, all right? So you're worried about fires, and you're worried that you might need your passport in case like something really bad happens in California, like weather. All right, I don't know, who gives a shit? These people are all insane. How do you convince an insane person of a sane position is a really good challenge. I'm trying here to help figure out how to do this. Okay, well, if he's a Kamala supporter, then that makes this a little bit easier. Passport reasons for a Kamala person. Does your dad not believe that the right is going to do a lot of what they said? Just out of curiosity, is that why he doesn't think it's necessary? Is there no Kingside Castle right now? Are you kidding me? Like, if your dad believes that, like, Project 2025 is real, for example, that makes this easy. Yeah, literally, exactly. Astra Lunaria. It is... Okay, well, you can show your dad this. Just show him this. I'm sure he knows who Steve Bannon is. And then we were halfway through this, honestly. We never finished it. And then, I don't know, like, ask him to watch, like, a piece of this video. Just, like, be like, hey, Dad, just do this for me. I don't know. Maybe it'll work. I hope it does. I really hope, really, really, really hope it does work. Curiouser and curiouser. I have many options of how I could do. I'm in the in the process of getting a passport too. Good. Make sure you get it like now. Also, change your gender marker on every ID that you can. Do not forget your social security. Here's a link for you for an excellent resource. Where is she? Where is Erin Reed? Here we go. Read this thread. Follow this person if you're on Twitter. If not, go, like, she has her own page, her Substack. Read what she says. She is the best way that I've kept track of all the legislation that they keep passing. And stay safe. I've listed quite a lot of things that you could possibly do to stay safe earlier before as well. And if you're trying to move from a red state to somewhere safer, Rainbow Passage, also linked in the video description on YouTube. They are a nonprofit that will help you move. It's not that you should be worried. It's that you're not, like, you might need a passport. They might just fail and collapse. You want a piece of federal, like a photo ID with your name on it. Like, you know what I mean? It's important to have something like this. It's un-American to not have a passport. It really kind of is, even. Most countries in the world require you to keep your passport on you. You're welcome, Astrolunaria. I just, I want as few people as possible to suffer. That too. You want resources that are useful to you. And I'm not joking about make friends with your neighbors. I know a lot of you are probably young and fucking hate talking to strangers. And, like, I feel that. I understand. That's a vibe. You need to get over that right now. Strangers are your best protection. Especially for those of you who are not white or men. Are we really going to do a queen for a queen swap? Okay, I guess. Huh. Are we going to do a swap? Ah. I see. I see. I see. I wonder if you had before to grab it. I see. Do I don't know if I should do C4 or C6 here. Tell your dad that they're going to defund the Department of Education. You don't get to go to high school anymore unless you go to a private school. No, you don't. Just a U.S. citizen. You can do it online or at a post office. It's not cheap, but it's important to have one. And plus, like, a lot of states made it like you need a passport to vote anyway. But yeah, I don't know. Tell your dad they're going to defund the Department of Education. It's literally on their list of shit to do, so it's not a lie. It's not untrue by any measure. It's money. It's $500 for a 10-year passport. See, I'm doing better in this game than I did the first time around. Gotta have that warm-up game. Any of you want to play me, because this is like multiplayer, you could play me. You could have, in fact, the pleasure of beating me at chess. Let me see if I can make that a, No, I can't make that a power-up reward thing? Okay, whatever. Sure, sure, sure. I suck at chess too. It's not meant to be, like, to win. It's for fun. I don't know if I should put him in check or if I should, save my rook. You can't put someone in check while you're in check, can you? No, you can't. I have no idea what Path of Titans is. None at all. Zero clue. I'd love to take that rook, but that's not going to happen today. What will happen is that. Wait, hold on. I think this is checkmate. No, never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind. Never mind. It's almost checkmate. I come here. You're gonna go down there to put me in check. I think I got this. King goes here. Oh, never mind, actually. That was a different strategy. Well, in that case... Don't have me in check. I literally just made an account. If you take that, then your queen's dead, so you're not going to take that rook. You're going to try and trap me by going here. So if I go here... I talked about this a little bit earlier. I'm going to make a full video on it after stream. But some of the things you can do, again, is talk to your neighbors, make friends in your community. Oh, I guess I won. What? How did I lose? Oh, I took too long to answer. Whoopsie. Okay, well, I'll answer your question before we play another game. Cheeseburger Merv, do you want to play? Because I'm down. Astrolunaria. Things you can do as a LGBT person to protect yourself is kind of blend in, is the base idea. But I would recommend, if you are mentally in a position where you can safely own a gun, buy a gun, learn how to use it. You have the right to defend yourself. You might need to. You need to make friends not only with your neighbors, but your whole community, with the police officers in your community, with the fire department in your community. I don't care if you don't like them. You need to become Anne Frank, because if they come for you, that's what's going to help you. And also, just generally, I've been saying, I always say this anyway, even before like the election, is you should be able to turn to a neighbor in a time of crisis and be confident that at least one of your neighbors will help you. That's important anyway. But on top of this, I would make sure that all of your IDs have your correct gender marker. If you're trans, if you are gay or bi, or a lesbian, just gay and lesbian, same diff to me, is shut up about it. I'm sorry, you have to now become invisible. Back in the closet. It is a danger to your health and safety to advertise, at least on your profiles that have your personal name, email address, your face attached to it, unless you're prepared for harassment and you want to participate in politics, then do it. And, at that point, you know how to do it safely. But if you're just a regular person, delete whatever account is attached to like your old email address that you've had since you were a child. You want to have a lack of physical records, of digital records that they can access. Or in this case, considering you can't really get rid of digital records, you want to make it confusing and difficult for them to find this information. You can use the rhetoric that they use against you as a self-defense mechanism as well. If you are not trans, you're just queer, let's say, and you're being harassed for being gay, it's fake news. They made it up. This is AI. I don't know. They have a photo of you. It's not real. Nothing is real. Deny, deny, deny. You can use the same tactics that talk like Donald Trump when you're getting harassed to the other people. Because A, they don't know how to respond to this. B, it confuses them. C, it brings the temperature down, actually. If you start being like them, not rude, do not in person slur them or anything. If you're online, go for it. But in person, you want to appear as if you align with their beliefs and that you're not too different. That's what I mean. Go learn, go look at right-wingers talk. Go watch a video of Tim Pool and read his community chat. And it's awful. I'm so sorry that you have to do this, but you have to learn how to blend in. And this goes the same for immigrants, whether you came here legally, whether you were an illegal immigrant, whether you were born here and you had illegal immigrant parents. Did get my dad to agree to get a gun. So your fucking father is okay with you, a person who has not graduated high school, getting you a gun and teaching you how to use it, but not giving you a passport? I'm sorry, your father's cooked. Yeah, so if you're trans, if you're already transitioning and you're on hormones, go see your doctor ASAP. Ask for another supply in case there are disruptions. There will be. Go find your local LGBTQ organizations, advocacy groups, aid networks. Go become familiar with them. Learn who the people are. Make friends. And ask them how they can help you. Ask them what that you should be worried about. They have had this idea, these contingency plans for this for months. They know this was coming. This was coming whether Trump won or not. So that's quite important. If you live in a red state, if you can, move to a blue state. Again, I posted an organization that helps relocate. If you can afford to leave the country, leave the country. Go to Australia. Come here. Australia's nice. We have our own election next year that we're probably gonna fuck up, but we're not anywhere near as bad as America with the trans shit. Most Australians honestly cannot be fucked to harass anybody. They're chill and they want to drink. As long as you live in like a city, you're fine here. At least for the time being. If you can't, do Australia, there's Norway, Finland. They've said that they are willing to accept some people from the United States that are fleeing persecution. Ask these organizations and stay in a community. Your mental health depends on you, A, not zoning out and giving up, and B, not being alone. So you're here. You can stay here. If you find a community you like better, go there, but don't zone out, don't tune out, and don't try and go it alone. Find people now before the Reich actually rises that you can trust. Build trust with people around you so that when the atmosphere inevitably becomes one of it's difficult to trust people around you, then you at least have some people to lean on. And that's kind of all I have for the moment. As well as like the advice that I gave the general people, like that anyone, whether you're in a risk group or not. In response to me not being someone who has graduated, I know you're 17. That's what I meant. Like you're 17 years old and your dad is okay with giving you a gun but not giving you a passport. At least I live in Florida, certified garbage. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry that you live in Florida. I know it's not like it's your expense. Don't be sorry. Just fuck, guys. A lot of bad shit's gonna happen. Pay attention to people like me, to people like Hassan, to people like Vosh. Pay attention to anyone and everyone that is trying to make a difference because we don't have much time. And obviously none of it, like this is not going away. Most of us will be just fine. We're just all gonna struggle a bit. Financially, all of you, save money right the fuck now. Stop smoking, stop drinking, stop go through your bank records and find subscriptions that you forgot to cancel. Cancel them. Look for subscriptions that you don't necessarily need but want. Cancel them. It is about to get really fucking rough, guys. Like incredibly. No, see that's the thing, Lord Fluffy Art. I'm not sure that he's gonna last all that long. I feel like a guy who is difficult to control and is keen to say things that might ruin the plans of the benevolent overlords at the very top might not be the ideal puppet for them, so to say. JD Vance, however, we shall see. They might not. They might just let the guy get his last 4 years. He might die of a heart attack tomorrow or a stroke. He's like ancient and his body, the inside of his body must look like a nuclear reactor that hasn't been like cleaned out, that's been running for 50 years nonstop. Just muck and gunk and dirt and radioactive glowing shit. So who knows? Trump is sundowning bad. He's just going to rage tweet and golf. Exactly. He's not the one in charge. He's not making the decisions. But understand how bad it's going to get. And again, I know a lot of people here don't believe that Project 2025 is real. Vance called him Hitler. But Vance wasn't MAGA at the time. That's the thing. This is what I've tried to explain, in that it's not difficult for someone to get radicalized. Just a few years ago, not all that long, in the span of things, even just 2020, JD Vance wasn't a Nazi. He's a Nazi now. It doesn't take much when social media, especially for men, but generally overall, is filled with racism, misogyny, dog whistles. It's coded to show up everywhere. They have infiltrated content creators across the left, the center, the right, the non-politics related. Look at like any really thing that's aimed at men, but even stuff that's not directly aimed at men, like comic books, like movie analysis, Marvel analysis YouTube channels. Half of them are Hitler. No, Vance is doing it because he's being paid to do it. It's JD. It's not JD Vance is owned by Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is another South African billionaire like Elon Musk. It's those two. It's their friends. It's the other billionaires. Vance is also the puppet. He's not smart. He's not special. He is just easy to control. He's quiet. He looks like a what their idea of an American leader, at least after they made him lose some weight and grow a beard. Figurehead. Behind the scenes, we're being run by people like Elon Musk. He literally is in the government. Peter Thiel, who, by the way, owns the Poly Market and is responsible for Poly Market ads showing up even in leftist communities. And like, look at TYT. Damn, my grandfather was right about 2025. What did your grandfather say about 2025? Exactly. He gets to be, like, it's not even the president. He's the Fuhrer, guys. Come on, let's be real here. But this is not Nazi Germany. That's not what they're producing. Welcome to neo-feudalism. If you don't know what that means, go Wikipedia it. That is what they're building. And again, I'm going to stress this because I actually think this is going to happen. And I'll put some salt on it for you guys as well. I was wrong about where the election was going to go. I thought we would win. I thought the polls were wrong, that they were being herded, that America was going to show up and vote for Kamala Harris. I was right about the polls being wrong and then them being herded, but I was not right about the outcome of the election. But I need you to understand that there is a very real possibility that everything breaks down before he even takes office. Literally. Hold on, when is this due? Give me a second. Here we go. I think this would be it. Just need a date. God damn it. So they passed it, but here we go. December 20th. This could just happen on December 20th, where they had the spending bill, the budget for the US government, the debt ceiling. There was the omnibus. Remember just a month ago, really, it looked like there was going to be a government shutdown and we were going to blame it on the Republicans. They said, okay, fine, we'll sign the thing, but only until after the election. We'll look back on it in December. We said yes, and we continued funding the government up until December. December 20th is when this bill comes back up onto the floor. Now, if they vote for this, the government runs as usual. There are credible rumors that this was actually the secret Mike Johnson and Donald Trump had, in that they're just not going to pass the bill. They're not going to fund the government. They're not going to increase the debt ceiling. They're going to default on the U.S. budget. And if this occurs, goodbye to all of your government programs. Nothing left. No Medicare, no Social Security, no Medicaid, nothing. You will have the police still functioning. You will have the Pentagon still working and Congress still working. You will still be paying them taxes. You will get nothing out of it. There will be no bureaucrats, no tax office you can go to. There will be no county clerk. State governments are affected by funding from the federal government. So if a state government is competent enough that they somehow manage to balance their taxing to make it work, maybe, but I don't think they're going to get a choice, guys. I don't think the state government, I don't think we have state governments anymore, realistically, at that point. I think if that occurs, if they do this, if they don't pass this bill and they default on the like U.S. debt, America's over. This is a different country now, because all of our systems of governance have now changed. In a case of the government is no longer funding anything, that means a lot of the courts are gone too. Not all of them, some of them. That means social services entirely gone. National parks gone. EPA gone. Well, no, because this is Project 2025. They want to do all this stuff anyway. This is just them all getting to do it quickly and fast. It is very likely that they're going to do this. This is literally, this is just speed run Project 2025. And then afterward, they'll just like tweak it to do exactly like the perfect way that they wanted to, rather than having to go through the government and do it in front of everybody. They're just gonna pay for it. If they do this, America's done. Now, you are all still obviously in America, and you're still going to live, and you'll not, like, it's not the end of the world, okay? It's really, really bad, but I'm being honest with you. You're probably okay for the time being. But it's like a lot of people are going to suffer, guys. This is why I'm telling you to go get your documents now, like today, while you're watching my stream. Because if you don't, you might not be able to again. The offices won't exist. Again, like, read Project 2025. It's 900 pages. I'm sorry, but read it. Mandate for leadership document. Here you go. Understand what they are going to do and how to protect yourself. If you don't feel like reading it, is that I still have that Leisure Miller video? Yeah, here we go. This is a good resource. This is a year ago, though. And remember, like, this is just what they wrote down. They've been lying to our faces this entire time. They lied about this for months. So many Republicans didn't know this was real. Still, there are people that don't believe it's real. Maybe they're trolling when they say, "Oh yeah, that was the plan all along." They're not trolling. That was the plan all along. They lied to you, and they're laughing about it. Educate yourselves, guys. Shit's scary. Also, food and everything gonna get very expensive very quickly. It's already happening. The tariffs that haven't even been passed yet, but companies are preparing for them. It was always the plan. It's been leading up to this since Reagan. Kinda, yeah. This is neo-feudalism. No, they are trying to be evil morons, not trying not to be. Another thing that I recommend all of you do, while we have the internet that we have before Elon Musk makes everything like Twitter, learn how to fix things in your home. If you're 17, do that. You'll have an easier time than most like adults will. The younger you are, the easier it is to pick up a new skill. Go on YouTube, look up how to fix things. Look up how electronics work. Look up how pipes work. Fix your car, I guess. But like I was gonna say, pick an appliance in your house. Just walk around, pick one, and Google how to fix this. Read it. Do you have a printer? Print it. Archive fucking everything. Download every video that you care about, that you want to have access to. Like, I'm not saying the internet's going away. It probably isn't, honestly, but prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Download the links if you are in the political sphere and you have source documents of like I do of Twitter posts. Download them, save them. You need to make sure that you know what you need to know, just in case. Get some basic like downloads at the very least, like printouts of how to basically grow food. Not to say that you're going to need to grow food. I don't think you will. I honestly don't think most of you can, but you might want to try. Download it, just in case you can't find it. They could make the internet so difficult to find any real information. They could make everything AI. They have control of the entire government. They can do whatever the fuck they want. So think about this and think about the things that we take for granted and A, learn an appreciation for them, regardless of whether this happens or not, it's good for you. But B, we don't want to be complacent and then be useless at a time where nothing will help us other than ourselves. No one will help us other than ourselves because they can't. And again, not to say that you shouldn't ask others for help. Again, talk to your neighbors, make friends, community, big help. But if it's shit like finances, no one's going to give you money, especially not when everybody can't afford food anymore because they deported 80% of the population that works in agriculture. Family, yes. If your family are Trump supporters, I'm fucking sorry. Pretend to be okay with it. Don't start arguments with them. Don't, though, if it's your family and they're not insane, don't make it like, don't pretend that you're one of them yet. Like I said, to do with strangers, because your family is your easiest bet of convincing them that it's their own actions that caused the consequences that you're all living in. With your family, if they're really fucking toxic, cut them off, leave, and make sure that they have no way to trace you down, because people are insane. These cultists can be crazy, especially like you, Astra Lunaris, because like we know how right-wingers treat their kids anyway, when they don't fit into the mold. Don't freak out. Stay calm. You're going to live through some difficult times, but you're going to be okay if you stick with community. Do not freak out. Stay calm. Do what you need to do. You're going to get a gun, aren't you? You're going to learn how to use a gun. If they come to bring you, you're not going to bring, you're white. Why would they bring you to a camp? Like, that's what I mean. Like, you're probably fine for a while. Astra Lunaris, I'm genuinely sorry. Are you close to them, like in physical vicinity? Do you live in the same state? Do you have any family members that you can maybe ask for help from or something? You're a queer socialist. All right, yeah, okay, fair enough. Then shoot whoever comes and takes to put you in the camp. That's all I'm gonna say. You're an American. If they're coming into your house, you have the right to defend yourself. That's not advocating for violence. So keep the queer and the socialist quiet and you'll be fine, Lord Fluffy Art. I promise you. You're like in the higher risk groups, but you have the ability to camouflage yourself. I feel like maybe. Try your best. Again, like there's nothing concrete that I can tell any of you. This is unprecedented for our history. Most of you have never had to live through anything like this. Maybe if you guys are old enough to remember like 9/11 and the jingoism that came after, close, but no, this is some crazy shit. I live in a mobile home park. We don't technically own our land. No, you're fine. You're fine. You're not high up on the list. You are one of the last places that they will look because they don't think of the poor people, the working class as the evil ones. They think of the rich elites as the evil ones, which is where we can work with them on. It's just, they're unaware. So use misinformation to keep yourself safe. That's all. Just, someone says you're a queer socialist because they saw you say it online. Fake news. It was AI. My mom and my sister are safe. I can depend on them, but yeah, I've cut most of them off. Good. I'm glad you have some people you can, depend on there. Do you live in a red state or a blue state? Do you have the ability or desire to move? Are you afraid for your safety? Do you live in a place where you feel at risk? Because all of these answers, like all these questions and the answers to them depend on the advice that you're going to get. All of you are in vastly different situations. And like, again, I'm not God, I can't fix everything, but I can try and offer some solutions whenever they're possible. I really do think, though, your best bet is make friends with the people that you can't stand. Pretend to join them. Complain about the woke. Complain about other trans people. Pretend that you're not trans. Just Genuinely, these people are stupid. You understand that, right? Like the people who are in like the MAGA cult, like they're out there, like the crazier one. Yes, go to church again. Do that, but not the same church that you went to. I would imagine, not anywhere where people know you. You don't want the implication of you're a queer socialist to come up while you're in a building surrounded by people who will not look kindly on that. If you feel the need and if you feel danger, then yeah, I feel like right now you're probably fine. Also, I guess it depends on what state you live in too, because all of the states are fucked. Move, guys. Just move northeast. Move to a different country. Make friends at church. Yeah, make friends anywhere. Go walk around. Yes, go to church. Go to your recreation center. Go to the police department. Make friends with them too. Make friends with the people most likely to harm you, so that when the rhetoric starts ramping up and they're looking for people to harm, they don't think about you because you're one of them. That's the point. Because otherwise, you're going to end up with a lot. Yeah, I know. No, I know. But from now on, it's not ACAB. It's all lives matter, I guess. Like, we have to use shielding. They're going to come specifically for the dissidents. They've said this. If you are complaining about the society that they're building, they will erase you. Look at what happens in Russia. In fact, I'll find one. There's videos of people who stand outside of the Kremlin with blank signs and get arrested. Expect authoritarian behavior. It's the same in every country. Turkey does this. America's doing it. Germany did it. Russia does it. China does it. North Korea does it. Like, every authoritarian country does it. India does it. Like, you can't control the populace if part of the populace is trying to rile up the populace to not support you, which is why, go underground, stealth, camouflage. And for the time being, don't be annoying. Don't be like a socialist outwardly, and blend in. Help the most people that you can. No, probably not, Lord Fluffy Art. Think about, like, you guys are young, right? Have you guys seen like stuff like Hunger Games, like young adult dystopia novels? You have to behave in a way that's similar to those people. Like the censorship, the people are listening to you. Like, obviously we're not in 1984. Big Brother is watching you though. That's the thing. And now they're all there. They have all of it. So we kind of do have to be a bit more careful with things that we say, things that we post, our accounts. I might need to start using a VPN when I stream, which might mean that I can't multi-stream to YouTube. There are a lot of things that you can do. And obviously I have not listed all of them. Those were just the first things that came to mind, the important things that came to mind, that you can do now and that you should do now. Specifically, things like the IDs, the save money, the prepare mentally, and the make friends. All of those are your first lines of defense. I have a black and blue patch flag. It was free when I bought a backpack. I got pulled over the other day. The cop liked it. The patch, I used it, was camouflaged in my car. Literally, yes, no, I'm not kidding. This is how you're going to protect yourself. You need to, like, manage to hold the line, though. You know what I mean? You can't become MAGA by accident while camouflaging yourself in MAGA to not get... Yeah, exactly. It kind of, yes, but also no. I mean, this is historically what's always happened. This is how people have survived situations like this. You know? I wish I had, like, good news to give you all. I wish I had anything positive to say. If you want to understand how this happened, why this happened, I covered it at the beginning of stream. But it really just comes down to the Democrats are dead. No one wants policy liberalism. No one wants, status quo. America chose to break the wheel, to break the system because they thought it wasn't working for them. Sure, fluffy art. You know, the nice showers that don't spray water but gas instead, maybe. In time. Just be careful, all of you. And don't tune out. I'm not gonna stop saying that. Today has just been me repeating myself clearly. I don't know. I don't have anything else to say. I am also shocked. I did not expect the election to go the way that it did, and I'm still figuring. I understand how this happened, or rather, I understand why this happened, but I do not understand how. I don't know how they did it. How did 12 to 15 million less people go out to vote? I've been to jail. It's not that bad. I'm in Florida. Food sucks, though. Yeah, I'm not talking about jail. Does that counter that? No, I don't think it does. Prison. I'm confused. I'm working with my mom and getting a passport right the fuck now. Thank you. Good for you. I'm glad that you're have an option here. Yeah. Sorry. I don't mean to freak you guys the fuck out, but better be freaked out now when you can do something about it than be freaked out in, I don't know, like a month and a half when you can't do anything about it. I'll take that. You're in check. But then you can go there, away from that. I don't have anything to block you there. God damn it. Yeah, this is reality now. We have to accept that. So we're probably going to go to war with Iran, or maybe not. Who knows? Honestly, at this point, who the fuck knows? Israel is depressing to say, but like you covered a little bit of it, but they're not fucking around. Yeah. It's gonna get so much worse. So much worse. Me too. But we have to be realistic and understand that that is a possibility. That can happen. And is likely to happen. It's not bad right now. I mean, it's bad right now. It's quite bad right now, but how bad can it get? Well, it depends how competently can they manage to fulfill these goals that they've listed, and how competently can they manage to shepherd the thought processes of the American people in a manner in which they don't think about reality anymore. That's really it. It's just how well they manage people's perceptions. My mom supported going into Iraq. She's probably going to support going into Iran. Well, I mean, they lied to get us into Iraq, which is, unsurprising that the support was there because it was based on false information. But Iran is going to be a different story. You guys need to understand something about Iran. Iran is 3 times the size of Afghanistan. Tell your mother this. Tell your mother that Iran is 3 times the size of Afghanistan and is entirely mountains. We got fucked over for 20 years in Afghanistan because they kept running in and out of caves. What do you think is going to happen when we do that in a country that's 3 times bigger, with a real military, with a possible nuclear weapon, likely rather, and the entire country is mountains to the point where, like, you couldn't nuke them to death because they have underground bunkers deep under the mountains. We don't like, it is a not an easy battle. We would win. We would absolutely win a war with Iran. It just wouldn't be a fun war to have. Not to say any are, but what did you just take there? Why can't I Kingside Castle? Won't let me. Why? Well, that was a shitty fucking decision. There's my rook. I think that alternate history hub's a good video. Oh, hold on, 1 second.
Look at how Iraq went. There.
Yeah, they're all right. I've seen their videos before, but they are also very conservative. And be aware of that, because not to say that that is a bad thing on its own. On its own doesn't really mean all that much. The issue that I have here is that they're much more likely to have a change of opinion that is not ideal, so to say, throughout, time as it passes. I'm not allowed to show? Oh, wait, hold on. How is Kingside Castle not allowed at chess? When was I in chess? Oh, that's why. Now I get it. Now, my bad. My bad. Okay. Thank you. I don't even know who that is, and I thank the gods for that. By the way, I'm not good at chess, guys. If you haven't noticed already. I don't know what to do here. Who cares? Like, honestly, they say dumb shit all the time that has no meaning. Most of them don't even believe what they say. And most of what they say isn't even true. Because they're Nazis. You can't be an intelligent Nazi. That's a paradox. Those don't exist. Because to have the ideology of a Nazi, what develops into this is emotional dysregulation, sexual insecurity, and misogyny. Those are the three base factors that everything else gets built on. All of the racism, all of the anti-immigrant, the anti-set, all of that comes from that foundation. And that foundation is built on reactionary ideology. What is reactionary ideology? Well, that's when you don't do critical thinking. There is a input into your brain and an output in your reaction to said input. That is how the majority of Americans make decisions. They feel a thing, and then they act on that feeling and don't think too much deeper into it. That's necessary for the Nazism, and then everything else on top of that. And also, yes, their videos are shit, Lord Fluffy Art, because Nazis don't have creativity. They don't have a soul. To have a, like, my idea, like, first of all, I'm not religious. So when I say soul, it's not like a spiritual thing. But like the soul to me, the essence of being human, is empathy. Without that, you're essentially just not human. If you cannot produce empathy, and I know some people are born that way that they can't, and they're human. It's when you cannot do it naturally and you have no desire to, like full psychopaths. In these cases, they become the ones on stage. But their art is trash. This is why AI art is trash. It's the same reason. In fact, I have said before that I think the idea of AI art is fascist in and of itself. And that might not make sense to some of you, but the reason for that is because of a lack of soul, a lack of creativity. It is just the reason that AI art is essentially fascist in concept is because what it does is amalgamates bits that it believes are the optimal from other people's work and creates its own thing out of it, erasing everything else behind it. It takes what it wants, it puts it together into its narrative, and then everything else doesn't exist anymore. So take that concept and apply it to the art that a fascist would create, what a Nazi would create, someone like Nick Fuentes. It has no soul. It has a lack of. Have you seen like the conservative cartoons that they came out with a couple years back, even just this year, and you've noticed how much they fucking suck? That's why. That's the reason why. The Daily Wire made a adult cartoon. Essentially what they did was they watched a bunch of existing adult cartoons and stole what they believed were the best parts of it, but failed to recognize why the bits that they took were useful to them. Again, stupidity, mental retardation, so to say. The bits that they were using would be things like, it would be like a cutaway gag, like it's Family Guy, except the cutaway gag loses any entertainment value because it's just repeating the joke. It's not an unrelated, or it's not like a visual represent. It's literally just, they just repeat the joke. Whereas like if like you're watching Family Guy, I don't have really many examples of this, but if they do a cutaway gag, the joke isn't the joke that created the cutaway gag. The joke is, I put the video on. It is disgusting, and it's not just him. But the joke in those cutaway ads is not ads, sections rather, are the same joke worded or represented in a massively different way. It is an unrelated, nonsensical variant, but still applies. Whereas fascists like the Daily Wire, when they do it, it's just like if they say a donkey said a thing and it's some stupid joke, right? Family Guy cuts away, the donkey is like driving a car, hits something and then makes a similar joke. This show is just a donkey and it says, I'm a donkey, I can talk. And that's a lack of ability to do more than that. It's just, they're failures. They're all failures in anything creative, because creativity requires a soul. You need to be able to relate to yourself, the world around you, to other people. That's how you create. In fact, as evidence of this, take a look at some of the most popular book series, stories ever written. They were all written in time periods where the authors, people like Tolkien. Again, I'm not even like a Lord of the Rings girl, but I know that the time period was fucked, and fucked time periods lead to amazing art. I know that for a fact. So don't give up on the common good. Don't give up on yourself. Don't stop paying attention. I have to look up this person. You guys got to remember, I'm 29 and I don't like use social media on my free time. So. Oh, I've seen this guy before. I don't think he's a right-winger. Oh, no. Yeah, he is. Well, no, actually, he might not be. Hold on. So, Gillies had a controversial start to his career when he was announced as a newly hired cast member on NBC's sketch comedy series Saturday Night Live, only to be fired 5 days later due to backlash from a 2018 clip in his podcast in which he used an Asian ethnic slur. What did he say? Oh, thank you. Well, I can't show this on stream. I'm not even sure I can have the sound playing, so I have to shut this off for a second, but I'll give you an answer. Yeah, no, this guy is not a right winger. He's an edgelord too. They all think that they're, super not cringe, but they're all very, 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 very much cringe. So it is what it is. These people are all fucking garbage. I agree with Joe Biden. And by the way, don't say this stuff to people that, in real life, human interaction, you have to be nice, like I said, but online, especially if you have like an alt account that doesn't have your name connected, troll the fuck out of these motherfuckers. Be mean to them. Be mean to them in the worst possible ways. It doesn't matter if it's like not ethnically, Jesus Christ, ethically wrong to do what you're doing in a normal circumstance. Don't do it to good people, obviously, but slur these fuckers. Like, you have to make them feel terrible or nothing else will happen. That's the thing. Making them scary makes them happy. Calling them dangerous Nazis makes them feel cool. Calling them weak, pathetic, cringe, they don't like that. Why do you think weird worked so well during the campaign? When Tim Walz called them weird, they're still talking about that. Why do you think Donald Trump didn't shut the fuck up about rally size for the rest of the campaign? Because these are all insecure little losers. That's at least the ones that are harassing you, not not people who voted for Trump in general. I mean the ones harassing you. They're all losers and they're all weak. So be mean to them. Call them like a fag. Call them a Palestinian. Who cares? Reality doesn't matter anymore when you're talking to these people. Yes, I believe so. I've seen that like a long time ago, but I can't quite remember most of the plot. You have to, when dealing with harassment, appear strong. Because if you appear weak, they feed on it. And if you hit them hard right at the bat, like right off the first message that you get, they're more likely to leave you alone. So think of like the worst thing that you could say to somebody and then say it to them if they're harassing you. But you have to remember to do it from their perspective, what they would hate, not what you would hate, not the worst thing someone can say to you. They would enjoy that. And you have to remember that if you're going to, respond to a comment on something and you want to not immediately get like 50 billion Nazis commenting on here. But if I act weak, they'll keep bullying me. Well, I mean, if that's what you want to do, soulless death and despair, you're in the right country for it now. Boy in Nazi Germany has an imaginary friend named Adolf Hitler, meets a Jewish girl, and eventually comes to love her and empathize with her. Interesting story. Maybe I haven't seen that movie. I don't know then. I don't know. I have not seen a lot of movies. I'm actually quite bad at consuming media, considering my job as a content creator. I don't have the attention span to sit there for a 2-hour movie, even like an hour and a half movie. I like TV shows, and I'll sit there and I'll watch like a full season, but I like the fact that every episode Like, well, okay, then good movie. If it makes fun of Nazis and it doesn't make them look good, great. That's the thing with a lot of movies that I dislike about Nazis when they're included, is that they don't sufficiently make them look like losers. When you have these movies, when you have this media that includes things like Nazis, if you don't put in the work to make them look as cringe as possible, some idiot is going to think it's not cringe. There is a good example here in that, look at media, like think of movies or video games that are objectively, as a message, woke, but the right doesn't go after them. There are two reasons why this happens. An example of this would be Avatar: The Last Airbender. I was talking about this with a friend yesterday who'd never seen it. If you've never seen Avatar: The Last Airbender, you need to. Like you really, really need to. It was meant, like, it was created as a children's cartoon, obviously. But the story and the emotional development, the characters, it's not a children's story. It is a children's cartoon, but the themes are very much adult. The main story is genocide, is 100 years of war, is ethnic cleansing, is misogyny, is propaganda. It is a Marxist, like, rhetoric-filled show, all the way through. And never once do right-wingers make fun of it, because A, it's objectively good, and because the Fire Nation, the bad guys, they look pretty cool for the most part, for the beginning of it, from an idiot Nazi's perspective. And that's why the Avatar is goated. That is the exception of the only time a media like this has had a representation of Nazis that Nazis would think look cool, but don't get promoted by Nazis as like, hey, look, you should look at this, like, this good media. They don't recommend it. Why? Because it builds and builds and builds. The Imperial Japan, which is the Fire Nation, gets stronger and stronger, and then they look like fucking insane losers, and they get their asses kicked, and peace and nonviolent, activity, like nonviolent resistance, wins. The story ends in a very good way, from at least my Marxist perspective. Whereas the sequel also builds on that, but then they go to capitalism and that, whatever. But then there's other alternatives, right? There's Transformers Prime is another good example. I think the main villain, who is ridiculously similar to Donald Trump, never seen it. But I have heard that, actually. But at least I saw like a YouTube video thumbnail that said that, at the very least, once. Making them look stupid is an art form. Because if you do it too quickly, then you'll just get all of the, like, you're just the woke left and you get all the criticism. They don't get to look at the story. And most of them never understood it anyway. But the other alternative, the worse alternative, is a video game like Call of Duty. Call of Duty never made the Nazis look good, but it didn't make them look bad. Things like Call of Duty is not a good example. I don't watch Nazi media, but like, I know that this is a fact because I've seen discourse on other video games on the subject, but I can't remember what games they are. Or you gotta make the fascists look stupid. You get my point? My brain is like rotted. I've had like 3 hours of sleep, so apologies if didn't get the point across correctly there. I've thought about this before, and I've been seeing Nazis for over 20 years in media being dripped out, smarter than anyone. It makes me wonder. That's what I mean. It's not a conspiracy in Hollywood. That's just the way that people on the right view Nazis. You guys have to remember that the Nazi movement, like the Nazis in Germany, were inspired by American eugenics. Our eugenics movement is what gave them some of their ideas. So America is filled with Nazis. We didn't denazify. I say this all the time, but if you allow breathing room for Nazis, they multiply. And remember, like, I need to be clear here. I'm saying Nazis because I'm talking about Nazis. I'm not talking about fascists. I'm not talking about Christian nationalists or white nationalists. All of those are problems as well. Every single one of them. But right, like when I say something, I mean that thing. And I want all of you to really like internalize that, because I'm really fucking sick of the discourse of, oh, but you people call everyone Nazis. Obviously, you guys haven't said it. Neither of you, like none of you will, I imagine, but know that for yourself too. Words mean things. We have objective reality as much as the other side of the country wants to pretend that we don't. It does exist. Objective reality is measurable, it is real, it is physical, it is tangible. It's not going anywhere. If it wasn't for Pearl Harbor, there's a real chance America... No, yeah, genuinely, America liked Hitler. The only reason we sided with the Allies is because of Pearl Harbor. Is because Japan attacked us. We didn't really like Japan, but we were kind of okay. We were cool with them. We liked Hitler in America. Like we really liked Hitler in America. And after the Second World War, right? When they went on the communist purges, the Red Scare, the people who were leading that charge, if they had said the things that they were saying during the war, they would have gotten arrested as like the enemy. They would have been seen as Nazi informants or Nazi supporters, and they would have gotten arrested. It's kind of sad and kind of funny. I can't remember. Yeah, they had the 1939 Madison Square Garden rally. We showed it on stream, covered the actual rally that he did, and then a few times I've brought up videos and clips of what happened at that 1939 rally. Lord Fluffy Art, you know more about World War II than I do. I don't really... The Nazis get so fucking hyped up, but they really weren't shit. They were losers. Imperial Japan, way scarier than the Nazis. They were way more terrifying in battle. They were way more what? Uncle Jim? The fuck? They were way more, so the Japanese were scary as fuck. They thought that literally God was on Earth. Their God, obviously the Emperor was the personification of God, was specifically going to punish them if they failed and reward them if they succeeded. The Japanese were fighting for their lives and their souls, but also they were quite good military force, you know? Like they were a more... If you took the technological gap between the Nazis and Japan away, which, by the way, the technology that the Nazis developed was only developed because they forced, like, non-German Nazi scientists to develop shit. Like, that was it. It was slavery and forced labor that got them that. It wasn't, like, their own ideas. They're not smart or anything. But take that away. Imperial Japan? Fucking terrifying. Nazi Germany, without their advanced tech, weak and worthless. Yeah, Japan was already like warring with China at the time. They had Manchuria, or did they go for that during or after the war? I don't know. Fucking, it's too late for me to, or too early in the morning for me to put shit together. Did I take my ADHD meds twice today? Why is my brain going so fast? Who knows? Who cares? I gotta pee. I'll be right back. We're not done yet. Like, you guys have anything you want to talk about? If you guys want to play chess, if you have a video that you want me to watch, or if you have questions, send them in now, and we'll have a look when I get back in a second. I brought you guys a present to cheer up the mood a little. Say hi, Frank. Mwah. This is Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Mwah. But we just call him Frank because he's a little shit. Mwah. This cat is so weird in that he will never sit still for attention. He will claw and bite. He was 5. I adopted him from the shelter as he was 5. He lived most of his life in a shelter, so he's not specifically an easy cat. Very high energy and very playful. But what's weird about this cat is he likes getting picked up and just having my face smushed into him, like being smothered in kisses. That's what the cat likes. He purrs like crazy. Most cats hate that shit. It's funny. Let's see. They also stole stuff from the Czechs in every nation they invaded. Well, yeah, that's a given. Many Germans lived in Czechia, so that's why they waltzed in, no problem. You guys have all seen the statistic that I've been saying all week, right? About what happened after 4 years of us not denazifying Germany. I'm just going to repeat it again. This shit's useful information, and you should know it. You should know this. I don't care if you guys get bored of me repeating myself. In 1946, there was 6% of Germans living in post-Nazi Germany, American-occupied territory, that answered the survey question, do you think the Nuremberg trials were unfair? As yes, only 6% of them thought it was unfair. 4 years later, it was 1 in 3. The only way to root out Nazism is to root it out entirely. You cannot leave a shred of it. You cannot allow it to breathe for a moment or it just spreads again. And this is not me saying, kill them. I don't support violence. I'm not in favor of the death penalty. They need to be arrested and they need to have their ability to spread propaganda shut down. Entirely. Okay, I do think we should watch this because this came out in 2013 and it's ridiculously similar to Trump in 2024. I don't trust this channel. This is a 7-year-old video from a channel with no photo. This is the only video it's posted with the name Buku. 300 subs. This sounds like it could just... which video game? I think that's fine then, because if it's a video game, it's probably not, DMCA. Give it a go. We'll give it a go. We'll give it a go. In the meantime, I should probably check Twitter and see if any horrible shit is happening. Oh no, I don't want to watch that. Sorry, not my thing. I get there's a lot that we. You know what's more useful? What was it? What's that? What's that? Elysium? Something Elysium. What? Something Elysium. Help me think of the game name. Disco Elysium. Yes. I really want to play this game so bad. I've seen clips of other people playing it. This game is essentially just make communism happen. And it's not going to teach you much of anything, but well, it might. It might teach you a little bit of something. We don't need to listen to other Trumps to know what Trump's rhetoric sounds like. That's just the greater point. It's not worth it. Oh my goodness, they're blaming Kamala Harris's loss on literally everybody except the people who are responsible. Trump's 93 promises. I guess we'll have to have a look at this. Yeah, the U.S. is cooked, leftist. I'm sorry, guys. This is what you guys voted for. I mean, some of you not, obviously. Some of you don't deserve this, but we'll get through it. We'll get through it. Okay, let's see what this is. Oh, it's just people discussing who's at fault, and most of them are idiots because they, let's see what the Daily Signal says, which sounds really right-wing. They're all probably right-wing. Incorrect. This, like, based on the data, none of it mattered. None of it mattered. It was just economic populism. Oh, did I mute the... Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, I muted the audio because I needed to see if the clip that was sent was DMCA. My bad. Thanks for the reminder.
Oh, Kamala. And why do you think she lost?
Because she didn't really... During the debates and everything, like, she just didn't seem like she really knew what she was talking about. So a lot of people didn't really believe in her.
No one, like no one singular demographic group at all in any of the exit polls during the election had that answer for why they voted the way that they did. I'll pull them up again. There was this one, and then there was this link? This link? No, not that link. Give me the other one. God damn it. Demographic results. Give me the right link, CNN. God damn it. Ah, and here's the exit polls. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. So, let's go over this again, right? Kamala Harris, we're up to 69 million votes, and Trump is at 73 million votes. I need you all to first remember that Joe Biden in 2020 got 82 million votes. So, 11 to 12 million less than Kamala Harris did. Donald Trump actually lost 500,000 votes to 2020, so not much of a difference for him. 2016, Kamala Harris has gotten 69,000. Hillary Clinton got 65 million, rather, not 69,000, 69 million, 65 million. She got 4 million more votes than Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump in 2016 had gotten about this much as well. So his vote count has not changed much. Why has the Democrat count gone down from Biden's? Where are these votes? Where did they go? Well, they didn't vote. They just did not vote. Now, take a look at this map, right? Take a look at the blue areas and the fact that almost the entire middle of the country is red. Now, in 2020, we had a primary. Did he? Oh, sorry, I might have been wrong. Hold on. I've looked at too many numbers regarding this exact topic today. Yeah, no, you're right. He got 63 million. So he's up from 2016. My apologies. He's down 500,000 from 2020. So Trump's, essentially, his support has stayed consistent in the same vicinity. It has gone up, but not this year, not much this year. But why did he win and Kamala lose? Well, look at this. This was 2020. This was the Democratic primary, and this is where all the donations came from. Almost the entire country, especially areas that are normally blue and shifted red, wanted Bernie Sanders. Populism. Economic populism. They wanted higher wages. They wanted better working conditions. They wanted to be able to afford food. Now, it doesn't matter or not whether the result that they get is the correct, like it doesn't matter that they voted for Trump and they believe that this is not something that comes from an idea of, oh, we believed him implicitly. Some of them did, but many of these people, they're all saying that they voted for Trump because they knew that he would break the system and they thought that it was unfixable, that breaking the system will be better than how it is. She lost. He did not win it all. No. I mean, yes, she lost heavy, but he won for-profit media. We can't deny that. This is a landslide victory. This is, like, again, New York went 25 points to Hillary Clinton. 25. She lost 10% of the Democrat vote in New York. New York. I grew up in New Jersey, and seeing how New Jersey voted, how much it shifted. Like, New Jersey's always been a blue state with the rich counties being Republican. Now pretty much the entire state is Republican, minus the, like, urbanist areas. And they've all lost significant ground. This, like, if hypothetically, let's pretend that these aren't fascists and there's another election next year, New Jersey could flip red. We don't. Who knows if there's going to be another election in 2026 for the midterms or 2028? We don't know that. But the entire country massively said no. They said no. We'd prefer the right wing. All of these arrows are counties shifting right. It's the entire country. And like, going into the actual demographic details, you can see that it's mostly young men, Latino men, and black men. Three groups that Bernie Sanders was polling the best with. The people that are most likely to be complaining about labor, to the economic impact, their wages. Look at the actual breakdown of this demographic. Women overall voted Harris, but less so than Biden and less so than Clinton. Men stayed pretty much consistent. Latino men went massively for Trump, like 30-point drop for the Democrats. Whereas black women came out, they represented, they stayed about the same. Black men also pretty much stayed the same. Actually, sorry, I said black men. It was Latino men, young men, and white men. I don't know why I said black men. Those were the three groups that Bernie Sanders did best with. And those are the three groups that Donald Trump did best with. Latino women, we lost almost 20 points in that camp too. They came out to vote, but much less so than previous years. White men stayed pretty consistent for Trump, and white women also stayed consistent for Trump. The people with college degrees leaned left. Obviously, we know this. This has been a standard all across like politics for decades now, except white men with college degrees still lean right. This gap is just going to keep getting wider, especially now that we're not going to have public school and the Department of Education. Young voters shifted to Trump. Look, I mean, like, full 15 points drop in support for 18 to 19. Why? Because people like Aiden Ross, people like Elon Musk, content online that is geared towards men or young men or boys is filled with right-wing messaging. It's filled with misogyny. It's filled with racism. It's filled with dog whistles. It is the equivalent of, in my time, someone who spent time on 4chan and then would never shut the fuck up in real life. This is just the background message now. Like the 4chan groiper annoying loser kid is just the podcast that's forever playing in the background for half the country, especially for young people and especially for Gen X. Gen X was widely radicalized by podcasts. 65 and older actually went less for Trump. they switched to Harris because the people the least susceptible to online social media misinformation, old people. Both men and women over 65 shifted Harris. Interesting. Not, not enough to make any sort of a difference, but he lost ground in that. No worries, Mopar. Thanks for tuning in. Pretty much almost done for today anyway, so. Speaking of shifting, how about entire country was misinformed about right-wing profit media? No, I don't think that's actually true either. A lot of what I'm seeing is people knew exactly what they were voting for. Many Americans didn't, and there is evidence of that as well. I think I pulled it over here, didn't I? Nah, hold on. Is it, where's the misinformation one? It did make a difference. Hold on. The misinformation's impact, though, was really limited to one specific little category. So, people who voted double digits for Trump, if they thought crime went up to all-time highs, inflation did not decline, or that unauthorized border crossings never went back down. Those are the three things that caused people to vote for Trump in double digits. But without this, they still would have voted for Trump. Even without this, even if you, it would have made no difference. Fox News made very, very little difference. The media made little difference. Even social media did very little in convincing people that he was good. It was just convincing people that the vibe is right. It's a vibe check contest now. No one cares about policy. That's the thing. No one cares about policy. They don't want policy. They're well informed of what they're planning. And yes, not every Trump voter, Lord Fluffy, I've seen the video as well. It's the non-cultists that didn't know. That's the point. The people that were in the cult, they know. Because the messages that came out from those, because I'm on Twitter literally all the time, and I know which accounts are MAGA accounts, even not the big famous ones, not End Wokeness or Libs of TikTok, but smaller ones. And they all knew exactly what they were doing.
And I like that he didn't actually plan to ban abortion. He just brought it back to the States.
I base this on... No, I'm not saying that they're informed. I'm saying that they don't care about the bad parts. The people in the party that are on Twitter, on YouTube, on Twitch, that are not only speaking, not the presenters, not the broadcasters, but also the commentators, the people who just get screen grabs of other right-wingers and then post tweets about them. They all knew. And obviously this doesn't mean the average MAGA knew, but a lot of them did. A lot of them did, because I've seen them. I spent all of yesterday getting the vibe of what's going on. I was on every fucking social media app. I was on TikTok. I hate TikTok. Talking to people in America. I was calling my friends. I have friends all over the country. How can you care about the bad? No, that's the thing. They don't want to be informed about it because they don't care. It is a choice. They don't want the information because it makes it more difficult for them to go through with the bad parts. They don't want to know. They won't listen. In fact, there's two ways that this plays out generally, because there's not just two options. We have someone in this chat who is MAGA, or at least voted Trump, not MAGA, but is somewhat informed and is listening, However, most of them, you either get them to double down on their take, they just say the most evil shit, or they'll say they didn't know, and then they'll say they did know, and then they'll say they didn't know again, and then they'll indicate something that says, wait, you know more than you're letting on. It's all bullshit. Just think about the fact that as a party, they lied about Project 2025 for this long, And then those tweets came out from right-wing accounts. You know, it's not like they're getting shadow banned. And you don't see many right-wingers mad about it, do you? A lot of them knew. A lot of them want this. A lot of them, sure, over time have been taught to want this. Yeah, it's kind of true, Astra Lunaria. And again, not all of them. We live in a weird space right now. And you can tell which ones are the evil ones quite easily. Because the evil ones just start the conversation aggressively. They just come in to troll you. If you meet someone who voted for Trump and is engaging with you normally in good faith and listening to you and not, you know, personally attacking you, calling you slurs, if they're putting effort in, then work with them. If they're showing remorse, don't, you know, make them feel better. We kind of gotta, look, sorry if you guys voted for Trump, but I blame you for all of the suffering that's gonna come. And if I'm wrong, I will apologize. If there's no suffering, if the golden age of like perfect governance comes and nobody gets sent to the camps, I will apologize and I'll stop live streaming forever. Not gonna happen though. But I don't think that you don't get any redemption. I think that if you show remorse and you're ashamed of what you've done, you have to live with that for the rest of your life. And I'm not going to make it easier for you, but I'm not going to, you know, banish you. At this point, it isn't about left or right. It isn't about Republican or Democrat. For-profit media, everybody is misinformed. I'm the only one who's not. Literally, most of the people that come and chat are misinformed. Some of you are not, obviously. I was joking when I said I'm the only one who's not. But that is the vast majority of the world, let alone just people interested in American politics. Just learn to live with yourself, but don't feel the pain when you realize what you've done and then block it off, because you'll do worse. When the bad things happen, try and fix them. Help people. I know some of you are listening to me. If you have empathy, then you'll do it. I don't need to, you know, tell you, but I will tell you that you're not a piece of shit. You're an idiot, but you're not a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit if you don't try to fix it. Keep that in mind, and check back, I guess, MAGA, check back with me in a couple weeks. How about a month and a half? Let's wait until December 21st. Check in with me, see how you feel. I was like, there's a lot of people that are apathetic about politics and don't care and don't want to know. Yes, but the reason for that is because of the Democrats. That's disenfranchisement. It is because people don't feel like their vote matters. And it's not just the Democrats' fault, of course. The Republicans are also very much partially responsible here, but the Democrats really, really fucked it. Again, like, we never would have had Trump if they ran Bernie. And Bernie Sanders won the primary. They actually cheated to make Hillary the nominee, and they admitted it. The chair of the DNC, Donna Brazile, stepped down and said, I'm sorry. We cheated and made Hillary the nominee, and she lost. Bernie Sanders would have annihilated Trump in 2016. Bernie Sanders would have annihilated Trump in 2020, but we went with Joe Biden instead. And just the cheating, the literal, like, erasing hundreds of thousands of votes in Brooklyn, the lying at the DNC, like at the actual DNC event when the electors are stating which state that their electors are voting for, lying about the count, giving Harris more so that it's not confusing for those on TV. This pissed off a lot of energized, young Democrats. The group that could have, like, if Bernie Sanders had won, we wouldn't have had a Republican in office for a very long time. No, he would have annihilated Trump in 2016, like absolutely eviscerated. That too, Astrolunarius. But genuinely, like eviscerated Trump in 2016. The reason for this is because Donald Trump started off as like a joke, but he became more popular the more populist he became. And he was a populist economically, as well as socially and culturally, and at the time, more so than it is now. But Bernie Sanders was an economic populist as well. And he had actual ideas. He had good ideas. He had ones that made sense. And like if you were not of voting age in 2016, you cannot understand what it felt like for young people to hear Bernie Sanders speaking, to see him on mainstream media, to have a candidate running that was not taking any PAC money, that was raising like matching amounts of money to Hillary Clinton with $27 donations from the American people. It was a feeling, all right? It was like nothing I've ever felt before. And the whole country was on board. Republican men, like men, not young men, but Republican men were shifting over. Even Fox is shocked with Biden Kamala tone. I think it's a disservice after all the fascism stuff. It looks like, what? It seems like BK were not serious what they were saying, so they're gonna be, no. I disagree with you here. I think that they're just being liberals. They were not being serious. The fascism stuff was true. It was just not the way to campaign. I said this before. I said, if you're going to do it, like, don't half-ass it. She didn't even call him a fascist. She would like allude to other people who have called him a fascist. She should have done it. It was weakness. It was weak lib bullshit, but really, it didn't matter. It was just economics. I'm not sure that anyone could have beat Donald Trump this time around. Once, maybe, but it was weak, man. They didn't attack enough. The times that she did attack him were incredibly successful. But she didn't keep doing it because the establishment Dems, her advisors, her consultants, didn't want her to. Remember, Hillary Clinton was a consultant here for Kamala Harris, by the way. It was just economics. Look, I mean, people who viewed the economy as bad overwhelmingly voted for Trump. People whose family's financial situation is bad today overwhelmingly voted for Trump. Even got some moderates in. Like, that's the thing. This is all economics. Nothing else mattered. Abortion rights is probably what saved it from being a Reagan-esque landslide. Well, if it makes you feel any better, Lord Fluffy Art, there might not be a Democratic Party anymore, which is not good in the sense of like a uniparty, but it is good in the sense of fuck the Democrats. We can actually do socialism as the goal, as our underground resistance tries to, not get sent to the camps. They shifted right on immigration, but it wasn't enough, so they lose there. They could point... Well, that's exactly true. Like, nothing Donald Trump said was actually going to come true, but he promised them economic, like, wages growth. They're not their wages growth, sorry, actually. He promised them cheaper groceries. He promised them that things that you buy in the store everywhere, that the tariffs would cut prices in America. Now, you're all going to learn about tariffs real fucking soon, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're exactly right, Elle. They should have controlled the narrative. Immigration should have never been a topic. There was no issues at the border. They should have immediately shut that shit down, but they didn't. They went and appeased the right. And what happens when you shift right? In a right-wing shifting environment, the right just shift further right. No, for-profit media is the enemy. She is, like, she did it once. But again, calling him a fascist wasn't the fucking point anyway. It's not why she lost. Israel's not why she lost. Jill Stein's not why she's lost. It's just the fact that she's a liberal. That's why she lost. Every single one of these people who voted for Donald Trump either voted for Donald Trump because they're evil or because they're poor and wanted money. It was directly beneficial to them financially. That's why people voted for Donald Trump, or at least they perceived it as such. Now, that's not the truth, and that sucks, but that's why they voted for him. That's why. That's why. I understand that you're afraid, Elle. I get it. I really do. I mean, look, I went over a lot of safety ideas here in this stream. You might want to watch this from the beginning. But genuinely, like, the only real thing that I need everyone to take away from this: build community, talk to your neighbors, talk to strangers, talk to people you don't like, especially if you are at risk. That is your best chance of survival, of safety. Blend in, camouflage. Yeah, no one seems to understand that, Astra Lunaria, but they will very, very, very soon. They will, because as I showed earlier, companies are already expecting those tariffs and are acting accordingly. Results have already started. This is from An American Woman Today. My husband works for a small manufacturing company here in southwestern PA. Means most of the employees are Trump voters. When the president of the company sat them down today to tell them their annual Christmas bonus would not come this year because they now need to purchase at least a year worth of products before January 21st due to the proposed tariffs. They did not understand. My husband said that their president had to explain what a tariff is and how it will directly hurt their company. They all thought the foreign company paid the tariff. This is the level of ignorance. Voting against the interests of their own class. Yes. And this is not like a rare thing, you know? This is pretty fucking common. In fact, hold on, let me see if I can find another one. And there I found the omnibus one. Cool. Good. We'll go over that in a second too. Okay, can't find that one. That's fine. Found enough. What's sad is a lot of these Trump supporters believe could have won over Bernie. Yeah, no, exactly. That's what I was just covering. Bernie Sanders would have been what they actually wanted. I mean, Joe Rogan went from being a Bernie bro to being a MAGA Trumpite. Yes, that happened a lot. A lot of people did exactly that. You know why? Because economic populism. Bernie Sanders was just the smart version, and the MAGA Trumpites are just the dumb version. They get the rhetoric, they don't get the result. Bernie Sanders gives the rhetoric and the result. We didn't have the option for Bernie Sanders, so everyone just went with the only other option that they seemed to think is suitable. A lot of these people did not think Donald Trump would help them. They thought it would break the system and that they could build a new system afterward. That it was accelerationist, like, belief that caused a lot of these people, at least 5%. There's a lot of things you can think of. It's really precisely just economics, but social media as well. It's just influencers. It's the right-wing grift. Again, you know, Alex Jones, Steve Bannon, Matt Walsh, Tucker Carlson, these people, Andrew Tate, Elon Musk, the ones that are online, they're the ones that for years convinced people. Joe Rogan, like, I can keep going. This is what made the country feel comfortable with the misogyny and the racism. And then everything else was on the economics. That was it. I'm pretty sure, like, the Russians doing their 90 bomb threats and all that didn't even make that big of a difference. I'm sure at least 5 million votes are not there that should be because of the delays with the polling stations. A lot of people's votes did not get counted, by the way. Your ballot may have been rejected if you live in a swing state. I would tell you to go check, but I'm not actually sure that it matters anymore. But there's your link for that. I think at most that would have made the race closer, but Donald Trump is still going to win. He was still going to win this race. I don't see a path in hindsight that we ever had to victory here. Not with a liberal candidate. Cenk Uygur probably would have done better than Kamala Harris in this. This was a worse election than 2016, you know? Like, we didn't lose by as much, but we lost the popular vote. A Republican hasn't won the popular vote in 20 years. Okay, well, at least we kind of understand now. Hold on, sorry. There's 93 campaign promises that Trump made on video. Many of these are pretty shocking, and nobody chose to make these campaign issues. I suppose maybe we should see some of them, eh? I don't actually know what this is. Like, I don't know what a lot of these are, but I want to know. So every promise that Trump made on video. No tax on tips, interest on car loan deductibles, no taxes on Social Security payments. Look, reading this is going to be really, really sad, considering the likelihood of this happening. I found the link, by the way, because if this happens, none of that matters. All of this right here, all of these promises, gone if they do this. Gone. This is just like one source too. I've seen like actual journalists like talking about it. I just hadn't that was the first one I could find this morning to like bookmark or like reblog or something to show you guys. But this has a real chance of happening. It might not happen, but it's pretty real. So please prepare yourselves. You might not have until January. Now, I'm going to end the stream now. I'm going to make a video of me essentially reiterating all my safety tips. I'll put that on YouTube. But genuinely, if you didn't watch this whole stream today and you are worried and you are scared and you don't know what to do, watch the full VOD from the beginning. You'll have to hear me repeat myself a few times, but there's a lot of shit that you need to see. A lot of stuff that you're not going to like, but you need to see it. You need to see it. Because you're not going to be ready for what's coming if you don't have some understanding of what's going on. These people are evil. Not all of them, but the evilest of the bunch have been emboldened to heights that you can't imagine. Honestly, don't think there's much I can do given my position as a minor without a job. Well, you can talk to your friends. You can try and convince your friends to do advocacy. You can join a protest. You can phone bank for important causes with Progressive Victory. You can, I guess, like the election's over, but we still have other issues to work on. So do that. Go and join Progressive Victory. Honestly, it's just a really fun community to be in anyway, and it's nationwide. It's an actual super PAC, but the community is like a Discord server. There's lots of very nice people. They're really helpful. Each state lead has a wonderful track record. They've done a lot of good, and I like talking to them. I like working with them. I'm not officially affiliated, and I'm just like another member. But you can hop in their voice chat and talk to people and discuss what the next step forward is. Discuss what you can do. Discuss how you can maybe get your friends to move over and do some stuff with you. Maybe you turn 18 and you run for your local city council. I think young people getting into politics from the left is kind of our only way out of the hole. It's just a matter of how do we manage to do that safely. And oh, awesome, Lord Fluffy. Good to know. Well then, you're already, oh, so you're Lord Fluffy Art. My bad. I couldn't read. The two dots, the ellipses, they blend in with your T and they make it look weird. Well, then you're already doing what you can do. That's the thing. You're already doing it. So keep doing what you're doing. And also, really, like when you turn 18, run for like a government position. Go run for legislation. Go run for like Congress. Who cares? I'll help you. Everyone will help you. PV will help you. Get you elected. That's what we did for the squad. Again, it was after Trump won the first time when we pushed really hard and got actual progressives elected. Now, we talk about all this hypothetically because we don't know what's going to happen next. We don't know if we are ever going to get to vote again. But I like to err on the side of the world will keep turning, and yes, things will get bad, but no, they won't break everything, and just leave it that way. There needs to be some form of stability of society because they need our money. They need our labor. It's the capital class. That's the one thing you can be sure of, is that they're not just going to let the country rot because they want you to work, to, be their serfs, essentially. I read the tweet of the secret multiple times, not sure if I'm stupid or incoherent. I think the Republicans would shut down the government day one. No. So what it's saying is, sorry, let me bring it back up for you. Yeah, I shouldn't have shut it. Hold on. I forgot that's what I was talking about, in fact. Here it is. What they're talking about is a month and a half-ish ago, I can't remember the date exactly, came time to talk about the budget. And now every year, we have to pass a federal spending bill, a budget bill. Essentially, the U.S. debt goes up, and then we hit a ceiling. Congress has to increase the debt ceiling so that we can borrow more money to continue the government running. This is not necessarily a bad thing, by the way. The right often pretends that it is, but debt for a country doesn't work the same way as debt for a person. Now, what they're saying here is they passed that bill, which was temporary funding for the government up until December 20th. They said, because every time this goes around, the Republicans try and use it to add other things to the budget bill that they can't normally pass. They pressure the Democrats, as in well, if you don't do this, we're not voting for it, and it's your fault that the government shut down. And this time around, they signed the temporary one and said, we'll talk about it after the election. They're very likely to just not do this. And if they don't do this, then we default on the government debt. We default on our loan, which is A, really bad for the world and also America in general, but B, means that the government isn't getting funding anymore. As in the government can't pay for social services, can't pay for certain emergency response. Police will still be paid for a while. But your mail service is fine because that's it runs in its own little loop. It doesn't have to appropriate funds from the government. But everything else, again, Department of Education, healthcare, CDC, FDA, EPA, all of it gone. Every single person working for the government that isn't in Congress, in the Pentagon, or in law enforcement, basically, with some exceptions here and there, are gone. No pay. No more Medicare for you. No more Medicaid for you. No more social programs. No more child tax credit. No more CHIPS Act. No more. School will be gone after that. If they do this and they don't fix it, there is no more public school. You can go to private school. That's it. Because school is paid for by the government. If they can't pay the teachers, if they can't pay the bill for the electricity, the rent for the building, or the gas bill, all of that comes from the government. The food that students eat, well, actually, you pay for that. I forgot. Sorry. back in my day, no, we also paid for the food. But, you know, that's what I mean, is all of the things that you rely on would be gone under this. Now, whether they do this or not, this is the plans of Project 2025 anyway. They want to do all this. That's why it's so likely that they're going to do all this, is because they wrote 900 pages about doing just this, but slower and more specifically. Now it seems like they're just going to speed run it and then fix the problems later. Yes, and also illiteracy is already pretty high in the US. This would mean, like, it's unfathomable what this would do. This is the death of the United States. That's a different country. I'm not joking. I've said this a few times now. The entire system of governance would change. Some of the courts get paid for by the government. A lot of them do, in fact. NASA, gone. It would just be the people in charge now get to stay in charge. You still have to pay taxes. They're not going to cut your taxes, but you get nothing. Nothing from the government. No social programs. No social security. When you retire, no pension. Nothing. So when they talk about gutting the system, they really mean gutting. Yes, they do. Which is why I keep telling you all, make a community. Make friends with the people who live around you. Even the people you don't like, because they're going to move over to your side. It's not ANCAP. It's not. It's neo-feudalism. That's what they're trying to do. It's what they're succeeding in doing. It's neo-feudalism with a Christian theocracy like side dish is what they're going to do. That's the plan. That's always been the plan. So save some money while you can. I say this, by the way, I told everyone earlier in the stream, I was like, if you smoke, stop smoking. If you drink, stop drinking, whether you live in America or not. And then I realized that my vape's nearly dead and I have to go buy a new one today. These are $70 in Australia. I need to follow my own advice, but I don't know how the fuck I'm supposed to cover this shit and also quit nicotine at the same time. Just the only hope is that Republicans become complacent and do not act on their crazy promises. Then again, they organized and wrote. It's not about There's no votes anymore, if this happens. It's not, there's no complacency. There's no Republicans. There's no Democrats. It's the rich and the poor. It's the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. It's the lords and the serfs. That's what this means. Whatever you can do, Lord Fluffy Art, who doesn't like whatever you can do. Get a job in the next week. Who cares at this point? Your school education ain't going to matter if they you don't have a Department of Education. Getting food is going to be hard. That's the thing. Don't spend it. Don't worry about that far ahead. Worry about preparation for disaster. Again, I've said this a bunch of times now, guys. Like, act as if there is a storm coming your way and you need to prepare for it. Those are essentially the same things that you would do anyway. The talk to your neighbors, the get like supplies, perishable food. Learn how to cook, by the way. Those of you who are minors, tell your parents that you want like canned beans and some like rice or some pasta or something on whenever they go like food shopping next, and learn how to cook food with it. The cheapest food that you can buy. Learn how to make things that are edible from it. I think it's going to be a useful skill to have. Again, I'm going to repeat this. If you have IDs, like if you don't have a passport, go get one. If you have electronics that might need replacing, do it now. They will get much more expensive very soon. If you well, good. That's great. They go shopping at Costco. Tell your parents to get you a big ass fucking thing of rice and beans and practice different recipes with it. You'll be a wonderful cook and you'll have a bunch of food saved up in the freezer for when the lean times come. Is there any chance we don't actually deport millions well, no. But also kind of yes. The thing is, though, Hitler first said he was going to deport the Jews for economic reasons, and then realized very quickly that that's really hard and expensive. So They built the first concentration camp 2 months after, really taking power. So, and they're on it. I mean, like, we watched videos today, Trump saying, oh, there's no price tag on the mass deportations. Possibly. Look, I can't see the future. Maybe they don't die. Maybe they do deport them. Maybe we spend that money and actually deport, but like, yeah, camps, people in the deserts, police like ICE breaking down doors, going house to house looking for immigrants. If any of you know an immigrant, you do not know an immigrant. They were born here and lived their whole lives, from what you know. Goes double if you know that they didn't live here legally. You don't know them. You don't know that at all. They've been here forever. You have friends that are queer? No, you don't. When faced with danger, lie. Lie your fucking ass off. It's not even about MAGA at this point anymore. MAGA's opinions don't matter anymore. It's the wealthy. This is what they want. They're in charge now, guys. You guys need to come to terms over the next week or two that the world doesn't work the way it used to, the way that it did a few days ago. The things that mattered don't matter anymore. The people whose opinions mattered don't matter anymore. The things we thought were important, they're not important anymore. Our priority right now should be to keep as many people as we can safe, to protect each other, to protect each other's physical and mental health. Look out for your friends. Talk to them. Try and stay offline as much as you can. I know, like, not to say, like, don't be online, not to say disconnect, but spend more time in person, outdoors when possible. If you are in at risk, like if you're trans and you don't pass, maybe not you. Sorry. If you feel like you can, you're not super worried, good, do it. The more confidence you get, by the way, the less likely you're going to get harassment. They smell weakness. Work on confidence. Talk to strangers. Obviously, they don't smell weakness. They're not animals, but they look for that shit. They like the easy target because they're all like losers. And if they ever actually try to, debate or harass somebody that isn't weaker and smaller and dumber than them, they usually get their teeth fucking knocked out. So if he does not deport, MAGA would be angry with him. It's true, but okay, well, whatever works, man. Go and experience your community. Become a part of it that people like. The people that you don't like, you want them to like you. You do. You need it, in fact. This is how we've done it every time, and we'll be fine. We'll get through this. We will. We will get through this. America will get through this. Most of you will be just fine. Most of you won't experience too much of anything. At least not for a while. I hope. It's a little bit of cope. It's not bad to lean into the copium in times like this, though. If you get too doomer, you'll tune out. And if you tune out, that's ripped for everybody, guys. Make sure your friends don't tune out either. That's what you need to do right now, is keep people paying attention, make people feel less afraid, and feel more desire to stand up and do something. Don't express your political views to your teachers. Not to say that they're are there mandatory reporters of your political views in your state? Jesus fuck. I thought we actually hadn't done that yet. Well, then no, don't, obviously. Interpersonally, I would try and avoid politics as much as I can. If I was most of you, I would appease, pretend to be MAGA when necessary, don't give an opinion when it's not. Not in that way. In what way then? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, well, if your political views include crime, you can't say it here either. So, that you'll have to save for voice chats on Discord or with your friends. unfortunately. But yeah, no, like, keep this shit up, guys. I'm proud of you for, like, the younger people that are still paying attention right now. I'm proud of you. Most of you could have been Hitler's youth like the rest of them. Most of you could have, seen the results and gotten so depressed and so afraid that you tune it all out. Well, I mean, if they make socialist ideology a crime, that would require them to be able to define that. They're just going to make everything a crime. They're going to make everything a crime. They're also going to make everything not a crime. But yeah, in person, in school, don't bring up politics. Don't. In private. This is the era of the underground. Think about, like, dystopian teen novels and like movies, all right? You are now those protagonists. You're fucking Katniss Everdeen, all right? That's how you have to see the world. Everyone is out to get you, except the people you can trust. Now, it's not that way yet, which is why I'm making such a fuss about go find a community, because very soon you will be too afraid to talk to anybody because everybody could be watching you. Remember, this is what they do every time. Back in Nazi Germany, the schools taught children to report their parents for having differing opinions. I agree with you, Elle, or I do to a point. I do think that they might not necessarily have the sauce for an actual, like, genocidal, like, campaign like this, but they absolutely do have the ability to shut their eyes and their ears and turn around and pretend it's not happening. And maybe, but I don't hold out hope, Elle. If we want to save ourselves, if we want to save the country, if we want to save other people, we have to do it. No one's going to do it. They're not going to change their mind. They might, but the assumption that they might in and of itself is cope. And thinking that they will is not going to help you in any way. You need to act as if they won't, and if they do, pleasant surprise. Well, private schools, Lord Fluffy, aren't. The Department of Education doesn't exist anymore because private schools. They want everyone to go to private school, in which they have full control, full indoctrination, most of which are also Christian. That was always the plan. That was always the goal they were working towards with education to begin with. They just kind of, lucked out and don't have to bother with the middle bit now. They can just end goal. Poor people don't get education. You go work in the factories. Yeah. Astrolunaria, I really think that if you're trans, you should try and leave the country. That's why, that's the point, Lord Fluffy Art. They don't want you to go to school. They want you to work in the factory in the mines. They want their kids to go to school. Read some history over the next week. I beg of you. Like, go read, not like historical accounts of war, but historical accounts of life in fascism. Whether it's in Germany, in Italy, whether it's in the Soviet Union, or in like China, wherever you want. Read about it. Read all of it. They use pretty much the same tactics. Israel, all of it. You're going to experience a lot of things that you take for granted disappearing. And a reduction in your living standards. Russia is a very good example, yes, but all of these are good examples. They all do this. Modern Russia, Soviet Russia, modern China, Maoist China, Nazi Germany, like Mussolini's Italy, they all did the same things. Again, just go watch Avatar: The Last Airbender. Like, watch the bit in Ba Sing Se. Like, that's the same thing. It's obviously, like, that's the cartoonized version of it, but this idea of how fascists operate as is not new, guys, you know. But yeah, you can read about modern Russia. It's just that modern Russia is filled with, you're gonna have a lot more propaganda that you're gonna have to sort through. Yeah, Avatar is genuinely a show that if you have not watched, you need to watch. It's not a kids show. It is a kids show, but the themes are entirely like adult themes, important adult themes to teach to kids. And honestly, like as a kid, you don't even really pick it up. It's the second time around that I picked up most of it, but I've seen the show like 3-4 times. The message of Avatar applies here to like us, essentially, you know. Not right now. No one thinks they'd support the Fire Nation at face value, but when you think about its propaganda... Well, actually, in fact, you do see that often in that people who don't support the Fire Nation, when presented with even just a minimal amount of pressure, support the Fire Nation. And yes, in the final season, you get to see what school inside the Fire Nation is like, and it is exactly what you expect it is. But the themes of Avatar, I think could be really a useful message for the left for the time being, for the foreseeable future. That there is fascism, that there is war, that people want us dead, and we need to stop it and protect as many people as we can, and do it in a way that is not evil. To hide when required, to celebrate when we can, to dance and sing in the streets, and then run away when the cops show up. Obviously, this is a kid's show. Take some of those ideas, bring them up to, like, you know, adults, and then in real life values, model things after them. They're good lessons because the show is about genocide and fascism. The story is about being good can overcome fascism from imperial, like, authoritarian, murderous, genocidal rule. That friendship and community are the most important things that you have, and without them you would fail, because they would have failed if they did not have each other, and if they didn't build relationships and communities in new places that they went, and new places that they and new people that they've met. So yeah, watch Avatar. Learn the lessons. Do some media analysis, like critical. Honestly, I kind of want to do that myself. I feel like maybe we should watch a analyzing Avatar video. Hey, I kind of want to like continue. I'm usually way too tired to keep going this long into stream, but I ain't done. Interesting. And also, like, I remember the most chilling part in Avatar for me was when Zuko said Earth Nation would always resist occupation, so the Fire Lord says we must blaze the whole city. And yeah, exactly. Literally, what happens? That's just it. You know, that's what happens every time. If you don't submit to the fascist rule, you are destroyed. It's not that I'm even like really riled up. I just I really think I might have accidentally taken 2 of my ADHD meds, because I thought I didn't take them, and then one of you told me to make sure I do, and I think I actually did. So I'm just a little faster than usual today, which is not particularly bad, but it's not fun. It happens occasionally. If any of you have ADHD, you know exactly what it is. It doesn't to me. Not that, like, I don't know. I've never, like, I don't know what that feels like necessarily. Now, fuck, I wanted to look at some Avatar analysis,
we are in
but
a golden age of television.
Please
More and
back-
more, it seems
Hey,
like the place to tell
hey,
long form.
Hey, stop it. 88 video playlist, 61 video playlist. This is the one we're gonna watch. This one looks to have analysis that is useful in our situation. That's a good question. It'll be more expensive. I think do you rely on insurance to get it? Do you rely on government subsidy insurance, perhaps? Because that could be bad. If you pay for your insurance, like you have a private insurance company, then maybe you're fine. I don't know. Like they're going to get rid of Obamacare, which means, or like the Affordable Care Act, which means that if you have a pre-existing condition, they can kick you off. But for the time being, I think you're fine on that. As long as your insurance isn't Medicaid and that your insurance company doesn't kick you off. But it will get more expensive. All right. Well, let's have a look.
There are a lot of great TV shows out there, whether it's the complex layers of character writing in Breaking Bad, the mind-bending editing of Sherlock.
Okay, don't need the intro, mate. I want just the very end of this, honestly. The message is pretty clear here.
We all feel pain and suffering. We all face hardship and endure scars. We run away from who we are only to face guilt and shame. We fail to save those that
Am
we
I
care.
gonna get DMCA'd for showing Avatar footage? I might. Maybe we save the Avatar stuff for next stream, eh? Let me actually like look up what I'm allowed, if I'm allowed to stream this, who owns the rights to it. Because depending on who actually owns Avatar right now, I just realized I might have DMCA'd myself right there. No, probably not. Not that little clip, because text and words and whatnot. But yeah, now I'm actually worried. Sorry guys about that. Hope I didn't get you too hyped up on the subject. But if we can, I promise we'll go over it. And if not, I'll put together something on the subject. But go watch it if you haven't. I really, really think you need to. Especially you young folk who I feel like could use some of the lessons that this teaches, because you wouldn't have been taught it otherwise. Like none of the messages of this show I've really seen in mainstream discourse. Well, I hope that your psychiatrist gets to stay. I hope that they are safe. I don't know, guys. Again, and by the way, you don't know an immigrant anymore. Your psychiatrist has lived here their whole life. And, yeah, period. You've seen their American birth certificate. You just can't remember when. Okay, well, that's it for today, guys. Again, I'm gonna do a video in a second once I end stream, in like a no chat video of just me reiterating my safety advice, things that you should focus on, things that you can do. It'll be on YouTube. Might actually be able to put it on Shorts as well, on TikTok and Instagram. Follow like your friends and try and get them to pay attention if they're losing interest, if they're losing hope. Be the light in the darkness. That's your job, all of you. It sounds fucking cheesy, but this is the world we live in now. You have to do it because no one else will. There's no one coming to save us but us. You, me, and everyone else right now that is talking about this, that's doing this. No more leftist infighting in the community. Period. I don't care if you're a Marxist-Leninist. You're fine to me at the moment. No more leftist infighting. I don't care if my opinions differ with yours. As long as you're not a Nazi, you are my ally. That's the mindset we need to adopt. And we need to stop policing our own language and the language of the left, because that is a really easy indicator for those with bad intentions to find us. I like, it sucks, right? I'm not saying, start saying like slurs and all, and like being rude to people, and don't become them, but don't not say things that most Americans would say. If like, don't be afraid to say the word cunt. Don't be afraid to refer to situations in a manner that is blunt and sounds kind of stupid, but is still true, or mean, or rude, or don't let anyone tell you that you're like a genocide supporter anymore. Israel's gone. I'm sorry. Not Israel. Palestine's gone. I'm sorry, guys. That's over. Ukraine, gone. The fascists have won that battle. It's not ours to fight anymore. We have our own now. We can't help the Palestinians because we're about to be in their position. Not quite as bad, but, and not in the same way, but the same functional outcome, which is either a reduction in the population of what they consider undesirable, and the stealing of our land, our labor, our property, our rights for the ones that are left. So focus on yourselves, focus on your family, focus on your friends, focus on your community. I'm not fucking joking. You might need to be Anne Frank one day, and you want to know whose house you can hide in. You want to know that they'll help you. You want to know that these people aren't going to call and turn you in when you go ask them for help. The more time you have to make friends with them, do it. Don't trust them, by the way. Don't trust them unless they earn it. Unless they earn your trust in a way in which there is no doubt in your mind that they are on your side, don't trust them. If they're not someone that feels right to the vibe. In a scenario in which information is unreliable, in a scenario in which the media is unreliable, or social media is unreliable, that it is difficult to know the difference between fantasy and reality, misinformation and reality and data. Your best bet is to stick to vibe. Vibe will, like, it's not obviously perfect. Vibe isn't always right 100% of the time, but I promise you, your vibe will help you trust your instincts. If you feel like someone is wrong or creepy or dangerous or just gives you just kind of a bad feeling, even for no reason, trust that feeling and act accordingly. Whether or not it ends up being true, it doesn't matter, because some of those times it will be true. And don't tune out. I hope I'll see a lot of you next time. Normally, I've been streaming Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I feel like we're going to up that number a bit now. But I promise I don't want to just stick to politics every time. I want to talk about fun things. I want to do analysis. I want to talk about my fucking autistic hyperfixations. I want to have fun with you people. And we will get there. We'll get there. And honestly, now that the election's over, even though, you know, the Fourth Reich is coming, we can do that more now. So I'll try and have some fun stuff cooked up for us Monday, because I won't be able to stream this weekend. I have, unfortunately, a lot of stuff I have to do, but I'll see you all next week, and I'm going to try and stream Monday through Friday at this point. But I'll let you know. For the rest of you, follow me on Discord, Twitter, whatever you like. Oops, I did Discord, socials twice, rather. And make some friends. Thank you all for tuning in. And don't lose hope.